Introduce the council, Councilor Robin Jubenville, Councilor Marilyn Petito Devaney, Councilor Eileen Duff, Councilor Prince Kennedy. And I'm going to read a letter from the governor into the record. Dear councilors, pursuant to the provisions of the Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 27, Section 4, I am pleased to nominate for reappointment Colette M Santa as a member of the Parole Board to a term expiring March 8th, 2027. I appreciate your consideration of this nominee. The resume is attached for your convenience. Sincerely, Charles D. Baker. And with that, we'll open Board Member Santa, if you'd like to introduce who you have here, and then we can bring forward your first witness.
With me today is Executive Director from the Parole Board.
Thank you for being here.
Attorney Amy Welker. There will be my two speakers today. Also with me in support is Institutional Parole Officer Team 4 back there.
Good morning.
Daughter Maria, that is sitting behind me.
If you'd like, we can have whoever you'd like to speak first come forward. Yes.
Like me to sit.
That seat would be fine.
Is this someone's?
That's fine.
Good morning, councilors.
Good morning.
My name is Kevin Keefe, and I'm the Executive Director at the Parole Board. Thank you all for allowing me a few moments this morning to speak on behalf of Santa. I've had the privilege of knowing Colette since she first came to the agency from the Massachusetts Department of Correction in March of 2016. At that time, I was the Chief of Services and worked closely with Colette. She immediately impressed me with a number of strengths: her intelligence, her dedication, her commitment, her compassion, her pride in her work. As the Chief of the Transitional Services Unit, she sought to improve the standards for her unit and for the agency as a whole. In 2017, she led an agency-wide effort for accreditation by the American Correctional Association, or ACA. In doing that work, she utilized a teamwork approach within her staff and with other unit managers to ensure that all units participated in the accreditation efforts. While the ACA standards provide a minimum for correctional authorities and paroling authorities, Colette's commitment goes far beyond that, and she is mission-driven. Second chances, she believes in rehabilitation, and she believes in responsible reintegration. She has spent decades working in the corrections field. The transition to parole was a natural one for her. We spoke about her last stop with the Department of Correction at the Northeast Correctional Center, also known as the Concord Farm, where she had the opportunity to assist people that were at the minimum and pre-release level of security. She took great satisfaction and gratification in taking some part and some role in people transitioning into the community, finding work, and taking the final steps toward reentry and reunification. I was thrilled for Colette when she was first nominated for the board back in late 2017. I felt that she would bring a relatively unique combination of skills, experiences, and characteristics to the work with the board. As this body well knows, the Parole Board enabling statute requires, in addition, that at least one member have experience in forensic psychology, that each member of the board have be a graduate of a 4-year accredited college or university and have at least 5 years of experience in at least one of the following: parole, probation, corrections, law enforcement, psychology, psychiatry, sociology, or social work. Colette far exceeds the requirements in both education and experience. She has attained a bachelor's degree, first doctorate, a master's in public administration. She continued her educational efforts when she got on the board, attaining a certification in drug and alcohol counseling. She also significantly exceeds the experience and training, having, as I noted, worked decades in the corrections sphere, and now over 6 years with parole. She brings language skills as our only Spanish-speaking board member, as well as diversity. Her education, skills, and abilities lend themselves very well to a primary function for a board member: application of the statutory legal standard, a required finding by the board in making a release decision that if an individual is released with appropriate conditions and supervision, they will live and remain at liberty without violating the law, and that their release is not incompatible with the welfare of society. Application of that standard requires the ability to comprehend and give proper context to voluminous information, including correctional reports, law enforcement records, assessments, substance use, and mental health evaluations. Similar to a judge, a board member is not an expert in all areas. However, they must have the ability to understand and incorporate a lot of information and expert opinions in their decision-making process. Colette, based upon her extensive education, training, and experience, has a superior ability to understand and apply the board's legal standard in each case. I've had the opportunity to observe her demeanor, particularly during life sentence hearings. She maintains a professional and reassuring disposition. I've seen her interrupt questioning during a hearing when she sees a witness struggling, to check in with them and provide them with a moment to gather their thoughts, to rephrase a response, and/or to consult with counsel, as well as to rephrase her question if needed. She's careful not to repeat areas of questioning that have already been asked and answered. She has the ability to look beyond what a person has done in the past to see the person they are today and their potential for the future. This is a key trait for a board member or any staff person with the parole board. During her time as a board member, Colette has gone above and beyond to serve the agency and the Commonwealth. She's continued to coordinate the agency's ACA accreditation and reaccreditation. She was recently named an ACA commissioner. She has spent considerable time and effort working on special commissions, most recently the Commission on Structural Racism in the parole process. She does all of this while maintaining a significant volume of weekly parole hearings. I have no doubt, if confirmed, that Colette will continue to serve the agency and the Commonwealth at the highest level of commitment and with a progressive approach toward rehabilitation. I wholeheartedly endorse her candidacy for a second term with the Parole Board. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd like to go around and give the counselors opportunity if they have any questions. Counselor Jubenville.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. So the parole board, so how are they doing on parole people?
In my estimation, there's always, in all areas of work, there's always room for improvement, but I think the parole board applies the legal standard in each case. And I think in terms of what they've done, particularly since Colette has sat on the board, and I know a lot of focus is put on life sentence cases. I will say this, and there's been some controversy over the length of decisions, but I will tell you, looking at the statistics, which don't lie, in the last 4 calendar years in which Colette has sat on the board, this board has decided more life sentence cases than any other board. Going back, and I looked at statistics back to 1990, the 80s, the statistics really don't separate out for life sentence, but they've decided a higher volume of life sentence cases in that time period, and they've given more positive votes than any other board in any 4-year period by far in history since 1990. So I think, there's ebb and flow year to year in terms of percentages. And I don't know that it's a litmus test for the percentage that they should parole in a given year, but I think this board takes its obligation seriously and does apply that legal standard in each and every case.
How about parole in non-life cases?
I think that fluctuates. Our 2021 report is in final vetting, so I'm hoping in the not too distant future that will be out. But I think the board was above 60% in terms of its overall paroling rate. It tends to be that the House of Correction paroling rate is higher than the state rate. As you know, those state cases involve some more serious serious offenses and serious histories in terms of adjustment in the institution and so forth. So typically the rate is lower for the state cases, but overall, I think that's going to show plus 60, and it's fluctuated, within the 50s and 60s, but usually they get positive votes in the majority cases. On some occasions, the state cases, it'll fluctuate a little bit below 50% in some years. Those life sentence cases I spoke about, I believe 2020 was 49%. The 21 final figures are coming in, but I think you're going to have some similar rate with that. And if you look historically, the annual reports are a public record either on our website or in the state archives. You'll see the trend has been, you've seen in the 90s, I think the percentages were in the teens as far as positive votes. In fact, if you look at the total number of positive votes for life sentence cases in the 90s, I think the last 2 years alone, the board's exceeded that in terms of the number of positive votes. So I think you have a board that's willing to give people due consideration. Not that there are, and I do acknowledge there's plenty of work for us to do, plenty of areas of improvement for us to make. But since Colette has been on this board, and it's not only her, there's other members, and all criticisms aside, they deal with a higher volume than any other board member has historically. In terms of those most complicated cases, the volume of the other cases has gone down, and fortunately, the prison population has gone down as I think, some of the criminal justice reforms have taken hold, and CSG, more work to done on that. We're only at the beginning of that, I think. I think there's more to do in terms of diverting people from prison and diverting people in terms of revocations as well.
What's the issue with the decision?
There's a number of factors that go into the decisions. As you know, they're very complex cases.
Getting them out to the decided.
Getting them out. So, initially after a hearing is held, there's a 2-week period during which the administrative record is kept open. In some cases, attorneys will ask for additional time. In some cases, the board is looking for additional information. There's a deliberation process within the board, and then there's final vetting with the general counsel's office. And there's been quite a bit of litigation over the years. So there's got to be some level of certainty that the final decision is that legal standard, and so that we're not dealing with unnecessary litigation, that the board's kept to their legal standard in each and every case.
Is there a rule or regulation about the amount of time you should have a decision out?
There isn't presently. I know there's pending legislation and recommendations anywhere from 60 to 90 days. I think presently we're going through a retooling process within general counsel's office. We've got some additional administrative support, and I think in the last month they've issued at least in excess of 20 decisions. I think over the next several months, they're going to be able to get that window down. I don't, in terms of what that magic number is, 60 or 90 days, I think it's difficult, particularly in the more complex cases where there's additional information to review, or where you have as many as 2 binders that thick that the board's got to go through and deliberate in addition to the hearing record itself. Additional materials that are submitted after the hearing. So, but I think we'll be able to get more towards that 90-day period as we progress over the next several months. And I know that's been problematic over time, and an ebb and flow as far as how long the decisions take. But it is an area that we continue to be working with prospects of improving that over the next several months.
So would it be better, in your opinion, to have a 90-day rule, 90-day law?
I'm not certain. I would think there would need to be some exceptions or some leeway in there for cases in which additional information is either going to be submitted by attorneys, or the board needs additional information. So there would need to be some flexibility, but I think in a case where everything's on the record, I think if there were a regulation, I would think that that would be, the board would be able.
And this nominee, what is her voting record in your opinion?
I believe that she has, and I don't have statistics for individual board members in front of me, but I think she has always been amongst the highest in terms of giving people a positive vote.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Counselor Devaney. You have any questions for the witness?
No.
I'm sorry, no?
I didn't say anything.
Okay, do you have any questions for the witness?
Questions, Marilyn, you can go before me.
Usually you raise your hand to ask. I didn't raise my hand.
Okay, sure. Counselor Duff.
Okay, sure, thank you. Thank you for being here today. We really appreciate it. I'm curious because there's been a lot of talk about this ACA, which I know a lot about. It's not really an accreditation that has a lot of prestige to it, and it has really nothing to do with the board. No other chair in the history, this is not a political thing, has ever applied for this and has made decisions, financial decisions, to not apply for it. But if this administration decided to, why, with all the legal staff they have, would they send a board member when we've been down a board member? She's missed almost 17% of the work year going to these meetings. I mean, it just seems to me like a very, and do you approve this as the applicant?
I don't think she's missed 17% of hearings due to the ACA.
And I'm not going to argue that with you, but are you the one that appeals
Yeah,
this?
and I don't want to argue in terms of missed hearings, but in terms of that due to the ACA obligation, I don't think missing hearings is related necessarily to that. It's very few. She goes to 2 conferences per year for that.
So she only misses 2 days a year?
Due to that,
ACA.
all board members, as you know, have vacation, personal.
No, I understand that. I'm not talking
That-
about that at all. That's not what I'm talking about. But are you the one that approved this ACA?
Absolutely.
Why, I'm just curious, with such, although this board has a plethora of resources no other board has ever had, why on earth, when you have been down member of the board for so long, and there's been holdovers and holdovers and holdovers, why would you send a board member to this and not one of the multiple legal staff you have?
Her attendance at these conferences has not impacted the ability to do.
It's not my question. That's not the question is about her. My question is to you, why would you make that choice? Why would you, when you're short-staffed already with board, why would you take a board member off of hearings?
I think when you're talking about trying to establish standards for an agency, you have to have at least a floor. And I don't, whether we had ACA accreditation or not, I think that's the floor. There's a lot more work to be done. I agree with you that that's not the be-all and end-all, have that accreditation, but that's a floor, that's a minimum. And then there's more that I think that we have to do as an agency. So I appreciate all her efforts in that regard, but I would agree with you that that's just the minimum. I think Colette would just establish.
I understand that, sir. And I understand that she's only missed 2 meetings a year because of this. What I don't understand, while you as the executive director, short-staffed, take you told us how valuable she is. Why on earth would you use that instead of one of your lawyers? Because we'd already met. The floor had already been met previously. It collapsed under Chairman Tressler. We know that to be true. That has been validated to me from this administration that he essentially, I mean, he told us in his hearing, in 4+ years, he only ever looked at one pardon application. I can't even speak to that. That's so outrageous to me to be so negligent of your job. But my question that you haven't answered yet is why would you, as the executive director, take such a valuable resource instead of one of the multiple other resources you had? It seems like an odd choice and an odd judgment.
It was,
Because we'd already met that standard. The ACA really isn't an important standard in parole. It's not.
I would beg to differ, but
I know you would.
yeah.
But can you just answer the question why you chose to send her and not a legal?
Yes, and I've tried to, I think that, I think it's important to have that minimum standard.
Yeah.
I think she holds particular expertise in that area, and I think she was a key person. And I would not have approved of it unless we could sustain the operations of the board, including hearings. If I thought that would have been impacted negatively, I would not have approved it, neither would the chair.
Okay, that's fair. And so, why would you choose a board member with so little experience over some of the board members with so much more experience?
In terms of ACA, there's no other board.
In terms of ACA, in terms of the actual job of parole, of their actual expertise.
I'm sorry, she has decades of experience in.
Not on the parole board, she does not. She has decades of experience jumping from job to job the year. She doesn't have decades of experience in parole. So why would you, I'm just curious.
I'm sorry, choose for what? Because I don't choose.
What you just told me, you chose her to go to this ACA. You didn't choose her to go?
She did this in 2017. I was the chief of field services. I had nothing to do with.
Oh, so you had nothing,
Nothing to do with her being that point person on it. I worked with her as a fellow manager.
Okay.
Got to know her through that process.
Did her to this? It wasn't you. I was under the impression it was you.
No, it was Chairman Tressler at the time.
Makes sense. Okay, terrific. How would you say her recidivism rate is? We know that she has a high parole rate. How often do those people reoffend? Because those are the numbers, because we haven't, we used to get reports all the time. The chair used to come and report to us about individual people, but we haven't seen that. So how's her recidivism?
Yeah.
That's the number that counts.
We have statistics for the agency as a whole, but in terms of individual board members, that would take some more work to produce those.
It's not hard, honestly, because we've always done it. It's always been done. It was the precedent. I mean, it's not hard to do. So you don't have any idea what her recidivism rate is?
Other than what we report annually.
What you just said to me is you only do it as a group. You're not doing individual.
No, we don't look at that.
Why?
We don't look at that because that's a matter of supervision when they're in the community. I wouldn't put that on necessarily on Colette individually. The board works in panels and groups, and particularly in life sentence hearings, it's a full board decision. So I think reporting those statistics as a group is the most important factor.
So then, okay, so that follows then that her individual parole rates don't matter at all, and yet you've just touted them as something to be proud of.
It's something to opinion when.
They're not mutually exclusive, so it's one or the other. So her individual parole rates, therefore, are you saying really don't matter?
I'm not saying that at all. That's a matter for you to determine.
No, I'm asking you for your opinion. You're the executive director. I want you to tell me.
I think it matters that people are willing to parole individuals that have shown that they're ready to live in the community and have some probability of living in the community without violating the law. I think that's a key element for any board member, that they're willing to do that.
Correct, but just paroling people, that's not the goal of the parole board, okay? We all understand that. This is not about just letting people out. This happened after, Councilor Devaney has talked passionately and eloquently about this many times after the Sinelli incident. The agency was so demoralized, it was restructured to get that bottom line or ceiling. They achieved it very, very successfully, albeit at great pain internally and externally. But one of the big lessons from Sinelli is we don't just, the parole rate is important, the recidivism rate is more important. Okay. So if you're just saying, I'm letting you out and they're back in a week, you failed. And I'm fascinated, and this is not an attack, I'm very fascinated by this, because every other administration and every other board has always tracked these numbers. It's simple. This is not hard. This is not even math. This is arithmetic, okay? And I know you know the difference, but you've very specifically chosen not to. So I have to conclude that her parole rate doesn't matter. Because if her recidivism rate doesn't matter, her parole rate doesn't, correct? That's a yes. No, that's a yes or no question. Do you agree? That's a yes or no question.
No, I don't agree.
You don't agree. So the answer is no.
The answer is, yeah, I don't agree with your premise.
Tell me, can you repeat back to me my premise?
That her paroling rate doesn't matter because we're not reporting her individual regarding recidivism.
Okay, and so, okay, great, you got it, I understand. I just want to make sure we're talking the same language.
Yeah.
So you don't think recidivism matters?
Yeah, I obviously recidivism matters, but
What
recidivism's complicated in terms of when a parole board member paroles somebody, they're paroling somebody to supervision under a parole officer. The large majority of my time with the agency is as a field parole officer. I'm in my 32nd year with the agency. So it's turned over at that point for supervision to a parole officer. And that's where the rubber hits the road. And it's multifactored. It has to do with personal accountability on the part of the person who's paroled. It has to do with supervision practices and so forth. So to put that on an individual board member, I think would be, to a great extent, unfair, because we're asking them to make a decision. We're asking them to release people, and then they're responsible for everything thereafter.
So is it true then that is why the parole people on the board go to certain prisons or jails, and then the same board member, to follow through with what you're saying with your logic, which makes a lot of sense. So then the board member who goes to, I live in Middleton, you go to Middleton, then that board member would be, it's the same. You're not sending different people to different places, because then you have no coherence in any of the relationships with the people in the prisons that actually know these prisoners. So you keep everything uniform, so there's no, so everyone's on the same page?
The schedule varies, but depending on how many board members that are on the board at a given time. Unfortunately, we've had 6 board members only for going on over a year now.
But that's been a choice that the governor has made.
Depending on leave time for this.
Say you have a full board.
So
let's just go theoretically. You have a full board, and that's how it works.
Yeah.
You go to Middleton. You're not sending someone from Pittsfield to Middleton, because that would be stupid. Right? That would be a waste of resources.
Generally speaking, no, yeah.
If there's an emergency.
There are exceptions.
It's not the norm. The norm, because the way that it's written, and that's why we were so excited to get board member Kalkos, is because we had nobody in my district. We've had nobody. So now instead of sending someone from Worcester, he does that. Because the state is paying for the automobiles and the gas. That's out of the taxpayer's dollar, right? So we know, because we can document this, we can ask for, these things. This is not hard to find. So we know that you're keeping it, there's no playing around with this stuff. Okay, that's good. You indicated you've seen her conduct hearings?
I've seen her conduct life sentence hearings.
Life sentences, not regular hearings. Have you been with her in the institutions?
I have not been with her in the institution.
In your capacity as the executive director, from other staff, have you ever had any complaints about her?
I have not.
You've never had complaints about her from any staff?
I've been the executive director since 2009. Received one.
Fair enough, I believe you. And is it unusual for the union not to send a letter of support? In the 10 years I've been here, they always have.
I was a member of the union and I'm only familiar with them sending one for autonomy.
They've sent one for most people. Okay. How would you say the morale is of the agency?
I think it varies. We have, I think my time with the agency, you're always going to have a group of people experience disgruntled no matter who is in charge. And then you're going to have a variation. I'd say overall it's good, but I think it took a hit with COVID. I think in all sectors it did, because we asked people to continue to do their job without interruption during the pandemic. We were exposed to some very risky situations that job done, and I understand that that people aren't happy with that, and I also understand that people occasionally, based on personnel decisions, having been a manager, that there are hard feelings when personnel decisions are made. So I think there's always going to be a percentage of people that are unhappy based on decisions that are made. Overall, I think we have I have to say, particularly over the last 3 years, that our staff, we have many, many dedicated and committed staff who have stepped up and continued to do their job under very difficult circumstances. And I'm thankful for the staff we have and for the board members. Again, not to say there isn't room for improvement on my end in terms of morale, because I know there are people, there obviously are people that are unhappy. Some people, I think, they're not going to be pleased no matter what I do. Other people have specific issues that they're disgruntled about.
It's always true. I have a master's in business and organizational development. But there is an ebb and flow. There are different parts of that. Can be graph, you need to put it on a graph if you need to. So you think morale is good. That's good. I'm happy to hear that. So, did you say you were a TPO?
I started out, back in the day when I started, they called us junior parole officers. It's now called TPO, transition.
It's a civil service.
It's a civil service.
It's a civil service, which is a bare minimal, grade exam. So there's a lot of concern. There's going to be no weather date. Now, did you approve that?
No, I was the chief of field services when she.
She worked with Santa at Concord DOC, and she failed the civil service exam total 3 times. Yet she was promoted to be a deputy supervisor, to supervise people, to supervise parole officers, even though she'd never passed the exam and she'd never actually done their job. She never had done the job of the people she was supervising, and she failed the exam 3 times. Now she's promoted to the chief of institutional parole. The only analogy I can make is that is like a paralegal supervising a law partner. That has, I can tell you, deeply affected people in the field, and made people really concerned. I know parole in the last years has lost so much institutional knowledge because of decisions like this. It is a public safety issue, and that's one of the reasons I'm concerned about this. And I know for a fact there have been many, many complaints, but she's never been removed.
I can speak to, since I've been the executive director in late 2019, I have had no complaints lodged against Ms. Worthing during that time period. I can speak to, as far as having worked with her, is that She's worked hard to make improvements in herself. She's gone back to school and gotten a master's degree in public administration. She's attended a leadership training from the national.
I understand that, sir, but she never passed the exam. It's like having a paralegal supervising law partners. Do you not see anything wrong with that?
I know many people who are not good test takers, who are.
I'm not either. I'm dyslexic. There are accommodations for that.
Yeah, even with accommodations, some people simply are not good test takers. I've
Sad.
worked with people who have been managers who don't do well on tests.
I understand that.
And other managers in that.
The feeling is, I'm sorry, I keep interrupting.
Oh, no, that's,
We're gonna have a long hearing,
yeah.
and we've got another one this afternoon. So your feeling is she's just not a good test taker?
I think.
You're on the you will go on the record today saying that your feeling about her is she's fine in the position, she's competent and does a good job, she just doesn't test well.
I think.
Do you agree with me?
Yes, as
Statement, she just doesn't test well, but she does a good job.
as with all of us, we can all stand improvement.
That is a given. We understand, all of us, myself, very much. Are you aware of her miscalculations of dates and directions that have put public safety at risk? Not to mention the potential lawsuits against the state, and that these are repeatedly caught by real parole officers, by people she's actually supervising? Are you aware of this? Has anyone ever brought that to your attention?
Date computations are primarily the responsibility of the institutional parole officer, but there is some, they do confer with the management team at various times. I'm not aware of any lawsuits that Ms. Weatherby has exposed the agency to,
Okay,
due to date calculations.
get it. Have you seen the YouTube video?
I'm not,
The YouTube video that she did you approve it?
I'm not familiar with that.
The one that she talks about her 63 moving violations, and she's gotta be better about all the tickets she gets while she's working for the state?
I'm not familiar. I
You didn't
know,
approve it. I will just tell you, it's incredibly embarrassing, not just to the agency, but to the governor. If I were Governor Baker, I would be apoplectic that someone had done this. Words cannot describe.
I can tell you she hasn't received any moving violations.
So she lied on her video?
Well, that was, I think it was stated that she had moving violations.
She stated it. I'm not making it up. I'm quoting her.
Yeah,
So this is a video she did to Pittsburgh State. It's quite famous, actually. It's quite a discussion in the public safety world. It's quite, she's a YouTube sensation. Are you aware, or have you ever heard that the new deputy, John Spinelli, called staff aside to find out who had spoken to Jean Tracine for the article she wrote? I mean, I spoke to her, I'm on the record. You're not aware that anyone made threats, veiled threats to staff? You're not aware of any pressure to see who spoke
that is,
to Tracine? You're not aware of any of that?
I'm not aware of.
Not aware of any of that. And you've stated in emails that Colette has your full support. You don't feel there's any demoralization in the, there's a few people, as always, that might be unhappy, but you would say, as a whole, the agency is incredibly happy. It's well functioning, there's good spirits, it's a good team.
Yeah, I don't know that I would use the term incredibly happy, but I think people.
Good spirits, there's not,
People like their jobs overall.
and there's no discontent.
It's difficult work. There's always going to be levels of discontent, but.
Of course there are, of course there are. But you don't feel that there's any political nepotism in this agency? None. Okay. In that it doesn't really matter if the person is competent, people just because I'm on the record of saying this since this governor came in. And you can completely disagree with me because I don't work there. But I follow it very, very closely. And, you know, I have publicly said many times, because I'm passionate about this, and I want it to be the best. I want victims to be safe. I want people to succeed. It's why, you know, when they put Josh Wall in charge, he instituted a step down. That's why he brought it to a baseline. We came to a baseline. Decisions were out often in 30 days. There's no reason, listen, they're not even writing their own decisions anymore. That is astounding to me. I don't even know how it's legal that you can have somebody who's not in the room write a decision about something. But I'm not the governor. The governor's made that decision. And since you've told me today the agency hasn't been sued for anything.
I wouldn't say they haven't been sued for it. The agency's sued every day for a variety of.
Sued all the time too, but there are suits and there are suits. There are things that are real and there are things that are frivolous. And we get that. Listen, we get sued all the time, you know? I understand that. I'm not about that. But I am concerned, you know, and I've said many times that this agency has been loaded with political nepotism and is the, you know, the stepchild of the public safety of criminal justice. I mean, it's just, you know, and you're absolutely right. You know, Chairman Tressler really, I think is grossly negligent. I've gone on the record many times saying that. I've said it to him. I've had conversations with him since he's gone to the bench about it. I think what he did was just beyond anything I can imagine, to not care, to really not care about people who have filed and to not read the applications, because we know there are hundreds of them and people are just languishing, waiting for this. But he admitted that, and that's bygones. But there's been so much institutional loss. There have been people let go who have been career people. Right before the pensions kicked in, they've been let go. But back to Tressler, he didn't do the work. So this one, Ms. Maroney has had to pick up the slack. I know they're buddies. I know they all come out of the same office. And, you know, she's applied to be a judge. So now we're going to see everything's going to stop moving, right? We know that. All of a sudden we're getting decisions when people have been waiting, you know, 11 months for a decision. If your kid had been murdered and you were waiting 11 months, to me, that's unconscionable. Unconscionable. But anyway, thank you for your time. Thank you for your testimony. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Congressman.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Kennedy.
Glad you came. I just have one question to follow up on that. We used to get individual parole board members' rates of parole. We got those numbers. They're not that hard to pull together. Certainly something that's important for us to look at, because I think the majority of this council is supportive of parole. And when you just throw out a number of 60% for an agency, well, one person could be 25%. Another person could be 85%. How are we supposed to judge if we don't have those numbers?
I can certainly look into that. I know prior.
We've asked over the years. We used to get them on a regular basis. We don't get them anymore.
You're asking me, so I'll, you know,
I would really like to see those.
I can certainly take that back, but I understand that hasn't been done, and so
Where do you get those from?
I can go back and find out. I have to talk to our research coordinator and the chair and see
I
what.
don't think it's that hard,
It's arithmetic, it's not math.
you know? I would like to see those numbers, because we, you know, it's not about this particular nominee that I'm talking about. She seems to have a high parole rate. I got a letter complaining that they were too high, you know? But I don't know, we're blind.
The recidivism rate we need to see.
But we're also just blind, we don't know, because we don't have the numbers, you know? Is that a fair thing for us to ask for? Will you give a commitment that you'll get us those numbers?
I'm going to Final decisions are vetted through the chair and general counsel's office, but I'm committed, I'm taking that back, and I will get you an answer on that. On
It's not a commitment to give me the numbers.
I don't make decisions in a vacuum, it's what
We asked before.
It's the last two chairs, maybe.
I just don't know why we don't get them every time there's a nominee before us. And we've asked for them over and over and over again. It makes it look like somebody's hiding something. That's what it looks like.
I certainly don't have anything to hide.
I'm just saying, but you know what I mean? Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Hurley, do you have any questions for
Yes, I
the?
do. I'm not sure, but, are you living in a cloud someplace?
Been with the agency for 32 years, ma'am.
And you don't know about a lot of the things that have been brought up this morning?
I'm telling you that I have not received complaints. I have not received any complaints. There's been no grievances against the individual that Councilor Duff had mentioned
Do
earlier.
you work in the same office building?
Yes,
You engage in conversations with people?
yes.
And you're telling me you don't know about any of these issues?
I know that people sometimes have difficulty with management style, sure, yeah, but in terms of any sorts of complaints, I've received, when I talk about, a complaint is serious to me, or a grievance, and I would work with the unions. I speak on a regular basis with the field parole officers union, which also covers the institutional parole officers. And I've told them, and from time to time, there's been issues that have been discussed at labor management meetings in terms of whether they've been having problems with what a manager has done. I consider that discussions for labor management, but in terms of a complaint where somebody comes to me and says that the person has done something that's grievable, that's wrong, that needs to be addressed, I have not received that. But in terms of complaints, sure, we deal with that at labor management all the time, but in terms of an actual complaint, I have not received anything.
Did the agency get sued within the last year and a half by someone who was let go, who alleged that she had been harassed and basically tortured by some of the employees there?
I've been the executive director since late 2019. I'm not familiar with any lawsuits of that nature since that period.
Was a legal claim filed by an attorney on behalf of someone?
Since I've
That
been,
was settled. That was settled.
since I've been executive director, I'm not aware of any.
How long have you been executive director?
Since late 2019.
Okay. Because I got phone calls from people who complained that this woman who was hired was set up because people inside that were alleged to be associated with this nominee happy, and she wasn't happy because it wasn't one of their people.
I'm not familiar with the specifics of that. At that time, I would tell you, since 2019, no. Prior to that, I was the chief of field services, so I dealt with field services issues. If there was an issue within institutional services, I would not have dealt with it, and without knowing more, and I certainly wouldn't want to discuss individual personnel matters for people, but without knowing more in terms of who that person is that complained, or if there were some sort of action filed, I imagine it would have been handled by the general counsel's office at the time.
Well, there was reference in one of the letters I saw that was emailed to me that someone was improperly denied promotion, brought a legal action, and that legal action was settled by the Commonwealth.
Is this is one and the same person, or?
I don't know, they didn't mention any names.
Okay.
But I also got a phone call from an employee that's petrified that this nominee is going to come back. And that if there's a change in administration, she's going to become the chair. Petrified. And the woman was scared to death because she's still working there. She told me of many instances where there was harassment, there was cronyism, there was certainly unfair action in promoting people who didn't have the basic skill set, who couldn't pass the tests. And it was on her watch. Now, I don't care about people. There's civil service, there's testing requirements. You're telling me that this agency hires people who flunk the tests and keep them there? Seriously?
You talking again about Ms. Weatherby?
I don't know who the person is. I don't know their name.
Yeah. Well, this is what Councilor Duff had asked about earlier, so talking specifically about her, she would have had to have passed the test to be in the position of a transitional officer with the agency. You cannot get a job as a transitional parole officer. Managers are not subject to testing. We've had managers on the transitional services side of the house that have never taken the civil services.
Maybe I should start having them take tests to make sure that they are competent. Would you agree with that?
Having managers take tests, I'm not familiar with at least within my agency or in corrections that managers take tests. I think other positions do, supervisory positions do, but I'm not familiar with managers taking tests. There are certain, obviously, experience requirements and other things that go into that decision. Again, in terms of that promotion, I have worked with Ms. Weatherby. She's worked hard. She's gone on and got her master's degree in public administration. She's taken leadership courses at the National Institute of Corrections. She was one of the people during the pandemic that probably worked hardest, short-staffed at that time. She's got some help now, but that she went into institutions and was exposed to new things. So was committed to the work. So I will say that. In terms of the test, yeah, she apparently had failed a promotional exam for a supervisory position, and there's many people that don't well on tests. But we've had other managers within that unit that never took a civil service test at all, that might have come over from the Department of Corrections, a prior chief.
But at least they have credentials.
Yes, they have experience in the field. Typically, the managers, from what I've seen, have at least 10 years of experience in corrections and/or parole. If they're hired for a manager with the agency, I rarely would I see someone without that level of experience be in a management position, and certainly not in my tenure. We haven't had that.
Whether you can provide us with all of the rates for all of the parole board members. I find it hard to believe that you cannot provide us with this nominee's rates and the rates of recidivism within a week.
I will certainly take that back.
Well, let's put it this way. If I don't get it and I have to vote on somebody else, I'm voting no. Right? And I would love to have somebody give us a chart of the organization of the parole board and the IOSs and the IOAPs and the ABCs and the XYZs and whatever else goes with it, because it is totally confusing to me. You have in prison parole board people or parole people. You have people who supervise parole people outside. They have all these different initials and whatever else goes with it. And nobody talks in terms of what those initials stand for, what that job description is. And as long as I've been here, I've heard how bad the parole board is.
I can give you a presentation on it if, obviously we can't do that here today, but I could if you want.
I want somebody to give it to me in writing. The top, board members.
An organizational chart. Yeah, we have that. I can get that to you, absolutely.
Amazing. Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Council?
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Devaney?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I didn't ask questions of this witness because he's coming in support. If I want to know about the department, I'm going to contact, which I do, the parole department. And I don't think I should be taking up the time. My question is to the nominee. I agree 1,000% with my colleague, Councilor Hurley. She stole my words, exactly right. But let's focus on the nominee. The other thing I want to say is, I have asked for just one hearing, and they voted against me. And we have to be at 12 o'clock at assembly.
Counselor,
We have 1 o'clock.
Counselor,
So-
can we save this comment for the appropriate
I'm
time?
just telling you, we should be
Understood, Counselor.
the nominee. Okay?
Understood.
And I thank you for coming in and.
Thank you, Counselor.
That's all I'm saying.
Counselor Ferreira, any questions for the witness?
I was tied up in traffic, but I did listen on the way up, by video. And, you know, I saw people cut you off a lot, to be honest with you, and I didn't, it's not my way of questioning people. I like people to give an open and honest answer and not put words in their mouth. So like, you know, for every letter we have saying that she shouldn't be reappointed, we have 1 or 2 letters saying she should be reappointed. And in your 32 years of education, experience, and training, how much weight, if you were sitting in my seat, would you put on hearing from a parole officer or autonomy Coleman who wants her reappointed, or lawyers who want her reappointed? How much weight would you put on, or would you put different weight on a parole board member saying she's great as opposed to a citizen, a lawyer, or a parole officer who's worked with her for 5 years saying that she does a great job in institutions?
I would, sir, I would hope that my support would hold some weight, although I know, you know, for many of the counselors, they're not familiar with me at all, but I would hope that it would hold some weight. But I do understand there are opposing point of views, and I know criticisms of individual board members and the board as a whole, and maybe even of my work. And as I've said before, there's plenty of work we have to do. We're just at the beginning of implementing some of the reforms over the last few years, and there's plenty more to do. But bottom line, I would hope that my support would hold some weight, or people that have actually done the work for a number of years, that would hold some weight, or fellow board member like Mr. Coleman, that would hold some weight with the council.
How about, like, this morning, I got an email from Jason Price, institutional parole officer.
Familiar with-
Can you tell me, like, what exactly the interconnection between the nominee and Mr. Price would have been over the years?
So Mr. Price, and I'm not sure his exact start date, but I know that he initially started out with the agency through civil service as a transitional parole officer, and he may have been worked at some point and during Colette's tenure as the chief of transitional services. He was then promoted to a field parole officer position. At the time, I was the chief of field services and hired him for that. He not only had experience in parole, but he was a juvenile case worker for DYS prior to coming to parole. So we hired him as a field parole officer. He worked there for a couple of years, and then he had taken the promotional examination for an institutional parole officer and took a job at MCI Concord. I think that promotion occurred under the current chief, Chief Weatherby, but I believe Jason's got at least between his DYS time and time with parole, at least 15 years of experience in the field.
And he's a huge supporter, so she's been a consummate and diligent employee since her arrival. One of the sentences. So what exactly is his job as a quote institutional parole officer?
So he supervises, I believe he has 2 transitional parole officers under his supervision at this point. So he prepares all cases for the parole board from MCI Concord and the Northeast Correctional Center, the Concord Farm, which is the minimum and pre-release center out there. So what that involves is that in each case, they do an assessment called the LSCMI, which they're all trained and certified in. Everybody in that unit, from the TPOs up to the chief, are trained in the level of service case management inventory. Which involves an interview with the inmate prior to them seeing the board. They also gather all the law enforcement, correctional records, substance use and mental health evaluations that may be available for the board. And after their interview, they put all the materials together and present that to the board at the time of the hearing, along with correctional staff that may be available for the hearing.
I heard Councilor Duff question you at some point, and she was talking about, and she said, well, I'm glad that you don't make people commute and this and that. Well, I don't think that's true, because I've heard from parole officers that sometimes they're given assignments, they travel an hour and a half, 2 hours
Yes.
for the day, and then they travel 2 hours back home. Is that correct?
Yeah, we have a number of staff that have to travel quite a distance, and I would say in terms of board members, sometimes they do travel a great distance. I would say recently, while we're going through the transition with new board members, we have one board member who's going to travel, and we mentioned Pittsfield earlier, that's going to travel to Pittsfield, that's never been there before. I would agree with Councilor Duff, that's not the ideal deal for, at least for the board members. But in terms of parole officers, field parole officers, they're assigned a vehicle and they go wherever they are assigned until they can get a closer assignment, transfer to a closer assignment based on seniority.
And of course, we're all interested in recidivism rates. The whole idea is to send people back to jail and get them healthy and productive members of society. Would you say that some parole officers, some parole board members go to prisons where the population is less likely to be a recidivism stat, and it would be difficult? I'm thinking in my mind that there are so many factors that go into, what prison does she get sent to compared to Tommy Coleman or someone else? And is there more parole rate out of that institution? And what's the recidivism rate of every institution you go to? I mean, so how do you calculate that and say, oh, she's got a 59.3 and someone else got a 73.7? But there's so many factors. So do you have an answer to that? Like, how do you?
Yeah, I would agree with you on that. So for instance, if someone's doing hearings at Sousa Baronel's, which is the maximum security prison, you're dealing with people not only with serious offenses, but have significant and serious adjustment issues within the Department of Corrections, such that they're at that facility. And you may have somebody that's at a pre-release center who has completed all their programming and is transitioning to the community, may even have a job by the time that they see the parole board. So obviously that individual is a much better candidate. So you look at, you'd have to look at that as a factor as well. Yes.
I'm gonna ask you an open-ended question because, sometimes you don't, it's not a criminal trial, you're not on a witness stand, but sometimes you might feel like that. So is there anything that we haven't asked you yet that you'd like to say, about the nominee?
And again, I just don't want, if there's criticisms of the agency that we need to work on, I need to take those back and work on those issues. But I just wouldn't want to see that affect or impact Wed Santa, who has the history of work in the corrections field, has now been with us over 6 years of what I think is exceptional service to the agency and to the Commonwealth. And I don't want any issues that the agency has, and maybe some issues that came up with people who are unhappy about personnel decisions that have been made in the past, that impacts. I would also want to speak, and I do take what Councilor Early said seriously. I would not want anybody within this agency to feel the fear of retaliation if they do have a complaint. I would want that grievance brought forward so that we can deal with it directly. I wouldn't want this undercurrent of unhappiness. It needs to be, in order to get to the bottom of the facts. That needs to be put to paper to me, and I'll handle it. I would not tolerate retaliation against, having been a union member myself and having worked with the two primary unions that cover over half of our staff, I don't want anybody, and I ask them if they have complaints to bring them forward if there are. And they stated unhappiness with various management actions at various times, but without specifics, without somebody putting a pen to paper, I can't do anything about it. And if people feel that there's going to be retaliation, I feel badly about that because I would want to address whatever it is and not make people feel that way. But again, I don't want that to affect to Board Member Santa in this situation, given her years of service and what she's done for the agency and the Commonwealth over the last several years. And I would also add, and I think it's that, we have, not only is she eminently qualified for the job, she's also a diverse candidate, which I don't think we have enough of. Her agency, and I think it's a loss for the Commonwealth. Regardless of all the other discussions about paroling rates and recidivism rates, it's a loss for all of us in this room, if he is not confirmed. So I don't want any criticism of the agency to impact who I think this fine professional sitting to my.
I just want to say that I spent 30 years as a law enforcement officer, 9 as chief of police, and not all my employees loved me on any given day. So I appreciate where you're coming from. I can't believe it either. But I appreciate your service to the Commonwealth and appreciate you being here today. And I appreciate the fact that you offered when Councilor Hurley that you'd come back and speak to us about issues that the council may have as a whole outside of a hearing for nominees so that it doesn't get dumped on a nominee's back. We can talk to you about. Thank you.
Councilor Ferreira, how could anyone not like you?
I find it hard to believe. There are a couple
Very
of crazy people out there,
Yeah, that's true. So I do have a few questions. Thank you for,
Escape.
thank you. Sorry, last one here. So, in your role and your experience, what makes a good parole board?
I think to have a good board, and this is, again, it's my opinion, and also looking at sort of the actual, I think what we're looking for is to make sure that we have a variety of perspectives on the board, that have minimum qualifications that are variety of perspectives, which I do think, despite criticisms we have on this board, we have a forensic psychologist, we have a defense attorney, we have a former prosecutor, we have somebody experienced in corrections, we have a board member who has many years, more years of service than to the agency as well. So I think those combination of perspectives and experience are important on the parole board. I do think it's important to have the behavioral health aspect of it, and we have, and actually I correct myself, we have 2 forensic psychologists with the board. My understanding is that Dr. Gavin will be starting on August 22nd with us, which I think that's a welcome addition to the board. But I still think you want to have that rounded out variety of perspectives and experiences and lengthy experience, and I think we have that.
Is it in the practice of the board, does the board take input from the professional staff, the officers, et cetera?
Yes, and they'll give, and I don't know what various weight that board members get, but they do get the assessments that are done by the staff members. I'm not sure because I'm not at institutional hearing as far as to what extent they're asking for that.
But it's not barred to have input from them. So there's a lot of input coming from corrections, no matter what, no matter the board composition. Would that be fair to say? So when I look at the information to be considered in parole release decisions in the state regulations, I see the ability to evaluate a risk and needs assessment, ability to evaluate what's available in the community as far as work opportunities, education, treatment programs, evaluate behavior within while incarcerated, to process witness statements, and to potentially seek a mental health evaluation if it's deemed necessary. So when I hear those, I hear the need for someone who's in touch with the community resources and programs, independent of this nominee. That's what I hear, is someone who's familiar with the community resources and has whatever experience they've cobbled together to be able to make those evaluations about someone's mental health, about the needs that would either make them successful or non-successful. Would you say that's fair to say?
I think that would be helpful.
Because when I hear that, I'm not sure some of the backgrounds we hear talked about, I'm not sure that they're necessary to fill that role or not. And I'll leave that there. So I just want to get clarity also on things we heard before to tie them up. So the ACA accreditation, what's the benefit to the Commonwealth to earn that accreditation?
I think the only benefit to that is that it sets at least, it's to me, and again, I would agree with Councilor Duff on that. I wouldn't overemphasize the significance of it, but there's a minimum standard that every agency should make. And you know, Councilor Ferrero was a police chief. There were standards for a police agency.
If I could interrupt, I'm sorry, could I interrupt you for a sec?
And we were accredited, thank you.
In the public sector, I've worked in education, and I've seen the accreditation process that high schools and middle schools go through to get accredited, which sometimes is tied to funding. There's all sorts of things that are consequential about that. And in that process, having led that process, it was really about generating a process of self-reflection and continual improvement. So we're taking this step back data analysis, big picture, stepping back, and then we're coming up with recommendations to improve, and we're measured against some kind of matrix of some kind of framework of evaluation. Is that what happened essentially?
Yeah, I mean, they're looking.
You don't need to go too much in depth because I'm sure someone will ask the nominee.
I think Board Member Santa could probably speak better to that.
Okay. And I'm going to try not to repeat what's been said. Along the release and revocation rates, why, I guess I'm going to ask you, why is there hesitation on your part? Why do you think that, I assume folks above you or your team, why do you think there would be any hesitation? Why wouldn't you be able to commit right now to produce that information?
I think this, from you know, my perspective, it's good in terms of when you get into release rates for board members, there's a concern with how that's used as some form of litmus test for whether or not they're appropriately applying the standard at each case. Given they have different institutions in places, and also that we're getting into areas. I know individual decisions, for instance, when the board issues a life sentence decision, their individual votes, it's just on not released for safety purposes.
Sure.
So part of that plays into it, but I would want, if the council is saying that they've gotten that information in the past, I would want to go back and look at that and find out, okay, what can we do to satisfy the council's request? And
So I'm the newest counselor. I've never seen anyone produce any kind of data like that for us. To me, it speaks to transparent, like as a counselor, there's 2 points of data I would like to see. The approval and denial rates, which the only thing it tells me is, I look at all the board members, is someone way off? Is someone way off? That's all I want to see. I don't want to judge them and say, how come it's 65 and not 60 or whatever? I want to say, wow, you're at 22 and everyone else is averaging 50. What's going on? Or vice versa, right? That's one data point I want, approval denial rates. The second data point I want is the revocation rates. And I want the revocation rates tied with the approval denial rates, because in my mind, revocation is really about A, the determination initially whether they're prepared to re-enter, and B, have the conditions placed on them been placed reasonably and appropriately. So if I release someone because I want my stats to look good, I want to have a high release rate, and I put these absurd conditions out there that create an inevitable revocation, then the number doesn't tell me anything. Do you know what I'm saying? It seems like the numbers things could be hidden in the numbers. And then when it comes to like a panel of three, when there's a panel of three, do we have the data on each individual's vote or do we just have the panel vote? And I apologize, I know this came up, I want to keep it straight. When there's a panel of three, do we have the individual numbers or do you have them as a department?
I would think that we would be able to extract the individual on a panel, although if you have a full three-member panel, you may have two that vote for and one against, and you could parse that out, I would suppose, but the ultimate decision is the decision, that panel decided to parole, or maybe two sit denied and one was in favor.
Again, as a counselor trying to evaluate a sitting member, this is the first time I've had a sitting member for reappointment. Transparency is important for me. I need to be able to see what's going on. I tried to get, when I try to get video of lifer hearings, I have to get a DVD. I mean, why? Why isn't that online?
We have a digitization program that's going into effect over the course of the next year. We would have a little bit easier way to access that.
Now I want to ask you about a couple of things that came up, and I know you're relatively new to the role, but I want to know what's going on in the department. So the March 2021 State Auditor's Report, are you familiar with that? Right. And so something that came up earlier was timeliness, and timeliness seems to have been a problem for a while, and maybe it's resources, maybe it's other stuff. Do you know what the department has done to address the auditor's report and its findings?
And which specific finding, in terms of the?
This is an example. So the findings I'm looking at, that the parole board did not conduct required risk and needs assessments within mandated timeframes. And then second finding was the parole board could not provide documentation to substantiate that parolees received all required reentry forms.
So in the first instance, I think, and I did have a lot of discussions with the actual team that came out. Actually didn't come out, a lot of it was virtual because it was during the pandemic that we were dealing with the auditor's office. So in 55 of the 60 cases that they examined on those reassessments, they've done in a timely manner. There were 5 cases in which the timeline, the assessments were done. If you look at our response to that, the assessments were done in those additional 5 cases, but they did not necessarily meet the timeline. So one of the things that I think played into that, and let me just back up too, because there's 2 parts in terms of assessments, and I will say there's an assessment that's done prior to a parole board hearing. We were 100%. There were no findings in terms of cases that come before the parole board prior to release. That's 100%.
They were prepared. In other words, no one showed up and their file wasn't prepared.
Yeah, unit.
Right.
They were 100% in terms of getting those assessments done and before the parole board. It was on the field side once they would get out those reassessments, and there were those 5 cases. Again, the assessments were done. They were late in terms of timelines. And one of the things that we found that's been successful in the past when we've had issues with various things in the field is the field parole officer, who should basically have, doing their work on a monthly cycle, when they get reminders within our database prior to an assessment being due, it'd be more successful. What was happening in the systems, they were getting those reminders when it was overdue. Sure. So, what we did is we worked with the vendor that deals with our database, not the board people, but to implement to do that. Took some time, believe it or not.
Sure.
I thought it would, to me, I'm not a tech guy, press a button, we can do this. But they implemented that within the last several months, so that now a parole officer in the field should be getting a notice prior to that reassessment being. And again, I would say in all 60 cases they examined, there was a reassessment, but there was they were late in those 5 cases. And then in terms of the documentation, so the most critical document for a parole is the parole permit itself, which has all the conditions of parole. That's given to a parolee cannot leave an institution without their parole permit. It has to be signed off by the parole board and the superintendent or designee at the institution. So there was, in 59 of 60 cases examined, parole permits were given to, well, they were given in all 60, but as far as having that copy on the file at the time that they examined it, there was one case in which it was missing. And again, we had this was during the pandemic, we were trying to get hard copies, we had a lot of administrative staff. I don't want to make too many excuses on this, it should have been there. We did have an electronic indication in our database and a copy within our database that this permit was given to this individual. The other documents have varying significance that there was, in terms of
So I'm sorry, and just not to go too down this rabbit hole, but so are you suggesting that it was a technology infrastructure issue?
No, not in that particular case. I think in that case.
Or just in general, but yeah, you can stick.
Someone didn't have a copy in that particular central office file.
Okay, so like a protocol issue?
Permit, that they didn't have a copy of the signed permit in that central office.
Is that, yeah, sorry, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So are those the kind of things that the accreditation process would also reveal?
I don't think that's examined.
Is it in a self-audit? And I'll say those questions. So clemency, so there's been now in 7 years, there's been 2 commutation hearings. So help me understand as far as the parole board goes. I know many of my counselors agree that 2 is not enough, given there's been hundreds of applications. Who's making the decisions whether or not to grant a hearing or not on a petition?
So those are made by the parole board in their executive session as part of their deliberations. And it's probably the area, at least coming into the executive director's role, that I probably have the least knowledge about in terms of, I have pretty good fundamental knowledge of all the areas that are coming into the executive director role.
Sure.
Obviously, I hadn't dealt with. So one of the things that, when I came into my role, chair at the time, who had just become the chair a few months earlier, got a new general counsel and myself. And one of the things she said is her priority was to get moving on. Unfortunately, there was a backlog of, as this body well knows, hundreds of clemency petitions that had not been reviewed or acted upon in a number of years. So one of the things she sat down and said, we need to address this. So this isn't, I understand.
So is that happening right now?
This isn't a last few months thing. This is an effort that took place, at least to my knowledge, from late 2019.
Is that happening right now? There's been more.
It's happening on a regular basis.
Familiar?
July 28th, I'm not sure if I'm exactly right on that date, but by the end of the month, there's several hearings being held. And there are others that are in the queue too. There are some in the queue to the governor already, some that are going to him that I would hope would land on your desk at some point in the future.
So why was board member Santa chosen for the Special Commission on Structural Racism?
I think because she, I think it's a passion of hers, and we felt that she would represent the agency well, as I think she does.
I was surprised to hear you say that you're not familiar with there being discomfort among staff in the department, because I received over a dozen phone calls and a bunch of anonymous letters. The letters, you can send a letter and hide behind it. The phone call and telling me who they are is something entirely different. And as someone who works at a firm that deals with employment law, like, I'm hearing the trembling in these people's voices, terrified. And I don't, it seems like it's pervasive, that it's not any one person. And that really concerns me because it's difficult work to begin with. And so again, having worked in education as far as a public sector employee, and someone got waived because they couldn't pass the MTEL, which is the teacher test, or when someone jumped the line to become an administrator, that's the quickest way to ruin a department. You ruin the department, ruin it. The video that Councilor Duff was referring to, I would hope the department's aware of it. And as far as complaints go, even regarding the issue that was brought up around the civil service exam, I'm looking at a Civil Service Commission decision where the person in question had failed, and the excuse was that, or hadn't submitted things, and the excuse was that the computer had froze. And the nominee testified that, yes, she was next to her and the computer froze. So this is someone who waited to the last minute to get something in when she knew how important it was because she had failed the exam. So, I mean, I don't need to even think twice about why morale would be low if that's who's supervising the staff, especially if people look around and feel like people were passed over on that. I think that's a real concern. And I don't think, I know you're new in your role, still relatively new, but I think that's a real concern. And I've heard it well before this hearing, and not in connection exclusively to any one person.
And I wouldn't say that there's no discomfort, because I think there is from time to time, and we do deal with criticism of various managers. But again, I would want, if somebody has a substantive complaint issue with a manager, we want that put in writing and agreed so that we could deal with it appropriately.
And this is the last thing.
Like, to me.
Yeah, no, the rumors don't help, right? And again, that's why the culture is so important. And I'll just, you know, leave with this. It sounds like there needs to be some kind of safe space for people to voice themselves, because they are fearful of retaliation. And they feel, whether justified or not, they feel they've seen it. They feel they've seen it as well. And what kind of concerns me, and it's not on you, is your hesitation to commit to bring us the data. I'm not putting that on you. To me, that speaks with a culture where it's like very guarded and very top heavy. And I just think, you know, I doubt that's what the governor wants overall. And I'm not putting that on you again, but it just seems to me the culture of the department is creating problems. And I don't think it's serving the Commonwealth as well as it could. I very much appreciate you putting up with all this questioning this morning. And thank you very much for being here. I know you're committed to the work, and that you're committed to making the department the best that it can be. Thank you. Councilor Devaney.
As a point of privilege,
Yes.
personal privilege, the purpose of a witness who the nominee brings in is to talk in support. This witness has been questioned an hour and 25 minutes. I suggest that we have a public meeting and invite the public with the administrators of the Parole Board to talk about the administration and the deficiencies that have been brought up by Councilor Hurley and Councilor Duff. I mean, I think this is a hearing for someone for reappointment. We have many people who have sent letters, people who want to talk in opposition. I have put a motion that we only have one hearing. 7-1, I lost. I had a 1 o'clock hearing that I'm presiding, but this was squeezed in, and we have asked this man an hour and 25 minutes. He is not the nominee. I think it's important to talk about the history and the deficiencies of the agency, but this is not where it is. So let's schedule a public.
I thought you would appreciate the ability for us to ask questions that we wanted to. I got to tell you, Councilor, I'm not going to apologize for asking questions of the witness. The public expects me to do that. But your input is noted.
Recess now for the assembly, I think they.
Is the LG ready?
Governor comes in at 12 o'clock every week for an assembly and look at it. We haven't even.
We're going to recess for 5 minutes.
She is.
And we are going to hear next from the nominee's second witness. Is that correct? Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Amy Belger. I'm a solo practitioner from Holliston. I primarily handle post-conviction murder cases, and I also represent juvenile life or homicide offenders before the Massachusetts Parole Board. I met Colette Santa once she was appointed to the Parole Board, and she and I have certainly had our differences over the years. We perhaps disagree on more than we agree on. However, I value her contributions as a board member for what she brings in her unique experience and life journey to the board. Not only is she the only native Spanish-speaking board member, she was born in Puerto Rico and was educated in Puerto Rico. I believe that representative government is important, and diversity of life experience and upbringing is important to an agency like the Parole Board. I think that lends legitimacy and credibility, and it enriches and strengthens our government when we have a diverse representative leadership. And I think that given that 1 in 4 prisoners in our DOC are Hispanic, to those who come before the board and don't speak the language and don't share the majority cultural history in this state, it's important for her to be there, and I value her as a board member for that reason. At the same time, I don't think that just diversity for diversity's sake is the way to do things. I believe that, I know that this council, either last summer or the prior summer, had refused to see on the parole board a diversity candidate, and I understood why that happened. And so when I say that diversity for diversity's sake is not something we want to see as citizens, it is still one factor in the equation to consider that's very important. And I believe that Colette, over her tenure on the board, has shown that what she's contributed is the type of value-added contributions we want to see in trying to have government that includes a diverse leadership. She has the ability in the hearing room to see where fellow board members are using complex language, English language, and complex legal concept. And I have seen her be very attuned to the lack of capacity for the translator to convey the import and the meaning of the question and the clarity of the question to the candidate for parole that's not English speaking. And I've seen her clean that up, right? And help facilitate understanding and comprehension on the parts of both the board members and candidates for parole who don't speak English. So I see that as a very unique contribution that she makes to the process. As somebody who advocates for, indigent candidates for parole, I want to see them have every opportunity to be understood and, to bring forward what information they have to bring forward in the process and not see the process perverted or undermined by a lack of understanding. So I appreciate her contributions as a board member in that area. In addition, for myself, I went back to school in 2017 to, after 30 years outside the classroom, to obtain an addiction counseling license. And I now hold that license at the graduate level. And I did that because I felt that I would be a better lawyer for my client population by having that education and learning that subject matter. They call us counselors, but we really didn't learn much in law school about really the type of counseling and bond building, that really benefits this client population. And while I was in my classes, one day, Colette Santa came and sat next to me in the class, which I was surprised. She was doing the same thing I was doing to make herself a better parole board member. She was getting the same addiction counseling, training, and education to make her better at her job. And I very much respected that. And I still respect that. And addiction counseling, understanding, and training is something that I value in a parole board member. And so I respect her for doing that and for wanting to be better at her job in that way. With respect to the way that she conducts herself in the hearings, in my experience, I have found her to ask important, clarifying questions as a follow-up questioner. And I've also appreciated her restraint and ability to not speak when she doesn't have to. Because these hearings can run, I have had parole hearings that have run in excess of 4 hours. And it is not appreciated by anybody when they are the third, fourth, fifth, sixth questioner, and they're just repeating questions the board members already asked because they weren't paying attention. I think that she's very well prepared. She knows the record when she comes into the hearing room. She asks questions that are relevant and important questions to ask. And she is discriminating in not repeating and not grandstanding and not just speaking for the sake of being heard. So that I very much appreciate her as a board member, and I wish that there were more like her. So, for those 3 reasons, I would say I value her contributions and I support her re-appointment.
Thank you very much. And with that, I'll open it up if any counselors.
Thank you. I just want to say thank you for your letter. Until you sent the letter, I forgot that she was a lawyer, to be honest with you. That Colette was a lawyer, beside having a master's. And 12 different jobs in corrections over the last 25 years from Puerto Rico to Massachusetts is quite remarkable. But the fact that you're here and talking about how you went to UMass and got the addiction certificate and she sat next to you while she was on the parole board of her own volition speaks volumes to me as well. So I think that's very important, and I appreciate you coming to testify today. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Jubenville? No? Counselor Devaney, do you have questions?
Oh,
You have questions?
no, I talked outside with her and we talked on the phone one time too. Very nice to have you here and thank you for your presentation. It's very nice that you're supporting me.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Aiello?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Now, thank you for your testimony.
The rest.
What I didn't understand, you started off by saying, I disagree more than I agree with the nominees. Did I get that correctly? That's what I wrote.
I think I do on different issues, okay? Yeah, that's true.
I disagree more than I agree with her.
Yeah.
So my question is, do you think, yeah, we're talking about conducting the hearings, because do you think she's fair?
Very.
Do you think she has the right temperament?
Yes.
Do you think she exercises good judgment?
Yes.
Do you think, when appropriate, she's compassionate?
You.
And do you think she's well prepared?
Very.
Tell me, obviously, like you said, you disagree more than you agree with her. Give me some examples of how you disagree with her.
So like I mentioned, we went through some addiction counseling classes in education. And I would say it's more outside the realm of the parole
Well, I'm
area.
not talking about, hold on one second. You know, you may like the Red Sox, she may like the Yankees. I don't care about that. We're here for the parole here. Tell me, as a parole board member, you disagree more than you agree with her. As a parole board member, what do you disagree with her?
There was one example I can think of in particular, that I think encapsulates a lot of maybe where Colette and I disagree on things. I had a client, it was before the board. And when we get the decision, sometimes the decisions aren't unanimous. And we can see, like there's a footnote, this many board members voted, to parole this person. And another said, we're going to give a setback. And so I had seen her after that outside, and I was very happy for my client who had received a 5-2 vote. And I was really happy because it was a lot of work. It was a long road. It was, the whole thing. And I had said to her that I was really happy. My client was thrilled. And she very candidly said to me, I was one of the 2 people who didn't vote for your client. And, if you want me to give feedback on what I saw from the hearing, as a practitioner, and she explained it to me. And I didn't agree with any of the reasons that she gave me for why she didn't vote, right, positively for my client. But I understood what she was saying. I understood it, okay? We don't all have to agree on everything. Okay? There's so much intolerance of disagreement and different perspectives, but we learn from each other when we listen. And we learn from each other when we sit there and openly try to, in our minds, get inside the perspective of the person that we disagree with, right? And so I respect her for taking the time to go through that exercise with me, because it shows me that she values the work that I do and the advocacy that I do. And I may not always be successful in persuading her in what I'm doing, right? But I don't want a parole board full of parole board members that are always going to vote out every single client that I come to the board in front of, right? I learn from understanding when they say no, why they say no. And that is what I appreciate about what she does.
Okay, so with respect to that particular case, you, again, you disagree with how she came to the conclusion that was different than you.
Did
And did she exercise good judgment in that case?
I disagreed with where she came out. I do think she exercised good judgment. And the reason I think that she did, because she was honestly coming to the decision that she came to, right? Free of prejudice, free of pressure from other board members, right? He was exercising her own judgment, which just because I would differ with it doesn't mean the judgment isn't good.
How do you know in any of these cases if people are pressured instead of you didn't follow the pressure of the other board members? How would you How would you know that?
Well, Counselor Ianella, I guess I'm basing that on if 5 board members are voting and 2 are not, or, are saying no, they're not being pressured to go along with the majority. So to the extent that is a faulty premise, then that's where I derive my opinion that she wasn't pressured.
Yeah, I'm not getting that at all. I don't know if you were here earlier, got a vote today, it's 5-3. I think any of the 8 of us will press the vote. But she said she pressured, I'll follow up on that. If members who back on the roll or members pressure other members. Surprised to hear that.
I didn't say that, so
I thought you said she didn't follow the pressure of the other members.
she didn't feel pressure, or I didn't say she didn't follow
She
pressure.
didn't feel pressure.
So, as you may be aware, when they vote on cases, it's in a private session, so I wouldn't know. But what I'm saying is, each parole board member has an obligation and a duty to vote, exercise their own individual judgment, and vote the way their conscience, right, and their sense of what is right dictates. When you see a board member or board members that will create a a minority in the room, that's what I'm saying. In terms of, if you're in that room, whether you're the 2 that voted to set my client back and you're not in 5, the result's gonna be the same either way, okay? Because, 5 is enough votes, right, for the guy to be paroled. What I'm saying is, doing her duty in that way and going on record of, no, I'm opposed to this, that shows me that she's exercising independent judgment, and that is something that I value in a parole board member, even though I don't like the vote that she cast as an advocate.
Are you suggesting that other members of the parole board not exercising independent judgment?
I am in no way suggesting that.
I'm not sure. I think I listened to your testimony. So far, you disagree with them more than you agree. And the only example you've given me is on this one occasion, you had a case in front, she had a case where you represented the defendant both convictions, parole, but the hearing, and she voted the other way. Other than that, you know, I think these are all of us.
That is not correct.
If you could give me this one thing, succinctly, what other disagreements do you have?
You asked me to confine my commentary to what goes on at the parole board.
Yes.
Yeah. So I have areas of disagreement with Colette that are outside the parole board work. And for that reason, I was able to give you a singular example of disagreement because you confined my commentary to stay within those parameters.
I appreciate that. How important, I voted against a parole board nominee recently because to me, what's so important is folks who have a social science background. What's your thoughts on that?
I think it's very important to have members of the parole board who have a social science background. I equally feel it's very important to have members of the parole board who are native Spanish speakers and who have training in addiction counseling. I believe that there needs to be a vast array of background and experience, and that's why I support Colette's renomination.
My question is, as simple as I can. Well, does Colette have any, to the best of your knowledge, have social science background?
To the best of my knowledge, she doesn't. I don't see it in her background.
How many parole board hearings have you had in front with Colette? About.
I would say about 6.
That parole board members at a parole hearing like to retry the case. tell me how she conducts herself. And here, she asks questions, and okay, what, basically, you know what I mean by.
I do, yes.
What does she think?
I would say that in my experience in the hearing room, she's not a standout in either direction. I don't like it when the retry the case thing goes on in the hearing room. I appreciate that they need to sort of probe whether the client under oath is accepting responsibility, admitting to what they've done, you know, owning their responsibility, has adequate remorse, has insight into what they did. I get all that. I don't like parole board members up there playing cross-examining prosecutors. I think that that is completely inappropriate, right? So I think it happens in that room from time to time with respect to all of them. I don't like it.
As not efficient as well as correct. Sometimes you don't want to, you know, she's middle of the road.
I'm saying, yeah, not a standout in either direction. I don't think any of them are innocent of that, quite frankly.
How important is it? I'll ask this, but is people who have a parole board remorseful own up to it? How important is that in the parole?
I think that there's a no one size fits all for that, and I'll explain why. If you have a client who is innocent, okay, or you have a client who was convicted of murder one, right, as a juvenile, or of second-degree murder, the very truth of the matter may be that even though a jury came to the conclusion and convicted them of that crime, that is not the truth of the matter of what they did. What they did not involve malice, let's say. It honest to God did not, right? I don't want clients lying in front of the parole board because we have a system that demands responsibility for something that they actually didn't do. So, you know, the acceptance of responsibility is something that I spend a lot of time working with my clients on and helping, or at least helping is the wrong word, I would say, try to facilitate understanding and appreciation in the board members for just because this is the official version that law enforcement gave you in the folder, and just because a jury reached this verdict based upon what that jury heard, okay, in the courtroom, doesn't mean that that is the level of responsibility that this person ever held for this crime. So, and it's really not a one size fits all thing because every offense is different. The facts get skewed and tainted and distorted in any number of different ways in the system. The system is imperfect, and trying to message that it is imperfect in that way, between the time of conviction and coming before the parole board is part of my job, right, as an advocate for parole candidates.
You know, I have a lot of experience, probably more experience in dealing with parole board nominees than the entire council combined. Talking to members, either on the record, off the record, 99.99%. And I'm not saying, excuse me, I'm not saying it's fair. Owning up, accepting responsibility, being remorseful. Say that, like, if they don't do that, I will listen to this story, but very hard to get parole. And to me, that's so unfair because, what, 10-15% of the people who are incarcerated didn't commit the crime. I'm talking that second-degree murder. I get that. You know, they didn't pull the trigger, but they were there, you know, the felony murder. I get that. But I'm not really even talking about those types of cases. Some people, whatever it is, assault and battery, you know, I don't know, whatever, larceny. They didn't commit the crime. And some people, you know, some people will lie, and sometimes you can't blame them. to get out. They'll be remorseful and say, oh, I shouldn't have done it. I feel so bad for the family and all this, but they didn't commit the crime. So I guess my question is, if you know, or you remember, what's Colette like? Again, I know you only had 7 years, and it's easy for you to say, I don't know. Is she one that really presses that owner to accept responsibility in your experience? And again, it's fine if you don't remember.
I can't recall an instance where she has dialogued as a parole board member with a client of mine or in any hearing videos of other candidates for parole where that has happened. I don't recall that of my own personal experience.
I assume other members obviously bring it up, so they all want to know. Somebody wants to know of the members, your responsibility, are you remorseful, you realize what you did was wrong, it's not maybe you don't remember she did it. Somebody always brings that up.
I think maybe always is further than I would go, but it is a common theme.
And you think if you had to, one way or the other, there's so many members that bothers me, so many members over the years, they think they're the judge. They retry the case, and you and I are on the same page in this one. I think it's unfair. The judge, the jury, they already made the decision. Now this person has been in custody for a number of years. I don't know how many, obviously, coming in the case. To me, parole's about rehabilitation, how they're going to integrate back into society. Are they remorseful if it warrants? What type of inmate have they been? Have they been involved in programs like that? That's what's important to me. Rehabilitation. Would you think that she's on the same wavelength as what I just said?
Yes, I would. Redemption is a very powerful part of the human experience, and we change and we learn, we gain insight into our mistakes. And basically all the candidates for parole are people who made more egregious mistakes, more horrific mistakes than the rest of us as flawed humans. And they have a tremendous capacity, especially the juveniles, for rehabilitation and redemption. And I do believe that Colette is open to that and receptive to that as a parole board member, which I think is important.
That's important to me. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Duff.
Thank you. I love your passion about when you're speaking about your clients and in redemption and, you know, everything that you said. You've been before us before, haven't you, Dean?
Yes.
Counselor, I think.
Gloria? Yep.
So have you ever seen the parole board parole somebody who hasn't admitted that they've done the crime, who said they're innocent?
I have never seen it with my own eyes, but I'm aware of it having happened.
I never have. That's why I'm asking. I think it's fascinating. It's happened here in Massachusetts?
Yeah. So there's an exoneree now, and I could be confusing because I know a lot of exonerees because of my work, but I think it was Fred Clay, right?
That's fascinating. I want to look into that because that, you know, that's something, conversations that we've had. And I thought,
I'm currently representing a client who I'm hoping will someday be exonerated. He is a second-degree lifer who is on parole. And when he went before the parole board, he not only denied the murder that he's convicted of, he was defiant in front of them. He's like, I don't know, look at who you people think you are, locking me in a cage for 15 years. I didn't do this. You know, and he was angry, and they paroled him. Yeah, he was pretty, so, but they did parole him. So I think that is extremely rare, though. I don't want to suggest when I say something like that to all of you, that's like something that's easy or commonplace or, you know, that we can rattle off right on you know, on all our figure, like the amount of guys who go before the parole board, you know, because I can think of two, right? Okay, out of the whole hundreds, right? So it's extremely rare. It's not non-existent. Yeah.
That's good to know, it's not non-existent.
Well, yeah, but two is, if I can only name two,
Well, it's a good thing we don't have the death penalty in this,
absolutely.
because then you're going down
Amen.
slippery slope.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, I love that you've done a course on drug counseling.
I have a degree in, a late Act 1 degree in addiction counseling license.
Is that separate from the addiction counseling?
So,
I'm interested. in-
yes, it is separate. So, yeah.
A degree or a course or a certificate?
So there's a couple of different tracks. So you can go an undergraduate degree track, you know, take courses, in, you know, a number of courses, pass a licensing exam. Okay, and then you're a licensed addiction counselor at the level called Late Act 2, which is a non-master's degree program. That was the program that I was in with Colette. I then went on and got my master's degree level addiction counseling and license because I felt that it was a good experience for me doing the undergraduate one, but I felt like it wasn't enough. I felt like I could use more and then be better as an attorney with more.
I understand that, because I used to work with addicts. In my work, I mean, I was with them all the time, but do you have a minimum number of clinical hours?
Yeah.
Any clinical hours?
I don't remember because it was a while back.
I'm just curious because I guess I want to be careful about the semantics of these things. I think it's great to take the courses and the certificates, and you've clearly taken an undergraduate and then carried on. But the difference between being, you know, it was kind of part of the conversation we had with somebody else who came before us and said, I'm a social worker. Well, you have a degree in social work, you could take a class, but if you haven't done, you know, to be a licensed clinical addiction counselor, it's 12,000 hours. 12,000 hours. I mean, it's years and years and years. And that's why I'm curious whether, I think for the sake of the council, we need to and this isn't about you. I think it's terrific that as an attorney, because you very clearly have this great passion for your work. I think it's important for us to differentiate the difference between, you know, I went and on my own accord took a class, and I'm not saying you did or didn't, you know, on my own accord, on my own dime and everything, I took this class, and then saying I have something in addiction counseling, because they are two, in my mind, as somebody who worked every single day with addicts, completely different things.
So there's degrees that you get, like you get a degree from a university. You get licensed by the state as a result of the degree plus the licensing exam plus the clinical.
The clinical hours.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, you're right.
No, that's just what I wanted to be clear on, because I know when this had come up before for some of the counselors, because we all work in different fields, right? Many of them are attorneys, but in different parts of law that they don't really always, and myself included, understand what some of the coursework actually means and what the certificates actually mean. You know, it's one thing to go and take a course for, you know, 40 hours. It's another thing to be a licensed addiction counselor. So thank you very much. Really appreciate you being here and appreciate your passion.
Thank you, Counselor. Thank you.
One quick statement.
That's what I know.
Just, I know you said you had two people that you're aware of, to counsel. Actually, there are actually four that I know. I chaired a hearing 30 years ago in this chamber. Joseph Salvati and three other folks. They were all convicted for first-degree murder, as we know, with a chance of parole. The parole board, they exhausted all the appeals to find the possibly sort of a lot of different parole boards. But finally, the parole board recommended commutation of what it was to be for so long. And the governor at the time, the leader was Chicago, but it could be wrong, so long time ago. But this body, different members, we can give it the sentence. Now, these are folks who never committed a crime. They're in prison for. Does that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Counselor. And I don't have questions, but I do want to thank you for bringing up important issues that you work with and deal with around cultural competency, language. You know, you alluded to the fact we have the highest Latino incarceration rate in the country here in Massachusetts. And obviously substance abuse and mental health are preeminent issues running through our criminal system. I really appreciate you being here. And unless there's other comments from the council. So thank you very much for being here. Because of our scheduling, we're going to suspend this hearing until Wednesday, August 3rd at 10:30 a.m.
Thank you very much.
Santa to the Parole Board. At last week's hearing, we heard from the nominee's witnesses in favor. And before we get to the nominee herself, we are going to hear from witnesses who wish to speak in opposition of the nomination. And so I'm going to go through the list I have. Counselors will have a chance to ask questions after each witness if they choose. And we will start. Is Attorney Guerin here?
Yes, I am.
Good timing, Attorney Guerin. Attorney Guerin, if you are offering testimony, the floor is now yours.
Thank you. Can everyone hear me all right?
We can, yes.
Great, thank you. And thank you for making this available remotely. I very much appreciate it. I've met most of you before. I'm a civil rights attorney and criminal defense attorney in Boston. I have been doing that for 30 years, and I've been working with the Northeastern Law School Prisoners Assistance Project for the last 19 years. In that role, I appear in front of the parole board with my students approximately 20 times a year. And I also work as a consultant with CPCS, where I consult on cases with lawyers who are appointed to parole cases. And in that role, I consult on another 50 or more cases every year. So parole has been my life for quite some time now. I'm here today to testify in opposition to the renomination of Colette Santa. I'm going to make 3 points, and I'll make them as quickly as I can. First, as many of you are aware, the parole board has been in the media a lot during the last 5 years. I'm just using 5 years as a reference because that is Ms. Santa's length of time on the board. The board's been in the media a lot, and it has all been negative about how dysfunctional the board is. I'm going to send some of those articles to you after the hearing so you can look at them. But I would just say for now that the problems discussed are Ms. Santa's problem. She has been recognized as the second in command informally of this parole board for quite some time now. When Chairperson Gloria Ann Maroney steps down from chairing a hearing, which she does extremely frequently because she recuses herself from all Suffolk County cases, which are a majority of the cases, Colette Santa takes over as chair of the hearings. Colette Santa has also been asked by Gloria Ann Maroney to be the board's representative on the ACA, this commission that everybody debates the worthwhileness of it. And she's also asked to be the representative on the Commission for Structural Racism by Gloria Ann Maroney. Gloria Ann Maroney is not the only person who owns these problems. Colette Santa does as well. I'll detail the problems in a minute, but one other point about what's going on today. I want you to understand that I affirm and support the recommendations of the people you are going to hear from Parole Watch. This is a group of concerned citizens that has taken their own time to go and watch parole hearings and collect data on them. They chart it, they listen to hearings, they figure out who's answering questions, who's asking good questions, who demonstrates a knowledge of the record, what's going on. They are accurate, They are helpful. They are doing an incredible job, and I wholly support their findings they're going to talk to you about. The lack of questions Ms. Santa asks, the lack of depth of the questions, the way that her questions are not responsive to what the person is saying, that is all very accurate. And I would just say the testimony of Kevin Keefe and Amy Belger to the contrary, I do not find particularly weighty. Kevin Keefe works for Gloria Ann Maroney, so you can figure out what's going on there. And Amy Belger is a close friend of past board chair Paul Santa and a present friend of present board chair Gloria Ann Maroney. And I do not find their testimony particularly credible. The third point that I want to talk about is Colette Santa's participation in the Commission Against Structural Racism. That was a commission that was formed by the legislature. The statute spelled out who the 13 members on that commission should be. One was supposed to be from the Parole Board. The others were from the Senate, the House of Representatives, the governor, and other community groups. I was designated to be on that from my participation in community groups. The findings of the Parole Board have not been distributed to the board, to the staff, to anyone. But it is just not that they have not been distributed. It is that the participation on the board was not discussed with staff in general. When I talked to the transitional parole officers, field parole officers, institutional parole officers, parole staff in the lifer unit I work with, they didn't even know this commission existed. They didn't even know what the recommendations were or what was being discussed. This was kept totally in-house with Colette Santa and Gloria Ann Maroney and maybe Kevin Keefe. I don't know. But it wasn't worked through with the parole board, staff, and other people. There was no meetings discussing what they wanted to recommend. The recommendations that we wrote that we wanted input on were not discussed with all of the board members. None of that happened, and that really is a signal as to what's going on with this parole board and what the problems are. I think the real defining tool is the fact that when the commission report came out in December of 2021, Ms. Santa declined to vote on the recommendations that were made unanimous by the other board members. She said she was declining to vote because she was a board member. That was the very reason she was put on the board, but she declined to vote and she didn't engage in the recommendations. And the report was never distributed, never widely distributed to people on the board, to people who are working at the field parole officers, at the other offices, at the different divisions in the unit. This is such an important topic and nothing happened from it. So for all of those reasons, I want you to know that I am here to oppose the nomination of Colette. Oh, I was going to tell you three examples of things that happened during the commission. If you listen to the tape of the July 21st meeting, it's on the commission's website. Ms. Santa was asked a series of questions. One of the questions, why does it still take the board 8 to 10 months to get out lifer decisions and 5 to 6 months to get out these expedited decisions when they're supposed to be out in 60 days? Ms. Santa replied, I don't know. I'll have to go back and ask. She was asked, why are there not more commutation hearings? There were only at that point 3 in the 5 years before that. Now there's been 4. Only 2 have been voted on. Her response, I don't know. I'll have to go find out. Why have there not been petitions for termination of parole heard and ruled on? Her answer, I don't know. I will have to go and find out. This is reflective of her participation in this commission, and it gives you an idea of what it would be like if she's renominated to the board. I urge you to vote no on Colette Santa. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Guerin. Counselor June, will you have questions for the witness?
Yeah, thank you, Attorney Guerin. You said that Keefe testified on her behalf, and we can figure out what's going on there. What did you mean by that?
I meant that people have different interests than what they might talk about when they give their opinions. I think that it's very difficult for someone like Kevin Keefe to come in here and be critical. He works for Gloria Ann Maroney. We know what Gloria Ann Maroney wants, and that makes it very hard. I found his testimony to be incorrect in many respects. For example, he said she was appointed to the Commission on Structural Racism because she was so passionate about it. Boy, we never saw that. I mean, there were just other things that were problematic about his testimony, and I get it. He's working for the parole board. He has to put up with whatever's gonna happen as a result of what he says, but I found it incredible. And Amy Belger has testified in support of Paul Tressler before. She's made her thoughts very clear about how she feels about Paul Tressler and Gloria Ann Maroney. It's much more of a personal thing. My testimony is based on my attending hearings, many hearings, not just 5 or 6, and my results of what I've seen.
Do you think Keefe is lying to us when he gave his remarks?
I don't know if I would call it a lie, but I assume he feels a certain amount of pressure to testify a certain way, and I think some of the things he said are outright wrong.
So I don't know what you mean by the allegation that he's under pressure.
I think you probably
Have
do.
any
Come on,
evidence of that?
come on, counselor. He's working for somebody who's asking him to do something. Is that pressure?
Amy Belcher, you think is lying to us about her position?
I think she's talking to you about the 6 people or 5 people of the hearings that she saw. And I think that that's her view on it. And I don't think it represents the hundreds and hundreds of hearings other people have gone to.
She's testified against, in written letters against nominees for judgeships. And I thought what she told us about a particular judge was very credible. She produced cases and testimony and transcripts about the nominee. I thought it was pretty credible.
That may well be. That doesn't mean she doesn't have a personal connection to Paul Tressler and Gloria Ann Maroney, which sometimes colors what people see and say.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Nice to see you again, Patty.
Thank you. Nice to see you.
We know, when this nominee came around the first time, I voted no. And, I'm really concerned about, things that haven't been told to the council about the complaints that Kevin Keefe had about the nominee. Can you tell us about that?
I know that there's been a lot of complaints from staff about the nominee just because I talk to staff all the time. When I say staff, I'm not talking about the actual board members. I'm talking about the other staff. I know there's been a lot of complaints about staff. I know staff had been telling me they were writing letters. I wasn't part of any of that. I don't know about it, but I've heard of the miscontent and the unhappiness. The unhappiness started when she was chief of transitional services, and then when she became a board member, it continued. I think it continued when she made a particular person the chief, who most of the staff thought was very bad for the parole board. That would be Michelle Weatherby, and a lot of staff felt very strongly about that, and it made them very upset with Colette Santa for appointing that person. And I think Kevin Keefe was fully aware of all of these problems, and I just think he wasn't as open as he should have been with the board about how much of that he's been aware of.
Well, I understand that closest friends and colleagues of Kevin Keefe were very hurt by his testimony. So that's concerning to me. The other thing is, I know and you know, it's very hard for unions not to support, and they never wrote a letter in support of this nominee. How do you figure that?
I think that's very telling. I don't think that the union should be the know all and say all about it, but I think it's very important if the union that represents all of these workers is not willing to support Colette Santa, or at least have a discussion about it. there's some problem here. And frankly, I have seen Ms. Santa as a very polarizing force among the work staff there. There's a lot of problems. There's a lot, the morale problems right now at the Parole Board are huge. I don't recall specifically what Kevin said about the morale problems, but I know they're gigantic. When I look at the number of people that I used to turn to work with who are many employed there many years and doing a fabulous job and have left in the last 5 years, it's just astounding the number of people who have quit the Parole Board. And I think a lot of it has to do with the polarizing between people in the administration and the staff and what goes on. They're not acting on the goals of the Parole Board and furthering what they should. And the staff feel alienated and alone, and a lot of them have quit.
I'm just concerned about the people that are working there and how many we've lost because of this. And it's people that haven't taken the test, can't make the test, that they get promotions. And the people that have passed are just by the wayside. I'm just concerned that, we've lost, and where I was with Lucy Soto Abbey, wonderful member. You couldn't have got anyone more outstanding. Also, she's Puerto Rican, she speaks Spanish. I've met with her, and she was appointed by 2 previous governors, 5-year terms. And they kept her on for 18 months after her tenure. And every week, Patty, every week at our assembly, I asked Lieutenant Governor, we have a reappointment. 6 months, 8 months, 10 months, 18 months, and then we got the letter replacing her. And you know how these people are treated after 25 years that she has served in this Commonwealth? It was on December 31st at 3 in the afternoon, and Lucy was called in to the office, and she was told, you're through, and she was given her insurance papers. No thank you from the administration, nothing. That's how people who serve us well are treated. When I think of Lee Gartenberg, specialist in Massachusetts, you say his name and people say, oh my God, he still is counseling the Parole Board. He's still sending me, changes. And he cared. And he was used for 4 months for an unexpired term and then putting a political person on. I can't tell you how upset I am with this, because I worked hard for the Parole Board. When I first was elected, they were all prosecutors, Patty, and I worked hard to change that. And now we're going back. Council just voted for a state representative, never went to a board meeting, never sponsored anything vaguely connected with the board, and the quickest turnaround. By the time he applied, he was on the Parole Board in a month. This council voted 2 weeks ago. Next day he was sworn in. The next day he was on the board. This is not the government that I signed up for. So, we worked too hard to change that Parole Board. And thank God we got, Galvin, and we got Charlene. We got people that are specialists. But, I'm just beside myself when I see this and what has happened. And people that are incompetent are getting, rewarded. And it is the nominee that has made some of these decisions. So, if you want to add anything to what I'm saying, please do it, because I'm talking too much.
I would just say that your observations about how political these appointments are is to my mind, very, very accurate. And I'm hoping that this board that this governor's council will be able to step up and stop the politicking and start looking for a nominee of color who has the credentials, who's got the education or the experience, and who is clearly going to be dedicated to parole, not to becoming a judge, not to getting using it for some other stepping stone, but for doing the work. I see Charlene Bonner and Tina Hurley and Autonomy Coleman as doing the work. They come
We
to
do have
every
good
meeting.
minutes.
They come to every meeting prepared. They do an incredible amount of work. They're at the hearings. They get the job done. I certainly don't always agree with them, but that's obviously to be expected. But they are reasonable. They have good reasons for what they do. I would say we have 3 solid members of the board, and hopefully Marianne Galvin will make another one. But we really need new leadership in there. We need new leadership, and this is the opportunity to say, no, we want some new leadership.
What is your opinion about how important it is for attendance of parole board members?
It's very important. You need to be at as many hearings as possible to see what's going on, to see if there's any discrepancies in how the board does its work, to see if there's any to be able to pick up the trends that are not good trends, to pick up what's happening that is helpful to the board. Being at the hearings is incredibly important, and watching them on videotape does not help. It gives you a sense of what's going on, but you need to be there for the public and for the person who's seeking parole.
And I feel the questions have to be relevant. Maybe that's an awesome decision to decide when you have these you have these inmates before you. And what was concerning to me was the questions that a nominee would ask. How much did you make on that robbery?
I find.
And why not ask what's your favorite color? I mean, I'm just saying that, I try not to ask the questions. In fact, I ask too many questions, so now they get a rule, 15 minutes to shut me up when we question people. So that's very important, because you have to have people that know the questions to answer, to know that this person is deserving of parole, But, you've been in it a long time. What's your feeling?
Oh, I think the questions are very important. I think you can tell from the questions how much time the person has spent reviewing the record and reviewing the history of the case, and what they're hoping to get out of their participation in the hearing. And I think that using the same routine questions every hearing and not being responsive to what the person says does not serve that goal at all. Some board members do a fabulous job with questions, and we learn so much important information about the person seeking parole. And I would not say that Colette Santa is one of those.
Well, I'll tell you, I know, because I follow it, the parole board, it has gone down so much as far as trust and what's going on there with the chair, Maroney, and I thought it was egregious that Ms. Bonner was removed as the chair, and that's when everything went bad. And I know, because I'm full-time, I do a lot of investigating, and I found her only retired a month, and I talked with her, and and she said to me that when Ms. Maroney was the attorney for the parole board, her job was to give her the names of elderly people who were on parole and to terminate their parole. And she says, I gave her 2 pages full of names, and she never did. So this is what I'm looking. The morale is bad. And I think it was Dukakis said the fish rots at the head. I think he said that. And it's just, I could cry, because this isn't what I work for. But I thank you for all your interest and everything. And I don't want to, to take over. I could ask you so many questions, and I have so many comments. So I think I'm going to stop now. But I thank you for taking the time and to come. And I know that you are, you've been watching this, and so we listen to you. And thank you, Patty.
Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Duff.
Professor Guerin, and I don't know if you can see it. Are you telling me that this report, this, and I have it in my hands, the Special Commission on Structural Racism in the Massachusetts Parole Process, the final report that was issued last December, is that the report you're talking about that has not been distributed to the parole board?
That's my understanding, yes.
I've heard the same thing, but I just wanted to be sure. I was actually asked, to testify before this board, this, you know, board that was doing this with Senator Eldridge and Representative Vargas, and, I do have to say, I was disappointed because, and this is, you know, I don't want to go on because we have a lot of work to do here, but the nominee did not know the answers to the questions right, and seemed to be offended that some of the things were asked, and then frankly, honestly, said things that just weren't true. And anyway, I'm shocked. I have this report.
I would agree that
Stunning.
Ms. Santa's participation in the commission was quite defensive. And we were trying to reach out and work together on things. And when she declined to vote, it pretty much, it was difficult to listen to and to understand why this was happening. But it was not an effort of trying to improve things. It was trying to defend things, and that just did not go well. The hearing that I recommended that the board listen to, that you testified at, is the one that I said, which is July 24th of 2021, which is up on their website, where you testified, Ms. Santa testified about some things. It was a pretty revealing hearing, I thought.
It was indeed, and not for good reasons. But anyway, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Counselor. Attorney Guerin, thank you for your testimony today and raising some important issues that I know are going to come up throughout the rest of the hearing. So thank you for being here. I'm now going to call a second witness. Is Kristen Huey here?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, from Prisoners Legal Services. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Please feel free to offer your testimony.
Thank you so much. Good morning, counselors. Again, my name is Kristen Huey, and I am the Brutality Project Director and a Senior Staff Attorney at Prisoners Legal Services of Massachusetts. I've been at PLS for 2.5 years, and our clients are all incarcerated in Massachusetts prisons, jails, and houses of correction, and most of our clients do go before the Massachusetts Parole Board. Additionally, I served as a commissioner on the Massachusetts Legislative Commission on Structural Racism in the parole process, along with Ms. Colette Santa. Prior to PLS, I was a public defender in the Roxbury, Dorchester, and Central Divisions of the Boston Municipal Court, as well as the Suffolk Superior Court, and I was raised in Massachusetts and come from a family of Guyanese immigrants. Since the creation of PLS in 1972, there have been many concerns about the dysfunction of the Massachusetts parole process and the parole board. The composition of the parole board is at stake, and that means the fairness of parole hearings and our clients returning home to their communities is at stake. Today, I testify in opposition to Ms. Colette Santa's renomination to the parole board because the current vacancies on the board should be filled by individuals whose professional, educational, and personal backgrounds bring much needed and currently lacking competencies to the board, competencies which Ms. Santa does not possess. The charge and responsibility of the Governor's Council is to ensure that those core competencies are represented on the board, and the critical question is whether Ms. Santa brings a competency that is sorely needed to the board right now. The training of members of the board and the makeup of the parole board is instrumental in determining whether parole is granted and the success of an individual upon release. To address this, the board must include more members with a diversity of backgrounds in the fields of social work, reentry, juvenile brain development, education, medicine, and the treatment of substance use disorder. The Commission on Structural Racism stressed this necessity in its final report that came out in December, with Ms. Santa being the only commissioner out of the 13 that did not vote in support of the report. The Commission also found a need for an individual who has successfully completed parole to preside on the board, who can provide firsthand experience from the perspective of someone who has successfully re-entered into the community. Now, during the first part of this hearing a few weeks ago, we heard testimony that Ms. Santa was chosen for the commission due to her passion for and commitment to the work. But nothing in her resume shows a passion for or even basic understanding of structural racism. While on the commission, she did not make any meaningful comments about the areas in parole that need to be improved and often came off very defensive. When basic questions were asked of her, her response was often, "I don't know, I'll get back to you," or "I don't know, I'll have to look into it." And these were questions that she should have clearly known the answer to if she was a competent member of the board. We also heard testimony highlighting that Ms. Santa is a woman of color and Spanish speaker and the importance of diversity on the board. And while I agree that that is very important to have racial and cultural diversity on the parole board, Ms. Santa's race and language diversity does not make her a competent member of the board. Putting unqualified people in this position simply because they are diverse candidates is irresponsible, inappropriate, and frankly insulting to the qualified candidates of color who are fit for the position. We do not need racial tokenism on the parole board. Over 80% of people who go before the board are dealing with mental health issues and/or substance use disorders. No one should be considered as a serious candidate for a position on the board who does not possess an extensive understanding of substance use disorder, treatment options in the community and in correctional facilities, as well as access to mental health treatment and support. Ms. Santa has no clinical experience in mental health or substance use disorder treatment. She has never counseled anyone or treated anyone with substance use disorder. The board currently lacks the necessary in-depth understanding and field experience, particularly with respect to the treatment of substance use disorder. Thus, the board lacks the competency to appropriately assess individuals for release. The board also currently has no members with social work and reentry backgrounds, which are skills and experiences essential to having a competent board. Ms. Santa brings none of that experience to the board. Additionally, since being on the board, she has a reputation of asking people who come before the board the same routine questions with no thought or effort put into tailoring those questions to the individual's unique situation. She's also known to ask inappropriate and culturally insensitive questions. We all know that one of the most important roles of the parole board is to reasonably assess whether someone can be released safely and successfully into the community. But how can Ms. Santa do that without asking meaningful, thoughtful, appropriate, and probing questions tailored to what that person has achieved while incarcerated? Ms. Santa is doing a tremendous disservice to the people who are coming before her for parole hearings, and she is not an effective member of the board. It's my opinion that reappointing Ms. Santa would be a vast disservice to the citizens of Massachusetts, and if she is reconfirmed, the core competencies related to substance use disorder treatment, social work, reentry, juvenile brain development, and lived experience with incarceration will continue to be lacking on the board. So for those reasons, I oppose her renomination, and I thank you all for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Any counselors have questions? Counselor Jubenville?
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. What's the name of that report that you referred to, that 12 out of 13?
That was the same report that was previously discussed, the report from the Legislative Commission on Structural Racism in the Parole Process.
And do you know her parole rate for House of Correction inmates?
I do not know her parole rate.
You know her parole rate for MCI release?
Excuse me, I didn't hear what you just said.
Parole rate for state prison?
I do not know her parole rate. I know that she is known to vote and vote for people to have parole often. But what I can say is that Ms. Santa does not ask any types of probing or any types of questions to the people who come before her that would give her information that would confirm whether or not these people will be successful in the community. And I think it's much more important that people are able to be released and be successful, not just released into the community and then end up back in prison in a very short period of time.
Well, when a person is voted for parole and they get parole, isn't there a backup system that takes place with the department to make sure that people, or try to help people to be successful at parole?
There should be, but, you know, from testimony that we heard,
Now, my question is, do you know if there is?
well, there are parole, when someone is released on parole, they are supervised. But that supervision often does not provide them with the necessary resources that they need in the community in order to be successful.
Okay, but you would agree with me that that's not the parole board's fault, is it?
I would not agree. I believe that all of the people that are working with parole should be working together to make sure that the people who come before the parole board and are released on parole are set up with the proper resources that they need in order to be successful. So since that person is coming before the parole board first, and they're the people that are questioning them and determining whether they should be released, I believe that the parole board members should be actively involved in deciding and making sure that those resources are available for that person's success in the community.
Can you give me some examples of the questions you indicate are either irrelevant or not proper?
Yes, I can. And I also, just to note, I believe that you're going to be hearing more of that later from more people testifying. But I can let you know that Ms. Santa often asks people, have you forgiven yourself for your crime? This is a question that sets people up for a negative outcome, no matter the answer. It's not tailored to any person's unique experience while they're incarcerated or any work that they have done while incarcerated. Also, during a parole hearing, and this is a specific situation where the question was extremely culturally insensitive and inappropriate. This happened in August of 2021. During a parole hearing, Ms. Santa asked a gentleman who was from the Dominican Republic an openly prejudiced question based on a negative and unfounded cultural stereotype. She said, "I'm wondering about your culture. Were you very possessive and controlling?" And the man answered, "My culture, what do you mean?" And she responds, "Men do whatever they want and women stay in the house." And he responded, "Oh no, I never treated her like that." So that's just an example of a question that's extremely culturally and racially insensitive. And this is coming from a woman that it was noted that it's very important that she's a diverse candidate from a Puerto Rican background.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Any other counselors have questions?
Thank you for testifying. I know it's not always pleasant to talk in opposition, and I know you probably agree with me. It's so good to support someone. But as we don't take joy in saying it, it's important because there are people's lives at stake at the decisions of the parole board. So what would you say is the most egregious thing that you can think of in this nominee's tenure that you see that has been done? I mean, I'm really talking about the staff too, and they can't speak out, can they? So, tell us all about that.
I really think, my first dealings personally with Ms. Santa were on the Commission for Structural Racism. I know that she was chosen as the lone member of the parole board to represent the parole board on the commission. And, without knowing much about her at that point, I was happy that a woman of color was chosen and very hopeful that we could work together to make some serious changes to the parole board. I was extremely disappointed by her lack of participation, by her defensiveness, and by the fact that it seemed like she just did not know what was going on, or if it wasn't that she didn't know, that she did not want to provide the information. That was disheartening, and it was frustrating to be on a commission with her. Then at the end, when the voting happened and she didn't vote, that solidified those feelings. And I felt that it ended up being a waste of time for her to be on the commission. Then later hearing that the report that we put so much work into, spent so many months gathering information and putting it together, was not even distributed to the parole board, I think just really highlights and shows that there was no purpose for her being on the commission, and she really did not have any type of passion or commitment to the work. So I think that that's extremely egregious.
And do you think the position that she has been given is taking a lot of time that her attendance has failed?
I do believe that if she's not able to be present, and if she's not, and even when she is present, if she's not able to be effective, I don't see the purpose of her being on the parole board. I think that there are much more qualified candidates that could be doing better work.
I can't thank you enough. It takes a lot of courage for you to come, and I'm sure that the people that you're representing are really pleased that you have the courage to do this. So thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. With that, I thank you for your testimony this morning.
Thank you.
No, we'll leave it at that. Thank you very much. Thank you for coming in to share this morning. Proceeding through the list of intended witnesses I have, we'll hear from Lisa Berlin next. And you can head over between Councilor Devaney and Board Member Colette.
Wanted to hand out the fact sheet because I'm referring to that. Who's here and who's not here?
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Lisa Berland, and I belong to Parole Watch, which is a citizens group that's been monitoring parole hearings for the last 2 years. My testimony is based on my own direct observations of life in hearing, as well as those of the dedicated volunteers of our group. So we've observed over 150 hearings for the last 2 years, and have detailed notes in our database, as well as uploaded DVDs of hearings. To compile the stats on the fact sheet before you, we've gone through notes and video and based our findings on our most complete records. For lifers, the chairperson of the parole board selects a member to be the lead questioner. The lead goes first and usually asks the applicant questions about their life before the crime itself, institutional history, parole plan. After concluding, other board members are asked in turn if they have follow-up questions. Just to note, there's a rotation in the order in which they ask follow-up questions, so it varies from hearing to hearing, who goes second, third, fourth, etc. Specifically, I want to speak to the fact sheet regarding the number and type of questions that Ms. Santa asked when she is not the lead questioner, which is most of the time. Asking questions is important, as Ms. Guerin has testified. You're tasked with deciding whether to release into the community someone accused of a serious crime. To assess a person's level of rehabilitation and ability to navigate reentry, you need to engage in a conversation that can elicit as much information as possible, that can reveal the person's struggles and successes and their insight into their crime and their decades of incarceration. So 32% of the time, or almost a third of the time, when Colette Santa was not the lead questioner, she asked no follow-up questions at all. Contrast this, for example, with board member Tina Hurley, who asked no follow-up questions only 9% of the time. Here's just an example after the lead questioner has completed their questioning. This is a recent hearing in April. After the lead completed their inquiry, Dr. Bonner started by reviewing the split decision from the previous hearing. Why, she asked the petitioner, did he think there was a conflict among the board members? He then suggested that he was maybe emotionally younger at the time of the crime. She asked him whether he knew what groupthink was, and then she explained it to him. She compliments him on his programming, talks about his support system. She wondered whether he needs additional substance abuse support since he doesn't have a history of addiction. She asked what he needs when he's paroled, how he could continue his college education. In other words, she engages him in a thoughtful conversation. Now, at the same hearing, Ms. Santa, who followed Ms. Bonner, had no questions at all. Mr. Coleman followed with 5 questions, and Ms. Hurley with 9. There are many, many such examples where Ms. Santa asked no questions, and I have included more in my written testimony, which I will pass out. Equally troubling, when Ms. Santa does not ask follow-up questions, when she does ask follow-up questions, We have observed that 45% of the time she asked only 1 to 3 questions. Contrast that with Ms. Hurley, who asked more than 10 questions 41% of the time, or Mr. Coleman, who asked 10 questions 22% of the time. But numbers, again, are just a data point, and more important is the quality and context of questions. If you ask only a few questions, they need to be substantive. It's important to ask questions related to the individual petitioner's record and to follow with clarifying questions to engage the applicant. So in another example of a life review hearing, after the lead concluded questioning, Ms. Hurley asked over 20 questions. She asked about the applicant's transition to minimum, about bullying as a child, how it might have affected his decision to attack this individual, details about the crime, why he hadn't turned himself in, the nature of discipline reports he received, his programming, and whether it was adequate, employment, mental health, relationship with his mother, how it might have affected the crime. Ms. Santa, on the other hand, only asked the parole applicant if he needed more time at the minimum, and then asked if he had saved any money while he was at the minimum. Ms. Maroney followed with 7 questions and Ms. McCarthy with 13. Again, I've included additional examples in my written testimony. All this information points to profound lack of preparation and engagement by Ms. Santa. As noted in the fact sheet, Ms. Santa was absent from life hearings almost 20% of the time. And that's compared to 3 other board members who average less than 5% absences. Each individual board member must take the time to struggle with the decision to release an individual. Ms. Santa fails to approach each parole applicant as an individual who deserved to be considered in full. By failing to do so, she does a great disservice to the incarcerated, their families, and the community, and she should not be reappointed. I just want to add that I felt compelled to add this testimony in the light of Ms. Belger's testimony 2 weeks ago. In particular, her comments that other board members engaged in grandstanding, this is a quote, grandstanding, repeated questions already asked because they were not paying attention and spoke for the sake of being heard. This denigrates the expertise of other board members, and it's not borne out by the videos of those hearings in which Ms. Belger appeared before the board as counsel. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilors, any questions? Councilor Jubinville.
What's her parole rate?
I would have no way of knowing that.
Are you there when they vote?
We have no, I mean, the only thing you can do is look at the record decisions rules, which will probably come out a year later to find out what the position was, but you have no way, have no individual vote.
What about the House direction vote?
Well, those aren't public either.
So no statistics come out as to each, about the number of people that are released on parole?
I think I don't know. I mean, there are just some general numbers, I think, but I personally don't know.
Do you board members ask any questions of the parolee that want him to accept responsibility for the crime?
So that's a fairly typical.
Did she ask those questions?
I don't know. I can't say specifically whether I can refer to a particular hearing where she asked that. I would say generally not, because.
When you say that, you're just saying that.
Yeah, I'm saying that, first of all, let me just say that what I'm talking about in this testimony is follow-up questions. So the lead questioner is the one who really does the bulk of the questioning, the first 40 minutes typically. And so they're usually going through that whole process of asking for accountability. And it's usually the follow-up questioners don't ask about that. That whole question of remorse and accountability.
So I've been told that they ask questions, or some ask questions to the parolee that he's got to admit that he did the crime.
It's definitely been, definitely observed that over the last 2 years.
Have you observed her ask that?
I can't recall the specific instance but I will say that there are a lot of, I've observed many hearings where she has relitigated the crime.
That's a good question. Ask parolees whether or not they committed the crime.
I personally, I mean, that's not part of my testimony, but I personally believe that they have been convicted and afforded out.
Some people are innocent of the crime that are, yeah, right.
Yeah. So it's really just looking at their institutional record.
You never heard it, have you heard it, her ask the person whether or not he admits to doing the crime?
I can't say specifically whether I can't recall a particular, I was gonna say I can't recall a particular hearing. I've been to over 50 myself, so it's like, yeah.
Well, the fact you don't remember that, but that's something you'd remember, wouldn't it?
No, because it's very typical. That's what I'm trying to say. It's very typical for the lead questioner. Now, the lead, most of the parole board members are only the lead, like a fifth of the time. So that's when I talked about Ms. Santa. 80% of the time, she's a follow-up questioner. She's not a lead questioner. So the lead questioner is really the one who lays out, supposed to go through all of those questions about the crime and the parole plan and remorse.
Well, I happen to think that's a very question that should never be asked.
Like I said, I believe that they've been convicted in a court of law, and the parole board doesn't have the role of deciding that.
Don't they decide on whether or not to release somebody based on that question?
Well, that I wouldn't know, because I don't know anything about parole rates and how they're related to the particular hearing.
Well, you sat through hearings. You know that somebody's been denied.
Well, we don't know until almost a year later. You have to go back and look.
So a year later, you find out what happened at that hearing you were at. The person was denied. I think it had something to do with the question of whether or not you went different.
Possibly. Again, my testimony is about my observations of these hearings, and I don't want to speculate about something that.
Now, you mentioned 3 other people in your fact sheet here.
Yeah.
What about the other members of the board?
Well, as you know, there's been quite a bit of turnover. And Ms. Maroney is recused 100% of the time, so she's not a good example. And then McCarthy is no longer on the board. And Dupre's, so, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Devaney.
Thank you for your testimony. It's not easy. I just wanted to say that recently I attended 2 LIPER hearings, and the nominee didn't ask any questions. The thing that I noticed on your fast,
You went to a parole board hearing and who didn't ask any questions? Oh, you mean, understand.
okay, on your fact sheet,
Yeah.
I thought this was very important, and you said, crafting questions that allow the applicant to share their work behind bars and growth and experience since committing a crime is fundamental to being an effective parole board member. And Colette Santa asked 0 questions 32% of the time. Now, I just mentioned earlier that, they're irrelevant, the questions you ask, and you shouldn't recreate the crime. This person is looking to get parole, so you want to see what they have done, why they have been incarcerated. So, that's very telling, that you went back to how much money did you make when you had that robbery. I mean, how relevant is that, what this person has done in prison to rehabilitate himself? So that's something that I thought was very telling on your sheet. So you want to see others in your parole same
In terms of the kinds of questions?
Yeah. I mean, they're not relevant.
Well, Ms. Huey mentioned, what is your greatest accomplishment, for example, is a question that's come at that. And have you forgiven yourself? Just questions that are just not really related to the particular person and the particular crime.
And the thing is, attendance is very important to me. It's important to me as a governor's council that I'm here and sitting every hearing in 23 years, could, from beginning to end. But that is discerned, because how can you decide to vote on someone, either way, whether they should be released, if you haven't been in attendance? Can you tell us how that comes?
Well, it's not always clear whether the parole board member views the video of the hearing, which sometimes they do, and so they can be voting members of a decision, even if they're not in actual attendance. But it is does affect the attendance if you can't be there and ask questions, obviously.
Right. And I have observed the members that you have talked about, and they really do their homework. Tina Hurley, Autonomy, they really do. And I think that the parole board has really gone down since Charlie hasn't been the chair. And I mentioned when the chair was the counsel for the parole board, that she didn't let those people who, for decades, elderly people on parole, she had 2 pages full of names and not one of them. That's very telling. So you can see why the morale, I'm preaching to the choir. But anyway, so what have you observed about the morale up there?
Well, like I said, we just observed the hearing. We don't observe what's going on.
Right, yeah, you don't know the rest of the story. Right. But
the fact that the decisions take forever to come out, which is very troubling.
yes. Yes, but as I said, when I first got elected and I saw prosecutors, I said, something's wrong with this. And it wasn't in compliance with years since Governor Dukakis. And I worked with the legislators and everything, and I was so happy. And then when we got him back, and he was so disrespected after he left his job. He was only on 4 months. I mean, you ask anyone that knows anything about parole, you say Gattenberg, they say, oh my God, And he, this is the thing that bothers me, because everything that in my years trying to build it up, and there's some representative that, so I only can vote yes or no. I don't know who applies, and that's the most frustrating, because I know there's other people out there of power
Who have applied, yes.
yeah, that are very qualified, people who have the different areas that we need, mental health and social work and all that. So anyway, so what do you see, that's happening? What's going to happen next? We've got Maroney, she'll probably be a judge. I mean, I know, I've been here long enough. I know the way it works, the politics.
But like you said, there's plenty of people out there who are qualified.
Right. Yeah. Well, you know what? You don't know how much it means to me, because through the years, we haven't had people to come. Patty comes, but really, we haven't had people to speak. You've been there. You are the forwards. Yeah. Wonderful thing. Now tell us about your organization.
There's about 10 or 12 of us who, and we meet monthly, and we review what the hearings that we've been to. And like I said, we have a data site that we upload our notes to, and we also have a data site now of videos. Because, they come out as DVDs, which are very problematic for people to view these days. So we upload them to a site.
It's important.
It is.
And, I think all these years that we never had a public access, and that's the only thing, and I died tomorrow that I got that back. People now are seeing, people are paying attention, people know. They didn't even know that the governor's power. So to me personally, yes, a lot. Did you have the courage to come? And last time what happened, and disrespect and terrible. I've never seen anybody treated like that. When you were asked, tell us something we don't know, because we know more than you. That's what you were told by counsel. So I'm just saying, I appreciate what you're saying. I'm not going to ask any more questions. I've talked with you on the phone. I've got your letters, and it's not easy. And it's so good to be able to vote for someone and say, wow, this is great. And we did that with Tina, with Tomini, with Lee, and with Abby Solo. But unfortunately, I have no control. When the governor removes them, it's very, very upsetting to me. And people think we have all this power, we have this authority, we have nothing. We vote on the person that's coming, yes or no. And, you know, I find no joy in voting no.
I agree.
But you have to, you know, I've learned being on this council, it's not always popular to do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor.
Thank you.
Any other counselors have questions for the witness? I appreciate you being here. Thank you for sharing your testimony.
I'm going to have this, like I said, additional examples in my testimony, which I can also pass out now.
Sure. Do you know if they've been disseminated by email to the council?
So we have
Thank you.
So this is my testimony as well as additional.
Oh, yes. I couldn't give mine, but she's.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. And with that, we will move to the next scheduled witness, Cynthia Cussy Goldberg. Apologies if I mispronounced that. Are you available on WebEx right now?
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Please offer your testimony.
No. My name is Cynthia Goldberg, and I'm founding director of the F8 Foundation and president of the Criminal Justice Policy Coalition. My program is an out-of-the-box approach for the formerly incarcerated and those suffering from use disorder health issues. It includes pro-social activity, resources based on criminal history, mental health, substance abuse disorder, and housing. The referrals are individual client.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. Could you try to speak a little louder for us?
Sure.
Audible, but we're having trouble.
Can you hear me now okay?
That'd be great. Just make sure you project your voice. Thank you.
Sure. The referrals are tailored to each client's individual needs. There's no blanket approach to placement taken within my organization. And each individual client is referred to resources that are consistent with their case and with a constant advocate to remain with clients to ensure a smooth transition. I'm here today in opposition of reappointing Ms. Santa. I work with clients on parole and probation and have made the journey personally within the system of parole and probation, as I am a formerly incarcerated woman. Along this journey, I've stood by many clients who have faced parole, both revocation and appearing, before the board for the very first time, and set an example that people can change with determination and help. I received much feedback about their parole hearings and have advocated for their release into society. It is my strong opinion that the parole board needs a member with extensive experience with substance use disorder and mental health experience on all levels of care in order to understand and be able to assess each person's needs and appropriately approve a home plan. One cannot just open a template and assess someone's needs based on something that they have read. Direct hands-on experience is needed in that ability. Someone who has worked in the reentry field and personally witnessed the struggles one will face post-incarceration. It is this that brings me to the line of questioning from parole board member. Many of the questions at these hearings are generic and questions that do not assess the needs of the individual trying to reintegrate into society. The board certainly has their criminal record, DOC 6-part folder, and if applicable, their running report and list of sanctions from their parole officer. I'm going to focus on particular of a revocation hearing on a lifer. Asking an inmate how they are or pointing out that pro-social activities within a reentry program are personal outings or dates with their caseworker are not appropriate. This line of questioning is wholly inappropriate in a professional environment or any other professional environment and further only exacerbates the anxiety-ridden individual appearing before the board. The feedback I received was the client became so nervous, he began to shake, stutter, and could not concentrate to even answer the question in a coherent manner. Based on the client's history, he spent much time in segregation, severe PTSD, readjustment order, and depressive disorder. That is damaging alone. While I understand it is a privilege to receive parole, I strongly urge this council to appoint Ms. Santa's seat to a member who will embrace a better understanding of why the person was remanded on a needs level, in a matter where the line of questioning at the hearing focuses on what resources did you have? Were they sufficient? Was your home plan sufficient based on your needs? Did you receive the appropriate mental health counseling that aligned with your severe trauma? Or were you just referred to the first available therapist? Was the facility you referred to offering specialized treatment? And that information cannot be determined by how are you. The level of expertise in question should be one of the tools that this board uses and must be from someone who understands the elements of mental illness, the struggles of reintegration into society, and the relapse rate and recidivism rate for untreated trauma and mental illness. And that's a major component that plays in with many of the lifers being returned. I respectfully request this board appoint someone with extensive training and not someone who doesn't appear to have the necessary based understanding. I hope in the future this board will consider to appoint someone with lived experience. Thank you.
Thank you for that testimony. See if any counselors have questions for the witness. I have a couple questions then. So the F8 Foundation, you partner with organizations around the Commonwealth, is that correct?
Yes,
On
correct.
reentry services?
Correct.
So I have two questions about that. Actually, only one. Is it, in your work, is it helpful, do you think it would be helpful to have parole board members who are familiar with the particular milieu of services available in particular geographic regions? And I'm selfishly particularly interested if you think that as a whole, regardless of the present nominee, would it be helpful on the parole board to have someone who, for example, has ground level understanding of services available in Worcester, the second biggest city in the Commonwealth?
Absolutely.
Why would that be valuable?
Well, I actually do work with a lot of resources in Worcester. It's a big city, and when we're doing placement post-incarceration, we often place in big cities because of the transportation and the resources. But it also has to be someone that I think is kept abreast of what resources is okay and that's the line of questioning. When someone's remanded, was there particular incidents where you were placed in somewhere, for example, a sober facility that offered no reentry help? There has to be lists, there has to be somebody with experience that actually perhaps even has outreach experience that understands that you can often have somebody that's handed a template full of resources, go here, go there, and they're so paralyzed post-incarceration that sometimes, yes, they will go have a drink. And I know there's strict criteria, but you need someone who has street outreach. You need someone who knows the resources, and you definitely need someone with the line of questioning that's going to understand why somebody who just got out on lifetime parole is already back in, not for another crime, but for perhaps treatment that they didn't receive. Those are the kind of questions that should be asked.
Right, and you brought up some issues around conditions and technical violations that probably will be discussed later. To emphasize your point, representing Worcester, I have a real hard time understanding beyond an individual nominee or board member, how when you approach the board holistically, you put someone on the board in quite a long time who knows anything on the ground, strike that, who has comprehensive knowledge on the ground of what's available in Worcester. To me, that's a real problem on a big picture level. And I just want to point out, in light of your testimony, the council does not have the power to appoint or choose parole board members. The council only has the power to state our preferences and then provide advice and consent to the governor's to the governor's nominees. And with that, I have no further questions. Any other questions from the council on this witness? I very much appreciate your work and your time this morning. Thank you for being here. I will look, following along to the next witness on my list, Mr. Bob Katz.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
You're remote. We can hear you. Why don't you go ahead and offer your testimony?
Yes. Thank you, and thank you for allowing me to appear remotely. My name's Bob Katz. I want to start by saying that my objections to Ms. Santa are not personal. I don't know her, and I have no objections to her on any level that can be considered personal. This is merely about what constitutes fitness to serve as a member of the Parole Board. I want to stress that I am here as a concerned citizen, as part of the Parole Watch group that you've been apprised of. On that basis, I have attended either in person or by WebEx some 19 life sentence parole hearings. At every such hearing, as you've been informed, a member of the board is assigned to be the lead questioner, and in that regard is tasked with preparing detailed, relevant questions for the parole applicant. It's a very important role. From a random sample of 28 hearings that we have monitored, Ms. Santa's time as the lead questioner was, on average, less than half of the amount of time that other parole board members used in their questioning. To put a statistic on it, her average in these 28 sample hearings was some 17 minutes of asking the questions as the lead, compared to some 40 minutes for other parole board members asking those questions. And again, I think this is stipulated on one of the fact sheets that you've been handed. Now, one could legitimately argue that it is the quality of the questioning and not the quantity that's paramount. But here too, Ms. Santa's record is troubling. Her approach in questioning and asking questions is often very puzzling, and the questions she asks frequently don't seem designed in any way to elicit information that can be useful in assessing the suitability of a parole applicant. For example, she has asked such questions as, do you think you can be happy? What do you think you deserve? Do you see yourself as broken? Moreover, she fails to engage in meaningful follow-up questions, as you've been told, and is often inattentive to the distinctive features of the individual under consideration, particularly when there's a mental health problem under consideration. Again, for example, to the distress of mental health advocates at Mental Health Legal Advisors Committee, she asked a clearly mentally disabled applicant, how does it feel to have a disability? Another time, why did you do it? Was her very first question to an applicant with serious mental health problems who had murdered his mother with a hatchet 41 years previously. Why did you do it? She asked him. Now, this is a striking contrast to the kind of questioning engaged in by other board members, 3 of whom consistently demonstrate that they have briefed themselves about the particulars of the applicant, have prepared questioning with a methodology in mind, and most crucially, pose questions that are designed to elicit information of relevance to the important decision that the Commonwealth entrusts the Parole Board with. In conclusion, I ask you, the Governor's Council, to carefully review the information and testimony we've supplied, to go back for yourself and review Ms. Santa's performance in these hearings on video, and then ask yourself, can't we do better? Given your stated belief in the importance of the Parole Board, can't we find a person who is better qualified and more consistently conscientious than Ms. Santa? Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Katz. Do any counselors have questions for the witness? Counselor Devaney.
I just want to thank you, Mr. Katz, for your letter and for your concern. And I wish people would be involved in every nominee that comes up besides this nominee. But so tell me your involvement. I'm not going to be redundant and ask the same questions I've asked others, but tell me your involvement in this and your interest in what you observed.
Well, I'm one of the members of this informal voluntary parole watch group that you've been told about. As a prelude to that, I was a volunteer in a program, educational program at Souza Baranowski Prison, and just have a long-standing interest in criminal justice and, I might add, in citizen participation in governmental processes.
Well, I can't thank you enough, and if I only could go back to how we changed it and how it's all unraveled in this administration. And it's a disservice to people that are looking for parole that deserve it. And I want to thank you for all your interest. And I think your group is great, and we need your input.
Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. And with that, thank you for your testimony this morning, Mr. Katz.
Thank you.
And we will move to Mr. Don Perry, who is here. Morning, sir. Please feel free to offer your testimony.
Good morning. My name is Don Perry. Partner and I drove in this morning from Montague, Mass. Felt like it's important for me to be here. I'm formerly incarcerated. I served 18 years and 7 months in Massachusetts Department of Correction as a second-degree lifer. As a second-degree lifer, I was on parole release for 16 years. In 2014, I filed a Rule 30, and March 2017, my sentence was terminated. Since my release from prison, I have worked in human services to feed the hungry, house the homeless, provide services for people with substance use disorders. I have a BA from UMass Amherst. In September 2018, I graduated from Just Leadership USA at John Jay College of Criminal Justice in New York. I am a local organizer, activist, and I have worked as a consultant to design and deliver navigator training for the Behavioral Health Justice Intervention Program based at UMass Medical School in Shrewsbury. With that said, I come to you today as a former second-degree lifer, advocate, and concerned citizen to oppose the renomination of Ms. Colette M Santa to the Massachusetts Parole Board. Case in point, over the years, I've seen the Parole Board evolve through Maureen Walsh, Josh Walls, and Paul Tressler. And granted, things have not evolved in leaps and bounds regarding the elimination of antiquated policies and the abusive practices of parole personnel. But of late, the Massachusetts Parole Board has been under a lot of scrutiny that has caused people to be more outspoken about the dysfunction of the board and the needed improvements. That's a plus. A friend of mine has a saying that the best form of disinfectant is fresh air, sunshine and fresh air. And so with that said, so I'm optimistic about the changes that can occur. And I also feel like I have a responsibility as a former second-degree lifer, advocate, and concerned citizen to speak out in opposition of the renomination of Ms. Colette Santa to the Massachusetts Parole Board. Colette Santa has been on the parole board for 5 years and has done little to qualify for her reappointment. Reports say she is not engaging during parole hearings. She lacks an understanding of trauma, mental health, and substance abuse disorder, and her colleagues must pick up the slack when she's the lead at hearings, etc. But equally disturbing are the reports of how Ms. Santa has appropriated the dysfunctional culture of the parole agency. I think the Weatherby fiasco speaks volumes of how Ms. Santa has spent the last 5 years adapting and appropriating from agency culture of political nepotism and retaliation. As noted by the letter to Mrs. Hurley, Ms. Santa's fellow employee is afraid that she will be targeted if Ms. Santa gets reappointed. And lastly, as a person of color, I have a compounded responsibility to oppose Ms. Santa's renomination merely as a placeholder for the sake of board diversity. The board and community deserve someone who is qualified and capable of doing the most effective job.
Thank you very much, sir. We'll see if any counselors have questions for you. Counselor Jubenville?
Thank you. Thank you for coming in today. How's everything out in Montague? Nice little town. Am I correct in saying that your objections to this nominee are from what you've heard from other people?
Yes.
You haven't seen her at any hearings yourself?
I've gone in any hearings in the past 2 years.
You haven't had any discussions with her about her philosophy on parole? Thank you very much for coming. Let me ask you another question. Are you still on parole for the sentence?
I'm off. My sentences were eliminated in 2017.
And how was that done? What did you have to do to get that?
I followed a Rule 30 initially in 1983. I was given an array of sentences, 25 to 40 with a second life sentence on after. Maximum penalty for armed robbery. And then you look at the condition allowed me to withdraw the guilty plea and to be resentenced and everything over again. And ultimately, my sentence was terminated.
Well, that's great. I ask you because I have a fellow in the town I live, he's been on parole for a second for like 20-something years, and he's almost 80 years old. He just pays the 85 every month and can't seem to get off parole. Terrible. But good luck to him. Thank you.
Hey, Counselor Devane?
Congratulations on all of your accomplishments and going to college and doing all that and helping people. I just want to thank you because you're not your experience, but you want to prevent other people from having that experience. So I respect you coming to do that. What do you see in the change of the parole board when you went before them and now? As far as this in relationship to this one?
So the reason why I spoke to the transition of the parole board from Maureen Walsh to Josh Wall, because as we all know, like there was a historical transition. I felt like when my first hearings were before Maureen Walsh. 16 years in, and what they did at that particular hearing was, I got a 2-year setback. 2-year setback, because basically they wanted to see if my first 8 years was hectic. My last 8 years, I got lugged because of a drug incident to Old Colony. I got to Old Colony, and that's where I started my college career. Out of that lug came, I got involved in college, entry-level college courses, and I came back. But so what that board did, they considered not so much of my crime, they considered what I'd done. You know what I mean? And so I felt like that I was visible. You know what I mean? Because I mean, when one of the things about a parole board that I would like to see in a parole board member is also to be not only mental health and substance abuse, but trauma informed. I have my own. We all have our own trauma, right? And so, but I was able to, unfortunately, during that era, as we know, our state facilities had more rehabilitative services. And personally, I was able to engage in 2 years of one-on-one counseling that was like, I tell people, that's the bedrock of me being able to come to terms with who I am. You know what I mean? And I think the board wanted to see, well, this guy turned his last 8 years around. Well, let's just test him and see what he. So, but I was at Bay State. I stayed at Bay State for the 2 years. The only program I hadn't done at that particular time was the Correctional Recovery Academy. I came back behind the wall, did the program. My next parole hearing in 2 years not only did I get a unanimous vote, but I got a decision in 2 weeks. And in 45 days, I was on the street. So I know how this parole works, and then the Josh Wall, and then the Paul Tressler. So, but I think that it was a comment made earlier about it seemed like there was some regression. There was some regression with the Josh Wall and the Paul Tressler. But now, and I talk to people more than I care to actually, from inside about parole.
But I tell you, to interrupt you, you are a role model, because I've gone out to Roxbury and I've talked to people of color who are on parole, have been paroled, and trying to get their lives back. We can get housing. There's so much prejudice when they leave prison or employment. You are truly a role model. You're going to go out there, and I hope you are. You must be talking to these people. What you have done, your education and helping people. You it's going to make me cry. So I cry at parades. So, but I just I admire you, respect you, and I thank you for all you're doing. But here again, I think Jim Walsh and the compassion and the follow-up. That means a lot. And no one asked you about the crime or recreated it or how much you got when you stole or whatever it was. And that's what it should be with the parole board. And I can't thank you enough. And I hope that people out there will know what you have done. And I hope they'll get in touch with you and see how they can go on with their lives. Because when I met those men, I was heartsick, because how do you help them? I mean, there's a prejudice out there. So thank you again. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Counselor. Any other counselors? Thank you very much for coming in today. All right, I'll leave it at that then. Okay, we will move on to Laura Berland, who's here. Oh, my list is faulty. I apologize. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Sorry, yes.
Or okay, anytime, Chris.
Hello.
Please introduce yourself and thank you.
My name is Laura Berland Wyman, and I am here to testify as a member.
Wyman, that's what threw me off.
Oh, okay, no problem.
Thank you.
I'm here to testify as a member of Parole Watch, which you've heard much about already. So I just want to take a moment to revisit this council's hearing on the nomination of Ms. Sharkita Hossain to the Parole Board in 2021. As a member of Parole Watch, I watched closely as I had concerns about Ms. Hossain's qualifications for the job. And the majority of the members of this council also had concerns, clearly because you voted to not confirm her. And it seems that those concerns of this board are very relevant to today's hearing. During the hearing, you clearly identified the following issues: the general dysfunction of the parole board. According to one counselor, the current board is inept and incompetent. You asked for assurances that more commutation and pardon hearings would be held. You objected to the inordinate length of time it takes for parole applicants to receive their decisions. You asked for assurances that the nominee would not engage in relitigating the original offense during parole hearings. You expressed concern about addressing racial disparity in parole, with one counselor specifically asking, "What are you going to do about racial bias?" It seems that in light of the fact that Ms. Santa served on the board for 5 years and her renomination would mean she would serve another 5, this may be a good time to revisit your well-founded concerns. Unfortunately, nothing has changed on the parole board during the 5 years that Ms. Santa has served. There have been only 3, well, actually just another one recently, commutation hearings in the past 10 years. The decisions are still taking up to a year, the so-called abbreviated expedited decisions taking 5 months. The Commission on Structural Racism in Parole identified numerous issues of structural racism in the parole process and made recommendations, most of which have not been addressed. This despite the fact that Ms. Santa served on the commission itself. Ms. Santa has not shown leadership on the board. As noted in the facts sheet provided to you, her absences, her limited number of questions, and her failure to engage in substantive questioning demonstrate this fact. Further, Ms. Santa continues to relitigate the original offense during parole hearings. Questions about the original offense do nothing to help assess a parole applicant's suitability for release, as has already been discussed here. Critical information that board members should be trying to elicit, both from the point of view of the public safety and fairness to the parole applicant, does not have to do with relitigating. Following are just two examples of many. In the 2021 hearing during which Ms. Santa was the lead questioner, she asked the parole applicant 13 questions about the original crime, which had occurred 15 years prior. What prompted the attack? How many times did you stab the victim? Where did you get the knife? Did you say anything when you stabbed him? What did you do after that? You said your co-defendant did it. Why? She asked only 12 questions about his institutional record and parole plan. And in a 2022 parole hearing involving the death of a child, Ms. Santa spent roughly half her time asking questions about the original crime. She asked the parole applicant to describe what happened on the day the child died. She asked, were you upset during the day? Was the child crying or fussy? What was your relationship with the child's mother? Did you have doubts that the child was yours? Did you tell another inmate that the child wasn't yours? When did you start drinking and smoking marijuana, and how much were you doing during the time and day when the crime occurred? In 2021, at Ms. Hosang's hearing, you expressed a sincere desire for leadership on the board to push for change. One counselor commented, being a placeholder on the parole board is not enough. We need creative solutions. You have to be brave and bold. And another said, we need a strong voice. You again have an opportunity today to push for the board to take a new direction, change the status quo, and satisfy your very valid concerns. To that end, I hope you will take this opportunity to vote against the renomination of Ms. Santa. We need board members, particularly qualified board members of color, who have demonstrated expertise, experience, and interest in the matters most relevant to parole, such as work with persons suffering from substance use disorder, mental health issues, limited cognitive skills, complicated reentry needs, and institutionalization. We need someone who will work hard to implement the recommendations of the Commission on Structural Racism and Parole. There are many people of color who meet these qualifications. The Governor's Council should demand better qualified nominees. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that. Take questions from the councilors. Councilor.
I repeatedly hear that it's looked on with disfavor when someone on a parole board asks someone about the crime. And as someone who spent 30 years in law enforcement, I don't quite look at it that way. I think sometimes that you ask somebody, why'd you commit a crime? Trying to figure out whether they're going to do it again. You know, there might be some indications about what the issue was at the time. So why is that so improper to want to know, were you on marijuana when you killed your child? When did you start smoking marijuana? Why is that so improper?
I would say better minds than mine, including members of this council, have raised that as an issue where the crime has already been litigated in a court of law. The decision has been made. Are you releasing somebody on the basis of something they're going to say 15 to 40 years later? Or are you going to release them on the basis of what they have accomplished in their time being incarcerated?
I think both are important. I think sometimes you want to figure out like what was the issue then, and is it still an issue now? So I don't look at it as a litmus test disqualifier because someone asks about a crime. Like myself, speaking for myself, because I think the average person wants to know, hey, why'd you do the crime, and are you going to be different now? So I'm just throwing it out there because some people say you should never ask about it, and I just don't agree with that. So, thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Other counselors? You have questions? Counselor?
I just want to thank you for coming, and you just reinforced what had been said by people who have testified, and what I will too, you know, and I'm sorry that the people are to have this position. So thank you for all you do, and we need you, every nominee. You missed the last one. No, you did. No, you did. Okay. But, no, I thank you. And, you know, hopefully we'll get one. We've never had, I've been here 23 years, I've never had people come in and talk, and they just get reappointed, and some get thrown off, and only Patty and a couple of people come, and it goes nowhere. So maybe with public access, and you're making a difference with your group. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor, I know.
Very briefly. To the fact that oftentimes it takes up to a year for the parole board to make a decision. Do they give you any rationale as to why it takes so long, or do you have any as to why it takes so long?
I don't have access to any of that information. You know, I really am here testifying on what I've observed at the hearings I've been to. I've been to roughly 30 hearings, but I don't get information about what is going on behind the scenes. So I'm sorry, but I can't really answer.
But just to see if I have it correct, once the parole board has a hearing, at that point, it's not going to schedule it, well, maybe another. What you're talking about is once they have a hearing, it would take up to a year for that many, oftentimes, before a decision. I know you probably don't know this. Is it because the members of the parole board are undecided, they don't know, or is it a staffing issue? They can't write the decision. I'm trying to get
I think Ms. Santa probably could address that more easily than I can.
The decisions, it's like 10 pages long, 2 pages, 1 page, generally.
They're at most 2 pages.
So it's yeah, okay. Yeah, I just want to comment on my good friend, Councilor Ferrara. I'm a believer that a judge sentences someone takes the facts of the crime into consideration, looks at the person's criminal history, and when it comes to parole, it's just me, where the facts of the crime, it's good for the parole board to know what exactly happened. I get it. But for me, what's so important is to the person's institutional record. Has he or she been rehabilitated? Has he or she taken courses while in prison? We just heard about prior speaking, talking about he got his college degree. That to me is more important. Is he or she illegal in the prison? What if they did in prison? Someone's institutional record rehabilitation to me is extremely important. Thank you so much for coming. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Dodge.
Thank you as well, and I know that you're not, you know, you're just a person helping the public with this, and I concur with my colleague, the dean, who's been here for a long time, that, yeah, people are curious about crimes, right? But that's not what parole board members already have all the information about the crime. It's not, the whole point of parole is actually to not rehash the crime. It's to talk about what you've done while you're in prison. But are you saying that there are decisions that are only 2 pages long?
Yeah.
Have you seen abbreviated decisions? Because I know they've asked people if they want a decision more quickly to relinquish their right to a full decision.
Those are even shorter.
Then 2 pages?
Yeah, I mean, I assume you're talking about the decisions that appear on the DOC website.
Yes.
Yes. Yes, I have.
I knew they withdrew it, but frankly, that's shocking. Nothing shocks me with this board these days, to be really honest. That's, anyway, it's negligent. Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Any other questions?
No.
I want to thank you for being here, and you raised some important points around a prior hearing where the council did object to a nominee for the first time in 6 years. And at that hearing, I think there were a lot of great issues raised. As I recall, the nominee was not familiar with the Commission on Structural Racism. The nominee was not familiar with the state auditor's report on the parole board, was not familiar with the Mass Bar Association's I'm forgetting the specific name of the report, but the Clemency Task Force report, and many others. And we also heard from several counselors that, in line with all the testimony we've heard in all of our parole board hearings, that the background of mental health and substance abuse was really the background that was most relevant to the work. And so I was really proud of the council at that hearing. I appreciate you being here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so are there any further witnesses in support or opposition to the nominee? There being none, Board Member Santa, you've waited patiently, and it is your time to offer a statement if you have one, and then we'll work around to see if the council has questions. Thank you.
I have a brief statement. Good morning to members of the Governor's Council. First and foremost, I would like to take this opportunity to thank Governor Baker and Lieutenant Governor Julio for nominating me for the second time for the parole board. I also want to thank Governor Green Petrigno from assisting me in this process and the members of the council for taking the time to talk to me prior to this hearing. And to my counselor, Councilor DeVoe. I am both humble and honored to be here speaking with you today. During my time as a parole board member, by such a dedicated group of individuals. These individuals that work and continue to work tirelessly and to respond to the challenges presented for the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic, and for that, they have my unwavering gratitude.
Excuse me?
Yes, Council.
Speak up and speak slowly because we're having difficulty understanding and hearing you.
No problem. I'll pay attention if I need to. We could not have done our jobs without them during such challenging times, so I thank the parole staff. I also want to thank Executive Director from the board, Amy Elder, for taking the time from their busy schedule for coming to my prior hearing. Institutional Parole Officer Team 4, which he was here, prior hearing here today. So thank you, Tim. And also for the letters that were sent in support. Lastly, and most important, I would like to thank my daughter, Maria, for her constant and unconditional support for being here today and in prior hearing. So this is me, finally. I would like to provide you with a brief overview of my personal and professional background. I'm the youngest of 4 children. Can you hear me?
I cannot hear you. It's more slowly. It's not saying it more clearly. It's very difficult.
Yeah, there's a lot of noise.
It's not the noise, it's the projection.
So this is me, finally. I would like to provide you with a brief overview of my personal and professional background. I am the youngest of 4 children, all of whom are older brothers. I actually was not born in Puerto Rico, although I was raised there. I was born in New York while my father was stationed in Fort Hamilton during the Vietnam War. After completion of his tour of duty, mostly treating the wounded, we returned to Puerto Rico where my father served his community as a doctor. He was a very humble man who spent most of his career helping those less fortunate. During his long career, my father held true to a belief that we're each responsible for the betterment of our community. From my mother, I learned by putting ourselves in the shoes of others, we're better prepared to help those that are less fortunate. This belief has carried with me both in my personal and professional life, and it has been a focal point in my work as a parole board member. As for my educational background, upon completion of high school, I received a scholarship to attend college at Seton Hill in Greensburg, Pennsylvania, where I pursued a degree in political science and management. After completing my degree, I returned to Puerto Rico to pursue my career in the law. As we all know, paths are not linear. It was during my last year in law school that I began working with the Department of Corrections. During that time, I found a deep interest in rehabilitation and reentry. Later on, I completed a master's degree in public administration as well as the subsequent Stanford program from UMass Boston. In my career, which now spans 26 plus years, I have had and continue to have the opportunity to work in different areas of the criminal justice system. I have experience working with all populations from juveniles to adult school. I have experience working with all populations, and this has allowed me to bring a unique perspective to my work as a parole board member. I have been in positions providing direct services and returning citizens. These unique experiences have also allowed me to help my peers in understanding how services and programs are provided to incarcerated individuals. I have dedicated a large part of my professional life to overseeing the creation and provision of programs related to reentry and rehabilitation to ensure that reentering citizens have the resources they need not only to succeed but thrive upon returning to society. This includes providing mental health, education, and substance abuse services, and more. I firmly believe that we are not defined by our past, but rather we are defined by the choices we make to improve our future. In closing, it has been an incredibly rewarding experience to serve the Commonwealth of Massachusetts as a Parole Board member. It has given me the opportunity to be a witness to the power of forgiveness, transformation, and redemption, while also recognizing the devastation left behind after a crime is committed. Devastation that impacts not only the victim's family, but also the family of the incarcerated individual. We truly bear witness to the worst and the best of humanity. And with that, thank you for your time and consideration. I'm ready for your questions.
Thank you very much. Presuming there will be questions for the nominee, we will start to my right. I'm usually sitting with Councilor Hurley.
Good afternoon. Just before I start, is the lieutenant governor coming in at noon, you know?
I'm not aware.
Yes.
All right, so I think by now you are aware of some of the complaints that people have in terms of your performance as a member of the parole board. Would you like to respond to those?
Yes. I noticed some of the comments that were made. I'm guessing some questions are gonna come regarding the report for the Commission on Structural Racism. So I would just like to organize the comments by areas if that's possible.
Sure.
Regarding not voting for the report, mostly was because I was a current board member, but also because some of the recommendations were referring to the governor, and the governor, in my opinion, wasn't provided enough time to respond to the report. So I wasn't in the position to say that's a good suggestion or a bad suggestion. I provided input regarding the areas that were up to my level. And mostly of the things or recommendations that went were things that I proposed during that commission. Housing, employment, healthcare, eliminating the fees for the inmates, eliminating fees for driver's licenses, and so on and so forth. Because in my personal opinion, those are barriers for the inmates that return into society. Housing is the most important, finding a job, and taking care of their health. Time and time again, we have seen that there are clients that go to the community, they don't have the resources to maintain their counseling because they don't have health insurance, and then they compensate really fast. So for me, those were the priorities. And certainly there were areas that I wasn't in position to respond because I didn't know the answer. So I have to go back, get answers, and come back to the commission with the answers. So that was regarding that. Regarding the questions, thank you for the input. That's the perspective that you as a group have. I am really prepared when I sit there to preside over a hearing. There's a difference between an initial and a review hearing, so I just want to say that for the record. Prior to the initial hearing, we're going to ask more questions, and if I'm the lead, probably, I'm going to ask more questions about the crime, kind of just to put that on record. If that's a review, certainly I'm not going to rehash the crime that was committed unless there's different point of views from one hearing to the new hearing, and there was contradictory information that was provided. I asked the question that I need to ask. Sometimes the question that I have is already being asked and answered, so I'm not going to ask again that question. And for me, it's different. There was a specific example provided. I think the question, are you happy? It was more of out of my concern for the client of one expression that the client made during the hearing. And that's why I asked that question. There was also a comment regarding somebody from the Dominican Republic. And the question was because the client had made a comment in the statement that he provided to the board, and I just want to provide him an opportunity to clarify that to the board. For the attendance, so I don't know what was the range. So the speakers mentioned a 2-year period. So I'm guessing it goes from 2020, 2021, 2022. Is that accurate?
I apologize. What's the question?
Understanding you, not seeing.
Yes. The watch group mentioned that their document was referring to 2 years. Just to be accurate, are you referring 2020, 2021, 2022?
According to the fact sheet,
That's on
it
here.
says, July 20 to May 22.
So, yes, I was absent for 5 weeks during 2020, which it was not disclosed. It was a personal matter, which, let me see if I can go through and say that. My mom got sick, and I took care of my mom. She died. So I was out for 5 weeks. So maybe that justified the 20%.
So do you have follow-up questions or?
I was,
I apologize.
no problem. So we received some pretty serious letters in opposition as well. I don't know if you've seen them or not,
I haven't.
but one of the complaints was when she was the chief of institutional services, and you appointed your friend to deputy chief of institutional services. So she got your job when you became a member of the parole board.
So can I answer
And
that?
supposedly she was not qualified.
So, I don't, even as a chief, I didn't have the authority to appoint anybody to any position. She was a deputy at the time that I was a chief. The one that made the interviews for the position as a chief was the chair of the board, and he had the ultimate determination about who was appointed as the chief when I was moved to the board.
So was that Paul Tressler? And there's also an allegation that you have a high parole rate, but there's a high rate of failure as well. I don't know what the parole term is, but people who fail on parole and are brought back into the prison system.
So, I'm gonna make a difference between cases in the houses of corrections and cases for the state prisons. For the houses of corrections, I'll say that my parole rate is high. I wouldn't say that they come back. I do pay attention who comes back, and I wanna know why they are coming back. I don't feel that I have that many that come back. One of the things that some of the pro watchers or spectators, I think it's the same organization, sometimes an individual will come back because they'll go to a program, but it's not a good fit for him. So they start having issues there, and they can't find another different placement for them in the community, so they return. So, and I try to sit down with the client at that moment and say, what works for you? It has to be specific to the client. It's not a blanket for everybody. For the prisons, they have longer sentences. It's more structure. We want to make sure that all their needs areas are covered. They have a great amount of work on their, we want to make sure that they understand their needs and how they need to follow those in the community. So, more structure vote in those cases, which are 97.3% of the cases that we vote on. Yeah.
Another complaint is that you would generally ask limited questions of the inmates and grant parole with numerous conditions that were most of the time impossible to follow?
So I'll be the board member that imposes least conditions. Sometimes what you said, you want somebody that is a voice within the parole board, having the background corrections. We have just to put things in perspective, we do have a risk assessment as a parole board. There's a risk assessment for, clients that are in prisons or in the houses of corrections. Their needs are covered there. So I just want to make sure that their needs are addressed. That they use the term overkill. I don't favor that. I just want to work with the client, things that are appropriate and they can manage and they don't get overwhelmed when they're in parole.
Also, if you read the article by Jean Traunstein, morale violation, whistleblowers report culture of retaliation, nepotism at parole agency. Did you read that article?
I didn't.
Okay. Well, do you think that there's a poor morale at the agency and that there's a culture of retaliation and nepotism at the agency?
So for the more I think that some people have some issues. I'll say that some people have, low morale. Very different, I'll say, from before pandemic, after pandemic. Challenges like any other organization. People, were working from home. They were asking to return to a workplace. That was challenging. And, I think that there are more demands on the staff to, be more helpful to the clients that are in the community and, be more aware of the services that are there before bringing a client back to a prison when there's other alternatives in the community as well.
All right, there's other letters, but they're basically pretty much all the same. Those are just a few of the letters that we received. We also received a number of them by email that I'm not going to get into either. But my last question is, tell this board, Governor's Council, why you should be approved for another 5 years on the parole board.
So, first I had to ask that question to myself if I wanted to stay 5 more years on the board. So the question for me was yes. I thought that I still have more things that I needed to complete before, 26 plus 5 is like 31 years in the criminal justice field. It's a lot of years. But like Mr. Wright said, he saw the board asking to come back in 2 years. I had many clients like that I want to see going out. I want to make sure that they have that chance. And, when you have so much turnover in the parole board, that might get lost. So I want to make sure that I say why I thought that then and why after 2 years this person should be in the community, at least for those cases, seeing that the recommendations that were proposed for the commission of structural reason, follow through and we do what we were supposed to be doing. So I want to be part of that as well.
Speaking of the report, why wasn't it disseminated?
So, I don't have the answer. I did send copies of the final report to both chief of the, big units. Already the chair and the secretary had the report. So, wasn't aware that it wasn't shared. I know that many staff asked me about some of the recommendations, so I assumed that they had copies of the report. Or why some things were excluded of the report. I said, hey, it's not all inclusive. You can propose that was a final product.
Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. We're going to take a moment now to break for the Lieutenant Governor to come in for our brief assembly vote. So we'll recess for 10 to 15 minutes until the assembly's done. She's coming in a moment, yeah. So we'll recess until assembly's over. What time is the next one? Is it 1 or 1:30?
We go to, break out after Lieutenant Governor?
I just want to break for, okay, I don't want it to be long, I don't. Well, it's 12 right now, we do 12:45.
Well, we haven't left yet either. Say one. Let's go. Good job. I take one.
I don't know, I want to get my kids out of here as soon as I can, but we can make lunch a little quicker perhaps.
Take the kids to eat.
What are you girls doing?
We'll be here a little after.
Oh my gosh, maybe we should say something.
This is good. Yeah.
It's wicked fun.
You're right. I believe. we left off, which is Councilor Ferrera's opportunity to ask questions of the nominee.
Thank you, sir. Welcome back. And as has been talked about, we've had, I think, about an equal amount of favorable and unfavorable reports about you and your nomination. We have a packet, literally, of favor and a packet of opposition. And I've got phone calls in favor and in opposition. And trying to find the right conclusion, because I have people tell me that you don't release enough people. I've had people tell me you release too many people. I've had people tell me you don't put enough conditions. I've had people tell me you put too many conditions. I've had people tell me that you were responsible for hiring this person who was horrible to the organization. And then I heard from you today, I believe, that you didn't hire that person. So I'm looking for clarification. I know Councilor Hurley kind of asked you an open-ended question, but I'm looking for, first of all, why don't we go in the reverse order? Did you or did you not hire that person that everyone has these concerns about?
Not.
You did not. Who hired that? Paul Kressler? Why do people think that you were the one that hired? Any idea?
No idea.
I mean, people have literally called me and said it's not so much about her, but it was about your hiring of that person. You know, that's a huge concern of a lot of people.
In our case, at least in the case of the Chief of Criminal Services, the hiring is done by the chair and the executive director. We can make recommendations as to whoever is appointed to a position, but not to hire.
Okay. I've had parole officers call me in favor, parole officers against, and I like those people. Many of the people that called said that they have the highest regard for the executive director, but that they didn't think he was totally honest with us last week. Do you have any comments about that?
I found secretary director a very honest person and very forthcoming. I wouldn't think that he'll sit here and lie. So, and he didn't have to come.
No, he didn't have to come, and he wrote a nice letter in favor, as well as, 12 other people that did. Did you have the authority to hire or fire that person that's been talked about so many times? Did you have any authority to hire or fire her?
No.
The chair?
The chair, the chief, and the chair is the one who makes the ultimate decision with advice of HR.
So in other hearings, I've asked the question, and people on all sides have, I think, agreed. And tell me your thoughts. Is it true that we incarcerate less people in Massachusetts than any other state in the country?
Incarcerate less people?
Yes, less people.
As compared to other states, yes.
Other states, yes. And is it true that we parole more than any other state?
Yes, we do.
Do you think we need to parole more people?
I think that we parole the people that we need to parole. Maybe the process could be more efficient in some areas.
Let me stop you there. Why does it take so long to write a two-page decision? Well, let me ask you, let me go back. How long does it take to write a decision for you personally?
It seems that some decisions take a year for parole hearings. So we're talking about two different decisions.
House of correction. You go today to a house correction.
Put in numbers, 97.3% of the decisions, the clients will get the decisions within 24 hours.
24 hours. House correction.
Meaning they'll get the decisions right there, but the paper, they'll get a paper also after we leave the hearing. But we tell them how we decide and the way we decide and why we decide in a specific way.
That's house corrections on a daily basis. They're told right away, within a day.
Corrections and prisons.
State prison as well.
The only difference with the prisons is that you have in the House of Corrections a one board member. In a prison, you have a panel, could be a minimum of 2 up to 3. So we'll tell them when they come back, usually we'll say, hey, you have to leave the room while we decide, because then you have 3 people and we don't want to have a conversation from the inmate. Then, whoever's in the panel will discuss yes, no, why, and then ask the inmate to return to a room, and then we tell them the decision. And then they're going to get a paper with the decision.
So what percent of all the parole hearings are decided within a day or two. 97?
0.3 are decided within.
Right. Are there, so the cases that people have talked about where it takes a year, are there any cases today that would take a year to rate a decision?
Those are the lifer hearings that we comment and the watch group attends. Those are the hearings are held in Natick. Now we're doing hearings Tuesdays and Thursdays. And it seems that they're taking a year.
Why does it take a year?
That question, I can't answer. I'm not the chair of the board. I go to executive session, I vote in the cases, then the legal division takes care of all the decisions. And I know before.
So you don't, as a board member, you don't personally write the decision?
We don't write the decisions. I know Councilor Duff had mentioned that prior board members used to write decisions. Since I joined the Parole Board, even before, the board members weren't writing decisions. Not something that I'm opposed. If I have to write it, I'll write it. But that's not the practice, or haven't been the practice for some.
It's the people in the law department that write the life decisions that take a year?
Yes.
That's up to the chair of the board to make them go faster or not, or nothing to do with you?
No, I don't supervise the legal division. It's not something that I have control of.
Are there any other things that were talked about 2 weeks ago or today that you would wish to clarify or expound on?
For experience, I think I am qualified to this job for my background in the criminal justice field. I think it's important to bring that balance in the board.
I know you've been doing a myriad of jobs, like 12 different jobs over 25 years in the prison system, and you're a lawyer. We won't hold that against you. So again, you know, we've all been bombarded, I think, from both sides, opposition and favorable. I decided yesterday to call your ex-husband because I thought, I don't know if it would be fair or not, but I know him for a long time. I called him and he said, you know, you guys divorced a while ago, whatever, but he told me what a great hard worker you are and that you brought home stuff every night and on the weekends and your work ethic and that you're really particularly effective with the Spanish community in the prisons and that it would be an injustice not to reappoint you, is what he said. So I'm just leave you with that thought, but that was pretty remarkable of an ecstasy, I thought. That's all I have. Thank you.
Councilor Jumville, any questions?
So just to clarify on these decisions, the life decisions, you vote, right?
Yes, for life
How
decision.
many on the board? How many on the parole board?
6 members now with Mr. Kelcourse. I think Gavin will join the board at the end of August.
Okay, so all the board members vote one way or the other, right?
Yes.
And then whether it's for release or not, the decision, the written decision, do any of the parole board members, you or anyone else, do they write their own decisions?
No, I believe Councilor Duff mentioned that prior, which I'm not aware, so I don't know. Prior board used to write their own decisions. I wasn't part of the board when that was happening since 2016.
Who makes the decision? Who made the decision to, you know, have the parole board not write the decisions?
I wouldn't know. I don't know.
Since you've been on there, you don't write them.
No.
You vote.
I vote.
When do you vote after the hearing? How long after the hearing?
We hold executive sessions like once a month. It could be twice a month. So we vote probably.
So you have a hearing and then weeks later you vote?
Yes. We go over probably 15 to 20 cases.
You vote, when you vote, let's say the vote is for parole. Is the parolee informed of that vote?
When they get the written decision.
Is there any kind of a mini decision that is sent out that you know of?
I know that during the COVID pandemic, they were doing
Expedited or something?
decisions.
And those were how many pages?
I believe like 2 pages, and the other ones are like 4 or 5 pages.
What, the regular ones? Have you ever said anything to the chair about pushing to get these decisions out quicker?
I have.
Tell me in a brief, it's a difficult question. Tell me very briefly your opinion of mental health.
Well, that's a very.
Yeah, I know, it can fill volume. But what do you know about mental health is what I'm getting at.
You know, I obviously by reason you know that I've been working persons for many years, and luckily I worked with juveniles for many years, 3 years, and I oversaw a contract for mental health services.
Okay, tell me what you know about it, though.
So I wouldn't say learning more about juveniles and their brain and the way they make their decisions, that was a good part. But also that, you know, case planning for them, what they need when they go to the community, what is needed, getting all their stakeholders to participate in the reentry of these. And there, you know, I used to call them, you know, the kids going back to the community, what was the right fit for them in the community. Obviously, they weren't properly supervised as how they got in trouble.
Do you think mental health is an illness?
Yes.
Do you think it's being adequately treated in the prison system?
I think that we need more. Mr. Wright mentioned that he benefited for 2 years of counseling. Right now, it's more, those are open mental health cases. The ones that are, sometimes they just need to talk to somebody.
How about it? Tell me quickly what you know about addiction. So what is an addiction?
Addiction, and just to clarify, I've never said that I'm expert. I did complete the certificate program for UMass for substance abuse.
Just tell me what an addiction is.
Health matter.
What's an addiction?
Addiction is when you need it. It's uncontrollable. You don't have a say-so about the actions that you take to, you know, take care of that addiction. So, you know, you need to understand or see the crime, the light of that addiction. Why they did what they did in light of being an addict.
Have you ever asked a parolee at a hearing to admit that he committed the crime before you would vote to parole?
No, it's more for me.
Excuse me. Have you ever heard any other people on the parole board ask that? Have you voted against anybody that said they were innocent for parole just because they said they were innocent?
No.
Has any other member of the parole board, in your opinion, voted no for somebody who said they were innocent?
Say no.
We've heard members ask people if the person that was before you said they were innocent of the crime.
Yes.
And you've had parole members question pretty heavily about that issue, right? And that person or those people sometimes didn't get parole, right?
Yes.
You feel some of those people were denied parole because they said they were innocent?
Yes.
You ever vote for somebody for parole just because they said they were innocent of the crime?
Not because they just said that they were innocent of the crime. I look at.
Well, would you agree with me that the consensus is somewhere between 10 and 15% of people in prisons are innocent?
Yes.
You see it all the time, right? 30 years later, DNA exonerates somebody, right? So I've always had this discussion with members of the parole board that say, I want them to admit they did the crime. And I say, why? Well, it shows they've taken responsibility. And I say, well, they did that by going to trial or pleading. But why don't you take into consideration just what they've done since they went through the front door of the prison, rather than rehash the incident, which I find useless to get involved with. Be some general questions lightly, but to me, if I'm on the parole board, I'm not on the judicial board. I didn't handle that. That was done by judges and juries and everything. I'm here now to see whether this man or woman is rehabilitated to the extent where I can vote they should be paroled. Right?
So your question is?
You would, yeah, you think that's a good way to think of it?
Yes. I will confirm with your statement.
There was a case where there were two co-defendants. One of them admitted he did the crime at the parole hearing. The other one said, I didn't do the crime. The one that admitted it, guess what? He got parole. The one that said he was innocent did not get parole.
Happens.
So a parole board member said to me, well, he was lying. The one that said he was innocent. I said, well, why wouldn't the other guy be lying? Because if he lies, he's going to get paroled probably. Where the other one that says he's innocent realizes that he's probably not going to get paroled by making that answer.
It's true. That's a true statement.
So if I'm in jail, I'm going to admit I killed President Kennedy if they parole me. I'm not out.
Like for me, I look what happened since they came to prison. Obviously, if I'm the lead for an initial hearing, I'll try to ask some questions about defense because it's the first time we're gonna see this client. But in a review, like I wouldn't ask about the crime. It's more what happened when they got to prison. If they benefited, if they couldn't, if they declined some programs, why did they decline?
Let me ask you, when you're at the parole hearing, you have a packet of that inmate's history, don't you?
A packet.
You have the police reports concerning the crime, right?
Yes.
Okay. You were able to read them?
Yes. Police reports, we have autopsy reports, we have statements from the witnesses, we have transcripts from if they pled guilty, we have everything.
So sometimes statements against the witnesses in the police report are maybe not outright lies, but they're from their perspective. And even police officers that write reports write it from their perspective. They're the ones writing it, right?
Yes.
So you're at the hearing, you've read all this about this inmate. You know about the crime, you know about the witnesses, you know about everything, including what he's done in jail, right?
Yes.
You've been criticized a lot for not asking questions. But before you had the hearing, you've read all of that, right?
Yes.
Like we read all the stuff about nominees that come before us. And some of us don't have questions of those nominees because they've read all the reports we've got. Right? So do you ever meet with these parolees individually? That's not done.
Some of them I've met during the hearing process.
When somebody's paroled, there's various processes, right, where they go. Some of them go to like a halfway house.
Or houses. Someone will go home with IOP. Some will go home with counseling one-on-one because they are not very. It's difficult for them to be in settings that is a group setting.
When they go home, who's supervising them? The parole officer at that point? How many parole officers are usually involved?
They'll get assigned one parole officer. So depending on their risk level, we decide how many visits they're going to have with her.
And once you vote, that's now turned over to another part of the agency.
Yes, it could come back to us if, which I think is a positive trend, if the parole officer thinks that, they're working, we need to change curfew because they have different schedules, which is kind of a common thing. But also, the client will say, I'm here in this program, but it's not a good fit. I'm feeling overwhelmed, it's too crazy.
So the conditions can be changed.
Yes, so then
depending on circumstances.
Then that supervisor will send us like a changeable, can we send this individual to this other program? It seems like it will be a better fit and, we'll work with that.
And there was mention that you have a lot of people that are parole that recommit crimes or violate probation or violate parole. Right?
I don't think so. I do pay attention to revocations or rescissions. I do want to know why people are coming back, if that's something that I can learn from. Sometimes it's just, you know.
Well, once you voted, the board's voted, the board's out of it, right? You know, the case that came up years ago when Governor Patrick his parole board released somebody who went off and killed a police officer, right? But the parole board followed the procedures that were in place at the time, as I understand it.
That's my understanding as well.
And they all got fired, the parole board, for what they did. And a couple of them sued, a couple of parole officers sued. Taxpayers have paid out some pretty good money over that issue. So it's much like when we vote here for somebody to be a judge. We hope they're going to turn out good, do a great job. But unfortunately, there's a small percentage that don't. So I guess, should we be blamed because we voted yes? They turned out that way? Or a judge let somebody out on bail and they commit a crime? The judge is responsible? I don't see, you know, criticism is good. And I think some of the criticism is fair here. But I don't think it's fair to tar you or any other board member with what somebody else does when they get out, especially if they have services in place to help them. And even with that, they commit other crimes. What is your parole rate for the House of Correction, do you know?
I think it's around 90%.
What does yours compare with other board members?
I don't know the other board members.
And what is your rate approximately?
8% for House of Correction.
What about for state prison?
53.
I think a lot of the criticism has been you don't ask enough questions. You ask questions that are inappropriate according to some. What's your decision? How do you make a decision as to whether or not you ask questions?
That's a combination of factors. I take a lot of time reviewing the file, but also if that's a review hearing, I review prior hearings. Comments by other board members of that client, their demeanor in the hearing. Sometimes I just want to observe all the questions.
We asked you about that, and when you're looking at somebody there and how they're answering questions, you pick up what from that?
If, for example, I'm going to use the same example that I was criticized for. Are you happy? And I can remember the client, he was really sad. That's what I took from that hearing when he sat there. And a lot of time was spent saying, you know, you have done all these good things and there's all this plan now in place. I wasn't there before. So what is your outlook in life? Because, you know, we hear if many clients that go out.
I got to tell you, if I was in state prison, I'd be sad every day it was there.
I mean, most of the times, like, you know, I think Councilor Devaney was in, and you guys were involved in Mr. Kuhn's hearing, Mr. Allen's hearing. They were very positive individuals.
They were positive, but no, I can't imagine somebody's happy that they're in prison.
Well, he used a statement that he was unhappy. And then if he could see himself happy being out, you know, if he had all these other things in place.
I think he was happy because the governor recommended the commutation. But you was happy.
Yes. I'm talking about this other client. It's
Have
more.
you read the book, Talking to Strangers? I think you should read that book. I think every judge should read it and every parole member. It talks about how we judge people by their actions when they're sitting in front of us, whether they're nervous, their eyes don't make contact, all of this. And the studies have shown that you really can't form an opinion based on that. You're usually wrong when you do.
Yes, you can. Because, the situation in there is intimidating. It's more intimidating when you have the client sitting there and you have both equally numbers of support, but equally number of opposing, witnesses. It's just a room, a lot of tension in that moment.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Devaney, do you have questions?
Thank you. If I may, Counselor, before I question, I just wanted to just set something straight, okay? When Sinelli was released from prison, he killed the officer. He had 3 life sentences, and he was told he would have. I checked on this, and I was appalled. He was supposed to have probation officer see him every week. He also was put in a plumbing internship, living with his uncle, and to pay rent. None of the above. So I disagree that there was a follow-up. And so he killed Officer McGuire. I went to that funeral. He should have gone home to his children that night and his wife. But having said that, they were all fired. Anyone that voted for him. And you know what happened? If you know, there wasn't enough people on the parole board, and there were inmates that were scheduled to be released, and they couldn't because they didn't have enough parole, they didn't have enough people on the parole board to have a hearing for a lifer. You know that, because there's only 2 left. That was terrible. These people lingered in prison. So I just want to put that aside. Okay, so with your permission, Counselor, I do want to say that got different letters from people, okay? But one of them that was significant to me was the one from Lucy Soto. And she was, I mentioned how she was told she was done, here's your papers and everything, how she was treated. Now, I just want to say a little bit about Lucy, with your permission. She grew up in a very dangerous public housing, okay? And in Springfield, where there was rapes and murders, and even her own family that she was living with, one got life sentence. One was an alcoholic. She lived in fear, okay? She brought a lot of experience to the board, and she was a victim witness advocate before that. So she saw both sides of it. And she worked so hard, and she was Puerto Rican, she spoke Spanish, and she also had, she went to school for forensic specialist. She had all of it. Okay, put that aside. She wrote us a letter. And she said that several staff members from the Massachusetts Parole Board asked me to forward to you their concerns regarding the testimony provided to you by board member Colette Santa's witnesses. In addition, they also want to express their opposition to her nomination. Attach our board member hearing schedules that will provide you with information regarding attendance of hearings. Okay, so she was appointed by 2 governors, okay, 2 governors, and she had served 25 years in the parole system. And she didn't even get a thank you. She just was released from staffer. So anyway, she served on the board with board member Colette Santa for approximately 2 years, during which I observed that she lacked the necessary skills to perform effectively in this position. The quantity of questions asked by her during hearings, including lifer hearings, were limited. And I did say I went to 2 lifer hearings recently, and you asked no questions. We got a letter here from someone that had gone to 3 hearings, and you asked no questions. So, all right, put that aside. So when she did ask questions, they lacked substance and quality. She's brought nothing to the agency other than chaos and destruction of morale. As Chief of Transitional Services, she ruled with intimidation tactics, such as denying employees time off, violating civil service rules, cyberbullying employees via email, punishing employees if they spoke up, and punishing employees after being sued for civil service violations. She perpetuated the toxic culture which affected morale through the agency. If she is confirmed, it will lead to nothing but a further degradation of the quality of the Massachusetts Parole Board. Unfortunately, things will continue to go downward if this candidate is allowed to return to her position. It's time to elect elected officials to start about issues that are plaguing the Parole Board agency rather than turning a blind eye to it. The Parole Board lacks stability and leadership. The position of chairman should not be using as a stepping stone to become a judge. And she said she was wants to be a judge, Ms. Maroney. She said that to me at her hearing, rather than it should be filled by someone who truly wants to lead and improve a broken agency. So she has said the testimony given by Kevin Keefe on Wednesday was dishonest. He said, among other things, the board member, Colette Santa, only missed 2 days. She should be conducting hearings instead of representing our agency on accreditation committee that, if researched, no other board member felt was valid. And it goes on about that. And then it said, board member, okay, the only staff member that we interviewed were personally selected by Chairman Tressler, that's the case. Board member Santa and her friend Michelle Weatherby approved trainings that consist of docudramas and other absurd trainings. Many of us have sought out professional trainings at our own expense. We have asked the forensic psychologist to provide us with reputable journal articles and online training resources. We have attached the hearing schedule so you can see the number of hearings that board member Santa attends. In addition, the schedules reflect the number of days she is at ACA meetings. Of note, she chooses to go to MCI for their scheduled hearings. When other board members ask to go to Worcester or other facilities that are in a region or close to her residence, their request is denied, as favoritism is given to board member Santa. She is given minimal travel as other board members traverse across the Commonwealth. She has never scheduled to conduct hearings at Suffolk County House of Correction due to a discrimination lawsuit, which she is part of. So then we go on the fact sheet. Paul Tressler fired the Chief of Transitional Services, Kelly Sweeney, and hired you. Michelle Weatherby was a transitional parole officer who reported to the institutional parole officer. She had already failed the professional exam and had been suspended by Chairman Josh Wall. And yet, Chief Colette Santa hired Michelle Weatherby as her deputy, despite failing the exam to do the job. 4, neither Colette nor Michelle had any idea what they were doing and participated in unfair hiring practices. What is lost under the most egregious and incompetent decisions is their cyber-bullying tactics, perpetuating the complete decline in morale, terrible hostile work environment, and incompetence started by the chairman. The agency went from a staff supporting each other to forcing people to take sides in order to cling to their livelihood. Staff left the agency in record numbers without even a thank you from your service. I told you that, from the administration, let alone management coming to the retirement parties, which was eventually told we could not use agency email to post. Michelle Weatherby and Colette Santa took control of the board schedule, despite the same person having done a very good job at it for over 10 years. Michelle Weatherby confirmed what we already knew, that Chairman Chairperson Gloria Ann Maroney had the final say when it comes to the board schedules. The changes they made are in retaliation to those board members who they do not view as loyal. When asked for a specific board member, such as a mental health expert, the response of, it's a directive from the chair to say no. Everyone loses, especially the inmate. 6, it is no secret that Michelle gives Colette the schedule she wants. It is noted that Michelle is now covering facilities even though she has failed the civil service exam for the job she is now doing. Chairperson Gloria Maroney and the current administration failed to promote those who passed the exam off the list to fill the vacancies. Instead, they forced the staff to take the exam again, all in hopes that Michelle would pass so they could promote her. It was then determined Michelle was not eligible to take the test for civil service. So those poor staff members who passed the test were forced to take it again, and some didn't score as high as they did the first time. It should also be noted that the new hires are not told where they will be assigned before applying for the job. That means they are accepting a job line and then informed that they have to move across the Commonwealth. 7, you will see the schedules that Colette is scheduling, which means off-site. This was happening even when the agency was working remote during COVID. 8, unfortunately, not all the schedules are included as they were not saved. By the volume of days that Colette is not doing hearings is astonishing. Other board members are working much harder, and when she does work, she gets to go wherever she wants. 9, the new board member, who has never been introduced to the staff, is also shadowing Colette. That is the last person the parole officers want him to learn from. He is shadowing the forensic psychology just one day, because no one else is working. The August 2022 schedule, which is another issue, only came out the 28th of July. Some board members will have 4 hearings in a day, where others will have 14. You can assume who gets preferential treatment. The entire agency sees the schedule. It causes constant resentment because of preferential treatment. 10, prior to 2015, the mental health expert was always assigned to Bridgewater State Hospital or Old Colony Correctional, where most of the mental health inmates are held. It is easy to make sure the mental health expert is not off those days and to schedule that person for that day. This is a disgrace that would not automatically happen. Board members, other than Colette Santa in the chair, will now ask for certain hearings to be postponed for the mental health expert to hear. 11, please take note that Kevin Keefe repeatedly lied in his testimony to you. His closest friends and colleagues are incredibly hurt by his lies. If nothing else, he knows of all the complaints against Michelle, and he played games in his testimony with his words. He asked that the union not hand him the folder of written complaints and just wanted to discuss them verbally. He acknowledged that he and the chair had seen the embarrassing YouTube video Michelle filmed from the agency and told the union that she had been addressed regarding that issue. He knew that Colette's ACA is much more than 2 days. And it is ridiculous if they insist on paying for the accreditation that a board member be used to represent us. 12, if nothing else, Colette Santa should not be confirmed or named chair, and Michelle Weatherby should be fired. In addition, it makes no sense for Colette to be now in charge, as Dupree was, of the LIPA hearings that Chairperson Maroney is not present and due to her many recusals. The entire agency sees the schedule and is astonishing that we have a chairperson who is recused from all Suffolk and Boston cases, even those that occurred 30 years ago. To put Sheila Dupree and Colette Santa in charge of lifer hearings in the chairperson's absence is insulting to us all. 13, finally, as you are aware, the union has routinely written letters of support. It is very difficult for the union to refuse, but the union has not written a letter of support for Santa. Please understand that our agency has never come forward to speak against a board member. Enough is enough, and we have lost so many good people and board members since 2015. Board member Tina Hurley is currently a 2+ year holdover. We all know what that could mean after seeing what happened to board member Lucy Soto Abbey and board member Lee Gottenberg. This must cause extreme anxiety for those board members, and yet board member Santa, who clearly you must know is not valued, and many believe has been the primary contributor to the incompetence and hostility, was nominated right away. What message will it send to our agency if she is voted again? The staff has finally come forward to speak out against board member Santa in the agency, as we had enough of the status quo. Thank you for taking our concerns seriously. We greatly appreciate your service. And this is true about the delay. To have someone a holdover 2 years and waiting for the other shoe to drop. Lucy was 18 months. And every time I came to the meeting with the Lieutenant Governor, I said, hey, it's 10 months, it's 12 months, and then they replaced her. This is wrong. And so I'm just saying that I think they should, thank you for allowing me to read it, but I think it's important to put in the minutes, because this is in addition to all the citizens who have written, but this is someone who served on the board, who served with this nominee, so I really think it should be put on the record, Mr. Chairman. So I do want to say that. So, have said that, I do want to ask you, I did vote no last time. I'm sorry, Chris. I asked him for permission to read the letter, okay? So, what I know is, okay, I voted for you, I voted no before. And the only ones in this board was Councilor Ionella and me that voted no. I want to ask you, what reason would I have to vote for you now?
Regarding the reappointment to the board, because I have done an outstanding job on the board. But in your opinion, or in the letters that you're getting, it's about people saying that I'm not doing my job, but I am doing my job. I'm really good at what I do.
But I can't believe all these people made up these things. I mean, they're naming people that someone who didn't meet the qualifications, didn't pass the test, and then.
You have equal letters saying that I'm doing good. You're choosing to read that letter, but you are not reading the good letters. What's that?
I'm just saying, look.
I'm just saying to be fair.
I'm just going by, I'm going by what I've seen you in person. I've gone to the Parole Board hearings. I've seen you not ask questions and asking irrelevant questions.
Well, I asked a question in Mr. Coons or Allen's hearing when that was my third time listening to those fines. Third time.
Well,
for you, maybe it was right. No, for you,
it's very important on the Parole Board that we have people who are believing second chances, who are doing it. Your attendance is terrible. You can't even justify it.
I can't justify. I was out.
Well, we got the facts.
I was out taking care of my mom.
And the other thing is how you're able to go, to these meetings, but the other people aren't allowed. That's against the grain to me.
Meanings about what? Means I'm allowed to go.
Well, all I know is that, I do my homework, and I'm sure the counselors have done theirs, but I've been there, and I saw you in the life hearings, and questions that are so irrelevant in other hearings that don't matter. We want to know what they have been doing for rehabilitation.
We know
What
that.
do they plan to do?
We know that.
And to ask someone, are you happy? Are you happy now to come back to minimum security?
You're taking one comment out of content of a conversation, which is not fair. We have all that information. We know what they've been doing, what they want to do, what is the plan, who are going to be in the community helping them. I have all that information. That's on the record. That's part of the record.
So all these people who go to the hearings are making all this up. It's not true, the questions that you ask, you know, and that you don't ask questions. And they even got it timed. The parole watch has a time that
That's our perception, you know.
Counselor.
I haven't had conversations with them. Well,
you know, I'm not gonna leave. Thank you for the time for reading.
Counselor, I just want to make sure we all go around.
Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Ionella?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. You have a lot of people who don't like you.
a lot of people that like me too.
I understand that. But generally speaking, been here a few years. You always get a lot of letters from people who want to speak or write and so on. Very rarely get letters, phone calls, people who don't like somebody. It's an unbelievable amount of people who are against you. To me, it's mind-boggling. I didn't think so many people. I mean, I get it, one or two. A lot more than one or two. I mean, are they all wrong?
The negative, yes.
I'm sorry?
The negative, yes.
They're all wrong.
Yes.
They have Lucy Soto. She was a member on the Parole Board with you for a couple of years.
Yes.
Do you get along with her?
That's my peer, yeah. We went to hearings together.
What?
We did hearings together.
I know that. I said to you, a lot of times you can, there could be members there, maybe I don't like Councilor June, but we still do hearings together.
Exactly.
Did she get along with her?
For the purpose of the job, yes. We weren't friends. I mean, we don't go out and eat together or.
Well, most people hearing, and I get that. Did you get a sense that there was a little rift between you and Lucy Soto while you were?
No.
No. So.
But I can see that it's upsetting that she wasn't reappointed and how could be upset.
But you didn't take her job.
I didn't take her job.
That's what I'm saying.
It's.
But she hasn't spoken against other people, but she's speaking against Joe.
Yes.
And you heard some, did you read the letter from her? Do you want a copy of the letter?
No, not really.
You don't care what somebody said, so maybe you could prove if it's warranted, you don't want.
The concerns like the attendance, if I don't ask appropriate questions, the hiring of Michelle Weatherby, which I didn't do. Taking, I don't know, measures against staff or the way I was as a chief. No.
I'm sure that's what she's talking about. That might be other people, but I meant Lucy Soto, just because you and her were on the parole board at the same time. Yeah, and she gave you no indication, there's no friction over a particular case or anything. You
I respect, we are, I mean, then it was 7 board members, we are all different.
We're all different here.
You all have your own opinions about a candidate, their performance or views. We can disagree to, disagree, we can agree to disagree.
Here's my question, it's sort of not my question. Did you have, like, heated arguments with her?
No.
Nothing. So when she wrote a letter opposing your appointment, were you stunned?
I just heard about that today. I didn't know about it.
You didn't know about it?
No. So very surprising.
When she says, you were chief of the, who was chief of the transitional services?
No, or
Yeah, have you ever been the chief?
I was the chief 2016.
Okay. And what does she say? You ruled with intimidation tactics. What do you think she meant by that?
I don't know. And I was a supervisor also in a DOC, and there was never a complaint of such level. staff, we have 3 unions in the Parole Board.
I understand that, but I'm just asking, do you have any idea why she would say that you ruled with intimidation tax?
No need to intimidate. If I only ask you to do your job, if I only asking you to do your job, that's part of the collective bargaining agreement. You have to do your job. I'm not gonna ask you to do anything that is outside your job description.
So do you know why? How could you, do you have any opinion as to how she could come to the conclusion that you ruled with intimidation tax?
Thoughtful.
Now,
Thoughtful.
she also says, that's number 1, you deny employees time off. What is she referring to?
I have no clue.
No clue at all.
The only thing is like, if you have a big facility and we have hearing schedules, you're asking for a day off, you need to ensure that the facility is covered for the hearings. That's a very simple request, so hearings have to move on.
And she says, you deny employees time off. Do you know what she's talking about?
No.
Okay. You were cyber bullying employees via email. Do you know what she's talking about?
No, if she's referring to me to asking information why specific clients weren't put on the list.
Oh, what she's saying, but-
Exactly. I don't know.
You work there, you work.
No, like
She's
it's
talking
sending an email to a person in the facility that is a supervisor about action that was taken. I think that's an appropriate email and that's part of my job description. I need to supervise, I need to ensure that hearings are conducted, so.
I mean, there's a question about that, but when she's saying you were cyber bullying employees via email.
No.
Baffled again? Punishing employees if they spoke up. Baffled. Punishing employees after being sued for civil service violations. So, you must think she's lying. You see, the tell the truth, lying.
That's her perspective of things.
What is her perspective? What the allegations are against her? Do you think she's telling the truth?
No.
But I guess what gets me is, I can understand you got a rift with someone. You don't get along. You hate each other. Okay, anyone could say anything. But you make it seem like you have a good working, you might have disagreed, but you had a good working relationship with this former member, Lucy Soto. Am I right? It's amazing. One thing I didn't quite get. 93. Or somewhere. We're all about 90, are you voting? Well, let me go back this up. On the decisions again.
Which ones?
I'm gonna tell you. House of Corrections. Well, House of Corrections, you issue, the board issues decisions within what, 1 or 2, 3 days?
No, we tell them right there, the
Right.
decision. And then, when we leave, the staff, the parole staff will print the decision, they'll give them a copy with the decision.
And in the House of Correction, again, where do they get that decision?
Immediately. Right hours after we.
So someone in the House of Correction gets a decision right away. And what else is there? State prisons?
State prisons, they also get the decisions at the same,
Same way.
Yes.
They say verbally.
Yes, we tell them, either they, you were granted parole, you're reserved on such date, you're approved to go, I don't know, let's say, halfway house. Or after now it's a short period of times, like 7 days, and then,
They get the written decision when?
hours after we leave.
So when I heard that, woman, Ms. Wyman, says it takes up to a year to get a decision, you heard that?
Yes, I did.
I assume, according to my understanding, she's talking about license?
Yes.
Okay, so now you have a hearing on life. And I think you said there was 6 months.
Now, yes, now 6.
Well, I think it's not.
Then I think that she's gonna report it in August, or the last board member, Galvin, she's gonna report, I think, at the end.
7 members on the board.
Yes.
So now you have a lifer here. And everyone, all the parole board members are at the lifer hearing. And you told me before that the people, the parolees know right away if they get a parole or not with respect to House of Correction and state prison. With respect to a lifer, you go into executive session or hearing 1 or 2 times a month?
Yes.
Okay. And then you vote at the hearings?
Yes.
Let's assume someone is granted parole.
Yes.
Let's say January 15th. Just make any date. When does the inmate know that they're parole, first of all? Because I just had the executive session, yeah, we're parole in the sky immediately.
So I think that's the issue. That's the.
I'm not on the parole. I'm just curious to the general public out here. When do you're pretty confident about the House of Corrections?
So it seems that they're getting the decisions after a year.
Okay, so if I had a parole hearing, I'm a lifer, I had no idea, not even the slightest idea. Because on the other two, you said you tell the people, and then an hour or two or a day or two, you get the decision. The lifers are not even told. Get the decision for a second. The lifers are not even told that they got parole?
No.
Okay, so they have to wait up to a year. And who writes the decision?
The attorneys.
What's that mean, the attorney? So the attorney, help me out here.
The legal division. There's a legal division. There's an attorney.
Let's go slow. So is it the chairman who notifies the attorney?
There's an attorney sitting with us.
Okay.
During the executive session.
Okay.
And each board member will say, I'm voting to grant parole based on, and I'll say, I think that this person is ready because,
So there's one members who say grant parole.
Yes.
And now what does the attorney do at that point?
We write the vote, like a paper vote, and then.
It's 6-0. You get a vote.
It's 6-0, and they take the votes, and then that process, I don't know what happens after they get the paper.
You're wrong. You know as much as I do. I mean, I'm from the parole.
That part, I don't know. That part after I vote, I wrote, we voted on this day, and I should write it on my paper, the vote.
Well, you don't know if it's 3 months. What you said it takes a year. Where do you get that information from? Is it this Wyman telling you things that you don't know?
No, part of the, and I know it came out during the Commission for Structural Racism. That was one of the questions that I didn't have the answers. I had to go back and say, what is the average of these records of decisions? And the response that I got, it was around a year.
And so you got that information?
Yes.
And when did you get that information that it takes about a year? A week ago, a month ago, 2 years ago?
No, I think during the time of the Commission for Structural Racism, I think in November, December.
To use your word, baffled. That would baffle me. Did it baffle you when you found out that your board voted to parole someone and a decision may not be written for a year later? Did that baffle you when you found that out in November?
Yes.
And as a result of that, the fact that you were baffled by that and obviously surprised by that, what, if anything, did you do?
Not even before the Commission, even prior to that, because of the same reason. If somebody gets a positive parole vote, it should be that they get.
No, we know that. I'm saying, what, if anything, did you do when you found that information out?
The question is why it's taking so long.
That's what I'm saying. Who did you direct that question to?
I asked the chair, I talked to some of.
Let's go slow. Did you write a letter to the chair Maloney? Have a conversation. And did you have more than one conversation?
I had more than one conversation.
And were you two had this concern? All you know
That I know of. I don't know if other board members have.
I don't know if there was a meeting or an executive session, or there was a meeting.
No.
This is crazy.
No, other board members have brought that in executive session to the chair, that I've been present.
And the executive chair says what?
Some of the responses which I communicated during that Commission on Structural Racism is the nature of the cases. We're waiting for information. the crime that was committed.
I don't understand the crimes committed. Did you just fall in 6%?
Exactly, checks that they have to do. So I say, you know.
It's taking too long.
For me, and I think in some of the conversations with some of the counselors, I say for me,
I'm just asking.
exactly for me personally, I would like.
Saying less than years, that, that's.
No, for me, it should be, you know, and I know one of the recommendation from our commission was 90 days, which is okay as long as we allow for information to be received to be fair to the client. Explain.
I'm talking about, just because time's running out, I'm talking about the people in parole.
Yes,
Possible.
yes.
What do you think is reasonable that they get a decision?
I think that it shouldn't, I mean, 90 days, I think it's a doable thing. 90 days with, I say with the caveat that it's something that will benefit the client to take longer because we are waiting a mental health evaluation, we're waiting a placement in a place that is good for this client, then it's fair to wait that time.
You say benefit the client.
Yes.
I think any client or inmate parolee, what benefits them is to get me the hell out of here.
But you were,
Benefits them.
and to be fair, so we're talking about the cases that, you know, they have mental health needs, they have medical needs, and those have to be considered. So, you know, in those cases, I think that it's placements is important for them to succeed.
Do you think the chairperson is doing a good job? Based upon what you just said, I heard you, it's taking too long, and you think that is, do you think she's doing a good job?
For the job that it is, yes.
You do, despite the fact that people should be out on the street, should be out in the street and just saying another 9 months in the can. It's okay.
So you're talking about these, but I know, and you know, like I like to be a board member. I mean, the chairperson has other responsibilities. So I'm talking about the whole picture.
Okay, but that's the question. If she wasn't doing a good job, would you tell us today, or would you probably say nothing?
No, I will probably tell you. Yes.
I do have one more. Is there any member that parole board that you think is not doing a good job?
Everybody's doing a good job.
Every.
Yeah.
Everyone's doing a great job. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Duff?
Thank you. First of all, I'm sorry for the loss of your mom. I lost my mother last year as well. When did your mom pass? What year?
2020.
2020. That's a lot. So and did she live locally or did you have to travel to be with
So
her?
the challenge was that my father was Puerto Rican, my mom was from Spain. She was living in Spain.
Okay.
So the challenges was with the pandemic, trying to get there. So it took me some time to get there, given all the restrictions.
No, I get that. In 2020, yeah. So that's why in 2020 you took so much time off.
And when I made the comment to the group, so I left. My mom passed away. She was cremated. I couldn't bring the ashes.
Right.
Restrictions. So I had to go back. I had to stay 2021, like 10, 12 days, dealing with bringing ashes during COVID-19 back to the States.
Okay. And you must have had a lot of time banked to do that in 2020.
Yes, I use my sick time.
All right, I get it. So in that sense, in 2021, now the fellow you had testify for you last week said that you only took 2 ACA days. So in 2021 you did, but you also took 39 vacation days. So I guess if you've been there for 10 years, that's a lot of time. Let me see how many days that comes out to. And then so far this year, yeah, that's almost 8 weeks vacation. So how did you get 8 weeks vacation Or how were you able to take 8 weeks? Because according to the civil service, according to the law, the rules, you don't get that many. Even if you've been there for 20 years, which you've been there 20 years because you're DOC, you only get 5 weeks vacation. So how were you able to take almost 8 weeks? And that doesn't include the extra 10 days that you took. So how were you allowed to do this?
So as of today, I have 30 days.
I'm not talking about as of today, I'm talking about 2021.
What I mean is that because I didn't, I used time, but prior 2020, besides that emergency, I didn't take any time.
So you had all this time banked? Yes. Okay, so when we go back into the records, we can find out that you had this time banked. There's a record of this. There will be a written record that you didn't take time off that you weren't entitled to because whoever was doing the schedule gave it to you.
No.
Meaning that you didn't steal from the Commonwealth. You only took time that you earned.
The way
You're saying that in 2021, you earned 8 weeks off. No other member of the parole board took that much time.
I don't know about whatever time
The calendar's right here. It's all.
and I have the records for HR because, I have used my time.
I understand that.
And
You don't have to use your time. You're allowed to bank certain amounts of time, but you already said that you hadn't done that, that you'd used all the bank time during COVID for your mother's illness.
But then you use that time, but you keep accruing time.
I know, you accrue
You keep
a bit of time, but not a tremendous amount of time. Even that said, Ms. Santa, even that said, it's almost mathematically impossible for you to have accrued that much time. So who signed off on giving you that much time off? I'm just curious because it appears from this record, and I am very happy to be corrected, but it appears from this record, this public record, that you might owe the Commonwealth money for time off. So you're saying you don't. You're saying in addition to all the time you had banked, you banked an additional 3 weeks of time in 2021.
I don't know the math that you're using, so I'm saying that
Counting. It's arithmetic, actually. It's not even math.
So I have only used the time that I have accrued.
Okay. And then in 2022, which we're just a little bit half through, you've used over 5 weeks already. And 5 weeks is what you get. So you're not taking any more time off for this year. Is that correct?
I don't know. I haven't made plans so far.
Do you understand that you've used all the time that you've already accrued?
I still have time.
You have more than 5 weeks vacation a year?
I have right now 5 weeks vacation right now because
So you have already taken 5 weeks off in 2022 and you're telling me you have another 5 weeks off?
I have like 30 days. Yes, I do.
And how do you get more vacation than anybody else?
I just accrue the time that it's allotted by a state employee.
Okay, this is interesting. I'm very interested to learn how this happens. So okay, I'm not gonna argue with you. I mean, you know how long you've been there, and I do too, but it doesn't really seem to add up. You seem to, from these calendars, here's the truth, all right? And I understand taking the time off when your mom was sick, in COVID and traveling and everything. I really do, because I had to move in with my mother and take care of her. But I can't find anywhere that you are entitled to that much time off. But you're taking it, and no other board member is. No other board member is close to this. Past boards or this board. It's a little unusual, just at that, okay? But, this is all, these are facts that can be traced.
Yes.
So this is easy to find out. And if I'm wrong, I'm more than happy to be corrected because, I always get concerned when I see one person taking so much time and somebody else isn't. It's peculiar. It's very peculiar that anyone would take 2 months of a year off. honestly, for this job, for a job you've had for 5 years. It's extraordinary. It is, and I don't think there's anyone in this room that could say it's not. That said, who assigned you to the, Board on Structural Racism? The commission?
Thank the governor, I believe with a recommendation from the chair.
You don't know put you there? You have no idea who put you there. Okay, and why did you not share the results of it with
I
us?
shared the report with both chief of both units. I was just assuming that either the chair or the secretary were gonna share share.
You didn't share it with the other board members?
That was for the chair.
You didn't share it with the staff. Okay, I understand. And I get it. You assumed that the chair would do her job and share it. Who was the chief that you assumed would share it? Who was the chief you just mentioned, you said would share it?
Understand the question, sorry. You lost me.
You just said the chair and the chief would share it.
The executive director.
Secretary Turco?
No, the chair and the executive director of the parole.
I can't understand what you're saying. What is the second thing you're saying?
The chair.
Yes.
Or executive director.
Who was the executive director that you assumed would share it?
Kevin Keefe.
And Kevin didn't share it either. Okay, apparently not. And, all right, so you did work on this, and how often did you meet?
Whenever the commission said.
Give me a ballpark how many times you guys met as a commission?
I think it was like 8 meetings.
8 meetings? Okay. And what is structural racism?
It's a long definition that I'd rather read. I don't have it with me, but I can read it from the report.
I don't need you to read. I want you to tell me what structural racism is.
It's perpetuating racism for policies, procedures that are in place.
No, I'm not asking you to tell me about the report. I'm asking you to tell me what.
And for me, what is the structural racism?
What it is. It's not just for you. What is the definition of structural racism?
It's perpetuated by policies that are in place, by procedures that are in place.
All right, it's perpetrated by procedures that are in place. That's what structural racism is.
And laws.
And policy and law. And you're an attorney, right? And you have passed the bar exam in Puerto Rico?
Yes, I did.
But you haven't taken it here in Massachusetts?
Not interested.
Do you practice law at all?
Just 1 year.
Okay, and so you're not in the courtroom? No, okay. How many inmates at DOC have an addiction?
75 to 80%.
75 to 80%. And how many have mental illness?
64 to 70%.
Okay, and how many would have a comorbidity?
Can you repeat that?
How many would have a comorbidity?
I'll say 60%.
Right. And why is it, well, first of all, let me ask you this. What's the region that you're assigned to?
No, I don't have a region assigned. Well,
the way this board is set up, yes, there are regions assigned. That's kind of the point.
yeah,
What's your region?
right now, I don't have a region assigned. I think that they're gonna change designation of regions. I don't have one.
Okay, that's new, because that's actually mind-boggling. So that I don't even know what to do with that, because that's so wrong. That's so not true. Does every member go to every single facility then? Every member goes to every single facility around the state?
Not for every single facility.
They don't. So how is it determined what facility you go to?
I don't make the calendar and.
I know, but you're on the board, so you would have some input. Are you close to the chairman? Do you have meetings with her? Do you eat lunch?
No, I know. I don't intervene with the calendar. I don't care where they send I go.
I'm not asking you about intervening with the calendar. That's so you don't know how those assignments get made. Why is it that you're never assigned to Suffolk?
I have done hearings in Suffolk.
Not for a very long time, and can you tell us why?
I don't know, but they
You
say.
don't know why. You were not named a party in a suit, a racism suit,
I don't know
a
why.
discrimination suit. You don't know that you were named a party in a discrimination suit.
No, I'm not aware.
And that black officer who brought the charges was so traumatized that they transferred to the Suffolk House of Correction, and you know nothing about this.
I don't know.
Okay, because it seems to be pretty well known in, not the parole board, but the parole department, that this is kind of a big deal.
If I have to go to Boston Pre, that is next door, I have to go to Suffolk to do hearings for me, that's like not a.
Okay, but you don't know anything about this accusation.
If I have to go.
I'm not talking about that. You don't know that someone accused you of racism. You don't know anything about that. You don't. And you don't know that there was some sort of a settlement and the person is transferred. You don't know anything about that. Okay. And some parole officers have told me that there's been a policy put in place by Miss Weatherby, who worked with you at Concord, who Mr. Tressler says he hired on your recommendation, but you say you had nothing to do with it. He had everything to do with it, but he didn't know her until he knew you. That the parole officers in the past had always been allowed and in fact encouraged to communicate with the board, because that's the whole point of how this works, of having a team, and that now they're not allowed to. Do you know anything about that?
No.
You don't know anything about that. And you did not recommend Michelle Weatherby to Mr. Tressler. You had no say whatsoever in who would be your deputy. No one asked you your opinion. Never asked. Okay. Do you think Michelle Weatherby is competent?
Yes.
You think she's competent. And do you think she's doing a good job?
With the resources that she has, yes.
With the what?
Resources that she has, yes.
What are the resources that she needs that she doesn't have? That's a great input. What would she need that she doesn't have?
The period that it takes to train somebody that is gonna do that job, meaning a transitional parole officer, institutional parole officer. It takes time. It takes a long time.
Yeah, I know that, but that's always been the case. I mean, it's not, this is not, so she needs time, is what you're saying.
No, because I want to put my response in context. So one of the things when I got to a parole board, the process to hire any positions, let's say transitional or institutional parole officer, you have to go through civil service, get the list, reach out to clients, schedule interviews, one interview, another interview. So it takes a long time.
Yes.
So, my concern was that, and maybe I'm just, that we can't wait the 11th hour to do hiring.
Yes, but I'm not asking you about you. I'm asking you about her, and you're confused.
And that's like the point, she, for whatever reasons, she has to get positions approved. So it takes longer, if it takes long period of time to approve positions to be hired, then the longer time the vacancies are there, the longer time it takes to, train these people so they're ready to do their job.
So she has less time than anyone in that position before? Is that what you're saying? Okay, because everyone has had the same amount of time to fill these things. And so when I ask about resources, I mean, time is finite, so that's not something I can create. But we do know that this parole board has more financial resources than any other board's ever had. I mean, this board, starting with Mr. Tressler, stopped writing their own decisions. In fact, Mr. Tressler admitted at his own judicial hearing that he only looked at one application for parole, not for parole, for a pardon, in more than 4 years. He actually admitted that. I thought he was joking. To me, that's gross negligence. But But we know that this parole board isn't doing the work that past parole boards and other administrations have, i.e. not writing their own decisions. And the fact that it's not just the parolee waiting for the decision for over a year. There are recommendations that were well before this, study that was done. It's always, the recommendation has always been 90 days. And in fact, they were being done in 30 days. When, whoever was the one before Tressler came in, I can't remember who that one was, but that one had them going out in 30 days. And they were a minimum of 6 pages, written by the board members. And I'm gonna suspect that if we have a Democratic governor, which we might have, that you're gonna be writing your decisions again yourself. And it's gonna be heavy lifting. And this is one of the things we put the last person up here through. It's like, you better get ready to do some work, because you guys haven't been doing a lot of work. I mean, you've been taking, there's 12 months of the year and you're taking 2 off, admittedly. And then you're flying around the country for these other things. And then there's 10 other days, and we're just talking about vacation day. Then there's 10 other days that you're not in the office, which you can't even tell me where you are, but that's okay. But as chief, you had to abide by the civil service rules, correct? And did you ever pass by people on that list?
Some people were passed.
Some people were passed. That's a civil service violation. That's a violation of the law. You're a lawyer. Why did you do that?
So, it's not Colette Santa doing an interview. It's a panel. It's the 3 people panel. There's somebody from HR, somebody that is doing the actual job. And, I sat in some other people sat on the interviews, and we take into consideration the points, but also how they did in the interviews. So it goes by whoever has it.
So if somebody does well in the interview, you decide that they're okay, and if they don't do well, even though the civil service law is very clear, you guys make your own rules. And that's how Michelle Weatherby got the job, because she flunked the civil service test 3 times.
Not your own rules. Like, if you pass any candidate, you have to explain why you're passing a candidate to a civil service.
Passing them by. Yes. Did you give them a written explanation of that?
Yes.
So when these candidates are calling me, I can say, I want to see your written explanation, and they have it.
They contested the.
Well, I'm not saying if they contest it. I'm not even saying that. You give it to them no matter whether they contest it or not, is what you just said. Is that correct?
That will be the feedback that I'll get from HR, because HR is gonna make sure that we're following any procedure for hiring. So we do the first level and then go to the final. HR will do the final.
Pardon me, I'm reacting.
And this is very interesting. It's a whole new.
So you have to.
I believe you. If this is what you're telling me, I know you're a member of the bar. I know that you are a civil servant and you wouldn't lie to us. How do you know if someone you've released has violated?
So, with the revocations, there's a report.
And what are your numbers on that?
I have numbers. I mean, a factual number. We have seen so far for 2021, maybe like 9 people.
And do you have any idea who put in this policy that the parole officers can't communicate directly with the board?
That's like baffled. I'm baffled.
You're baffled by that?
Yes.
You don't know why they did that?
So that's something that I encourage, and you have here.
You encourage that they do that?
I have here an IPO, and I'll tell you, I'm the first one asking him, why are you?
Well, I already know his background and his work at DOC. It's actually quite well documented.
So like.
Is my time up?
So,
Done?
just a plan.
All right, my time is up. Thank you.
Excuse me, I have 3 minutes. I have 3 minutes, but I won't take that with our rule. I just have a question. I have a question. We allow a question afterwards, and I'm asking now to ask a question. I want to know, have you ever been a practicing lawyer?
Cases, I already answered the question, only for 1 year.
Have you had any cases?
Yes.
How many?
Maybe like 30 cases in 1 year. I have practice in Massachusetts and I don't have the bar and I'm not.
Are you a Massachusetts lawyer?
No.
You're not a Massachusetts lawyer.
I'm not.
Okay, the thing is, and then I have to look into it. I don't know whether it's accredited where you got your law degree.
Yes, it's accredited by
It's accredited?
It's by the American Bar Association. Yes, it is.
So you had 30, you said? Like what?
I've sold A&Bs, robberies, armed robberies.
So when you came to the United States, you had no interest anymore in being a lawyer?
I do need to understand, like I did that 1 year and then I just started working with corrections and I just been in corrections all the way through.
That's very interesting.
Yes.
Thank you, Counselor. We've certainly heard a lot over the last 2 days of this hearing. A lot of points have been brought up that I don't need to iterate. All I want to ask is a couple things. That Commission on Structural Racism and all the recommendations, we've heard a lot about it. What's been, to your knowledge, what's been done, strike that, to your knowledge, because a lot of those recommendations have to do with the legislature. To your knowledge, what has been done within the Parole Board or the Parole Department to address the recommendations in that report?
Thank you for the question. So the fees, which was a big thing personally. So that was supported by, obviously, the agency proposed elimination of fees in 2015, which it was not done. So EOP supported the recommendation, which my concern was that if the fees were eliminated, I didn't want funding removed from the agency that would preclude from other essential activities of the agency. So that passed, that was recommended by Governor Baker in the budget and passed last week. So that's
happened.
So I think the last supervision fees were June 30th. So I think that that's monumental.
Can I ask, so one of the specific recommendations, it was number 6, revolved around crafting conditions that are, particularly tailored to the individual situation and such. That the implication of the commission was that that wasn't, I guess, being done consistently, I suppose.
Yes.
And the commission's report went into the standard conditions of parole, and then some of the ones that tend to be added on, and then it had some rates about revocation based on that. When you're crafting a condition for someone, what are some of are there particular conditions that you've grown accustomed to using that you feel apply to a lot of situations you're in? Like, can you talk about preparing that process?
There are general conditions,
Yep.
which, everybody has to abide with, comply with the law.
Yep. There's 7 of them, right?
Yes. Yep. So that part is covered. Obviously, report to the parole office. We add there, if they have probation, report to probation. We add that. Sometimes if there is a restraining order in place, no contact with the victim. Sometimes a restraining order is lifted, but it's a recommendation to leave that at the PO discretion because still, some information that we have received that is concerning. So we want to make sure that everything is okay. For me, I do it basically based on the needs of the client. If the client committed the crime for, let's say it was substance abuse, it was addiction, I'm gonna take whatever, an example from somebody coming from a prison system, which they've been there longer, so they have more opportunity to do more.
That's a good point. Let me ask you there. So one of the conditions that, so when I look at the regulations around what parole board members need to consider when they're making their decisions, there's, looking at the risk and needs assessment. There's whether or not the person has taken
steps to address those causative factors.
I'm sorry, what?
The person has taken the necessary.
Right. Education, the available work, education, and treatment programs, for example, and demonstrated good behavior. So from my understanding, there is a lack of resources in the DOC around mental health treatment, substance abuse treatment, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm wondering, as a parole board member, when you have someone before you who maybe hasn't taken advantage of something, but they're on the wait list for a handful of things, you know, because that happens, right? People, they seek the program, but they can't get in because a resource issue, really, right? So how does that, as a parole board member, how does one evaluate that? Like, I'm supposed to consider if they've taken advantage, and then on the other hand, some of them haven't even had the opportunity, so how do I balance that?
Personally, I don't want to penalize somebody that haven't gotten the opportunity. But, you know, if you talk about somebody that is in the DOC, so they do a personalized plan for each client. So you can see when a specific program was offered to them. If I see that they have declined that program through the years, because we have the dates.
Right, so you can see if they've declined or if they've actually had the access.
You can see if they declined, if they were removed. So you can see all those things in that plan. So I'll go back and say, okay, true, you're here now, but you have all these opportunities to do this program here. You have this other opportunity to do it there. So what was happening?
Okay.
So I asked for clarification.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to know your mindset on that. The other questions I have been asked. And so unless there's further comment or question, I'm going to close this hearing.
Third, July 13, 2022, Executive Council, Council Chambers, State House, Boston, Mass. 02133. Dear councilors, I'm pleased to nominate John L. Ravelli, am I pronouncing that right? Yes. To the position of Associate Justice of the District Court. I submit the nomination for the advice and consent of the Executive Council pursuant to Part 2, Chapter 2 of the Constitution of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. I'm enclosing the nominee's resume for your convenience. Sincerely, Charles D. Baker, the Vice, the Honorable Patrick J. Malone. With that, I will ask anybody here that is in favor. We have 3 witnesses. The first is Carol Vittorioso, the great clerk of the Fitchburg District Court.
Thank you, Counselor. I'll be brief. On April 21st, 2021, you confirmed my nomination for the position of Clerk Magistrate of the Fitchburg District Court, and I'm grateful to each and every one of you, your support, and for the job. I love every aspect of it, and I am blessed to be a member of the Fitchburg District Court family, and I thank you. Your confirmation also gave me the opportunity to bring on the best candidates for the position of Clerk Magistrate, and as a result of that opportunity, I got John Ravelli, so I thank you for that as well. John is the ideal judicial candidate and will be a great district court judge. I've known him my entire career. We practiced law in Worcester County, where he was a young prosecutor and I was a young bar advocate, and we were frequently on opposing sides of cases. Our careers as local attorneys continued as our respective practices grew in the probate and family, superior, and district courts. John has appeared before almost every department of the trial court. He has a strong command of the rules of evidence, vast knowledge of relevant case law, a tireless work ethic, and most importantly, the perfect judicial temperament. John's personality is delightful. He is friendly, witty, and approachable. The clerk's office staff loves him. Judges he has appeared before will welcome him as a colleague, and his former colleagues and opposing counsel will have great respect for him. He practiced law and he understands the time constraints and challenges of being a practitioner, and he will never forget those challenges as he sits on the bench. John's transition from private practice to public service was seamless. Not only will he come to the bench with decades of trial experience, he will also have the unique knowledge of the inner workings of the district court clerk's office. His competence, compassion, empathy, and ethics as a practitioner, and now as an assistant clerk, are exemplary, and those traits will make him an ideal district court judge. He has been invaluable to me as a first assistant clerk, and as much as I will miss him and would prefer to continue to work with him, the legal community, and more importantly, citizens of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts need him more than I do, and will benefit more than I will if he were a district court judge.
Thank you so much. Next witness is the Honorable.
Can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
Thank you. Welcome back.
Thank you. Nice to see you, Council.
You came to the Great Hall.
Yes.
And those were the real pandemic days, right? So how long have you been working with?
In the clerk's office for 1 year.
Yeah.
1 year yesterday, actually.
But before that, you had knowledge.
I've known John since the late 80s, early 90s.
Wow. So what do you think is his greatest attribute to bring to the bench?
As I said, I think it's his temperament, first and foremost. And I think it's obviously his vast trial experience. He'll hit the ground running. He'll know exactly what to do as soon as he starts. And I think he'll have that much more of an advantage because he's been in the clerk's office. So he knows how the jury session is run. He knows how the clerk's office is run, and he'll keep that in mind.
And I think his age, he's bringing, life experience to the bench, I mean, he's 20 years older than the ones that are coming through, 37, 38. I mean, to have them 32 years on the bench, I don't think that's what people want, But, so what did you see in him that you appointed him?
Well, first of all, when I saw he applied, I was very excited and hoped he did well in the app, because I knew what I would be getting. I knew I wouldn't have to train him, and I didn't. If anything, he came and taught me some things.
Great.
So that was the main thing. It's great to see you again, Counselor.
Say well.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Christopher P. Locanto, First Justice of the Fitchburg District Court.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Thank you so much. I think I should clear up one remark. I referred to Carol as my big sister during her confirmation hearing, and I haven't heard the end of it since. So I just want to say, I meant to say like a sister. So every once in a while.
It takes us men to get whacked.
Yeah, it's been tough. So every once in a while, someone comes into the courthouse that just adds pieces and just makes the whole place better. For me, that's been John. He's been someone, frankly, who I've been able to bounce things off of, to get his ideas, to get his input, and frankly, to share my thoughts in terms of making a decision and getting some input from him. Now, I've known him, or known of him, I should say, for the better part of 30 years, but it wasn't until the past year that we've developed a close personal and professional friendship. Our careers have taken similar tracks. We overlapped in the DA's office for a short period of time in the early 90s. Then we went on to private practice. We've had cases with each other. I think we've competed for clients against each other. And it's been wonderful for the past year getting to know him much more closely. Now, we could detail how experienced he is in all the cases and all the professional and experience that he has. But I'd like to talk a little bit about the intangibles that he brings to the job that I think every district court judge should have. Every day he's making an effort. He doesn't just come in and mail it in. He's really working hard every single day, and I know that he'd continue that as a district court judge. He is high energy, and it's infectious to those people who are around him. He's got a positive attitude. He is really passionate, not only about the work, but the people in the community that he serves. He uses encouragement with the staff when he works with the staff. He is coachable. He is open to new ideas, new thoughts. He does that little bit of extra that, frankly, sometimes you don't get from everyone. He's always prepared. He has a great work ethic, and he brings to the bench, or will bring to the bench, I should say, great empathy and consideration for people and meeting people where they are. So I'm confident that John will be an excellent district court judge.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yes, go ahead.
How long has it been now for you?
9 years in November.
Wow.
9 years. Well, I love the job that I have now. I love the community. I like, Carol referred to it as the Fitchburg District Court family. That's really what it is.
You're doing good things. It's been hard through the pandemic, I know, and you've been going through it, yeah.
It's been, the trial court's been great though in terms of the pandemic, and we've tried our best to serve the community. John's been a big part of that for the past year.
Through the pandemic, how has John worked? I mean, he just came in right at that time.
Yeah, so, which has been a lot of adjustment for all of us. John's been really, seamless in terms of his transition. He's been great in terms of coming in, and it's hard, when you're the judge, it's hard, you want to be able to bounce things off of and get people's input. I've considered John, frankly, a colleague since he's come here, so it's been great.
Yeah. I'm looking and I'm saying, where do these blue-eyed Italians come from? I don't even have any in my family. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Nice seeing you.
Let me ask you a question. I'm asking all the judges this to come in here, and I want you to just ask you your opinion of it and what you do. There seems to be a policy and procedure that started in the Bedford District Court where if my case is on for trial, and I show up there and the DA and I reach an agreement and I say, Judge, we have an agreement. The judge refuses to take it and will not let my defendant plea.
So it's different in Fitchburg District Court. What we try to do is we try to accommodate the lawyers. So we've got a busy docket, and I will say that John, the assistant clerks, John being one of them, will call the lawyers in advance and say, your case is on for trial, you're likely to go, this is, what's the situation? And then sometimes we'll get the input of, oh, it's going to be a resolution. John will say, counsel, would you like to come in earlier than the trial date if you'd like to resolve the case, and we can do it then? We're fine accommodating a plea on the day of trial. The reason why we reach out is a lot of times, when we bring people in during the pandemic, sometimes people are uncomfortable. And if things are going to be a plea and we know that it's going to be a plea, then we can cancel the jurors in advance. So John's been great in terms of doing that. But will I take a plea on the day of trial? Of course I will. Yeah.
Because sometimes let's say it's me. I'm showing up to Fitchburg District Court, and all of a sudden, for the first time, because now with Zoom, you don't get to grab the DA in person and say, can we work this out? So I show up for court, I'm ready to go. DA says something to me, I say something to the DA, and we say, geez, okay, we'll get this case resolved.
Yeah.
Or for the lawyer that the clerk calls and says, you're going to resolve it, and he says, I don't know yet.
Yeah.
And sometimes it takes getting there for the DA to see, number one, whether they have their witnesses, or number one, whatever. And I know in New Bedford, they do not allow that.
We do.
And I'm saying, first of all, a defendant in Massachusetts has a right to plea anytime up until the verdict comes in, right?
Yeah.
Even if they've been out for a day and a half, the jury, he can say, I'm going to plea now.
Yeah.
And the Commonwealth, and you accept the plea. Oh, good.
Yeah. The other thing too that we, and I know John won't decided this either. So I was in practice for 16 years. John was in private practice for longer. And there were times, clients, they want to go to trial, and then it's that day and they get cold feet, and for whatever reason they want to resolve it. The other thing too is that trial work is traumatic for a lot of the civilian witnesses. And if you can spare the civilians the trauma of having to testify, and everyone's in agreement with that, we absolutely will. And I know that John will as well.
Well, just from a selfish standpoint, if I was sitting as a judge and I got a trial, I'm going to do a trial. It's probably going to take usually a half a day to a day. And the parties agree. Beautiful. Get rid of a case. I don't have a jury to worry about. I'm not here, if the jury goes over to the next day, I don't have any of that. So to me, just selfishly, I'd say, I'll take every plea that I can get. It's better for me. But that's evidently what they're doing there. And I don't know whether it's legal. I don't know whether there's a law on that, but I know policies and procedures in the district court. Any court, really. You have a right to plea whenever. Yeah.
And I agree with you, and we do take the pleas. Good. Accommodate our public and good as we can.
I can't wait to go to Fitchburg. Haven't been there in a while, but I love the court. Thank you, Judge. Oh, yes.
Excuse me, it's good to see you, Judge, and doing a great job.
Thank you.
Magistrate as well, and good to see both of you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have the Honorable Dennis P. Sargent, First Justice of the Clinton District Court. The court that looks out over the dam.
Yes, thank you, Councilor Jubenville. First, I'd like to thank the council. It was approximately 9 years ago also for me when you were kind enough to confirm my nomination to the Clinton District Court. And I will be forever grateful for that faith and confidence that you have shown in approving my appointment. It's my distinct pleasure and my personal honor to testify in support of and in favor of the nomination of John Ravelli for the position of Associate Justice in the Fitchburg District Court. I have known John for approximately 25 years, and I've had countless professional interactions with him. I've had interactions and cases with him and when we were both in private practice. I've had numerous cases with him when I was an assistant clerk. And now as a judge, I had several cases with him prior to him being appointed as the assistant clerk magistrate for the Fitchburg District Court. I also have the pleasure of working with John on occasion up in Fitchburg District Court because I do not have a jury session in Clinton, so our jury cases go to the Fitchburg District Court. So I've had numerous occasions where John has been the session clerk and the clerk presiding in the courtrooms with me. And his experience, his knowledge, his background in the law, and his help in helping to prepare with the impanelment process, with jury verdicts and sometimes complicated jury verdicts, slips,
and in helping with regard to the jury instructions. I find that John is a tremendous resource, and I'm confident that that experience that he has will serve him well in the Fitchburg District Court as Associate Justice. In the private practice of law, we've had numerous cases together, and I was always impressed with his work ethic, his professionalism. I always noted that he always treated opposing counsel fairly and even-handedly, and he always demonstrated tremendous knowledge of the substantive law, whether it be criminal, civil, or probate in a couple of matters. I always knew that when I had a case with John that he was always going to be prepared, so it forced me to make sure that I was always upping my game. I always knew that John was the type of lawyer that if he said he would get you a document or he would do something, that you could trust his word. And in Worcester County, that's one of the best things about practicing in Worcester County, was there was always that collegiality among the bar. You may advocate very forcefully for your clients, but you always respected each other and you always tried to maintain the professional standards that were necessary. So quite frankly, as an attorney and working cases with him, I always felt that he made me a better lawyer because it forced me to make sure that I was better prepared because I always knew that I had a great lawyer on the other side. He's had 3 years approximately experience as an assistant district attorney and as a special prosecutor. When he was an assistant district attorney in the late 90s, he served as supervisor in the Fitchburg District Court and as supervisor in the Worcester District Court, the two busiest jury sessions in our county. And one of them, obviously, Fitchburg being the court that he's in and that he's been nominated to. So he has that unique knowledge of that particular court. I've always heard from people that appeared before him when he was an assistant district attorney that John always exhibited the innate ability to understand the dimensions of human frailty and that good people make mistakes, and that he always was consistent in making proper sentence dispositions or recommendations that were consistent with the law, but also that took into account the unique circumstances of the particular case and the defendant's record and the circumstances in that particular person's life. As an assistant clerk magistrate, I was an assistant clerk prior to becoming a judge. I know the value of that experience dealing with the court system from working from the inside. He certainly has it as a practitioner, but he's also gained that valuable experience as an assistant clerk magistrate, in which he's learned how to properly manage the staff, to interact with the staff, and also understands what the impact of the staff is on certain decisions and things that he does, and he's always cognizant and respectful of the staff. I find that he's a great manager. He's honest, he's fair, he's loyal. I've observed the way that he treats his staff and the way that he has trained his staff to treat the public and litigants and the people that we serve as public servants. I've observed him with search warrants, with criminal applications. I know he's done a great job with small claim trials, civil motor vehicle hearings, and all of the nuances of what an assistant clerk does. So I believe that experience as an assistant clerk will be invaluable to him because it was invaluable to me when I became a judge. When I have been in Fitchburg this past year and working with John when he was the assistant clerk magistrate, I always found him to be even-tempered, thoughtful, respectful, to be a good listener, and to exhibit common sense and wisdom, all qualities that I believe are essential to being a great trial judge. He's always been able to make decisions in which he helps both parties feel that they have been heard, respected, and treated fairly. His decisions as a clerk magistrate have been realistically based upon the law, and where the law grants him discretion, he has exercised proper discretion in resolving cases at the clerk magistrate level. I've always found him to be practical, mature, prudent, and consistent in his decisions with the interest of justice. With regard to the fit for the community, I don't think there would be a better court for John to go to. He served there as an assistant district attorney. He served there as an assistant clerk magistrate. He has practiced in that court. So I think he was uniquely qualified to be in that community. He works well with the first justice, with the people that are at the courthouse, with Carol as the clerk magistrate. So I believe that that would be a perfect fit for him. In conclusion, John's diversified and well-rounded legal background that he has developed over his 30-plus year legal career as an attorney in private practice, as a defense attorney, as a civil litigator, as an assistant district attorney and a special prosecutor, and now as a clerk magistrate, provides him with a unique perspective and appreciation for the attorneys who practiced before him and what it's like to have come from private practice and the demands that are on all of them, especially in the district court. I am confident that John Ravelli possesses not only the professional competence and integrity to perform the judicial responsibilities, but also he has the personal characteristics to earn and inspire the confidence of the public and the bar in the performance of those duties. I find him to be a very kind person, a considerate person, and I know he's a great family man. It is for these reasons and without hesitation that I recommend John to you for confirmation as the Associate Justice of the Fitchburg District Court. I have always been mindful and respectful of the independent constitutional duty that the Governor's Council has in the approval of judges. I realize that he stands before you as the nominee, but it's up to you as to whether or not he becomes the Associate Justice of the Fitchburg District Court. And I've always respected that part of the process. So I humbly and I respectfully ask that you approve his nomination. I believe that he is well fitted for the solemn position of Associate Justice of the Fitchburg District Court.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Your Honor. Yes, go ahead.
Jack, how long was it?
It's been 9 years now. I was right after Chris.
Well, we hear good things about you. Actually, I say my nephew's wife was probation officer.
Yes.
Did you know Barbara Kelly?
Yes, I did. She wrote a letter for me during my confirmation. She was a wonderful officer, just a wonderful person.
Yeah, so very compassionate. And now, tell me, what is the greatest attribute that John brings to the court?
I'm going to give you two. One would be his temperament, and two would be his work ethic. His experience, he has the breadth and depth of experience that is necessary to be a good district court judge. What I mean by that is everything that we deal with on a day-to-day basis in the district court, criminal trials, civil trials, mental health cases with regard to substance abuse, Section 12 mental health commitments, 219A hearings for abuse prevention orders, 258E for harassment prevention orders, gun permit appeals. He's done and represented people as a plaintiff's attorney, as a prosecutor, as a defense attorney, and now he's doing some of those things from a clerk perspective. So I think that unique experience that he brings with him, he's
Certainly found the right witnesses, because I've said it many times. We've had someone come and I'll say, well, have you seen him in court? What do you know? I saw him once. Are you kidding me? But I just want to tell you something personal, because I love my nephew and Barbara, and they couldn't have children. They adopted a baby, died of sudden crib death.
Oh, sorry to hear that.
Yeah, but they did adopt two more. And they've grown, and I went to Grace's wedding, Grace Kelly. My sister was Grace Kelly, and they named her after her grandmother, but I would have to tell her I saw you again.
Yes, next time you see her, please tell her to
See you.
think highly of her.
Thank you for, this was not an easy thing in the courthouse during this pandemic. Is it now, is people coming in, is it in person?
Yes, most of it's in person, but we do accommodate Zoom, especially like when I do some of my civil stuff in the afternoon for case management or pre-trials. I always afford the attorneys the opportunity, if they wish, to appear virtually so they don't have to drive all the way out from their respective offices that may be outside of the county.
Well, it's great to see you. I don't get out that far.
Thank you. It's nice to see you. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. What's the policy in Clinton District Court with regard to playing day of trial?
Well, I don't have trial, well, for
Have jurors?
trials, obviously we take it. For jury trial, mine go to Fitchburg, but I sit up in Fitchburg occasionally in the jury session, and we do allow people to do that. I believe that there was a case that went up to the appellate court. It was from the city of Holyoke, or Holyoke District Court. There was a...
I know the judge, yeah.
Accept them on that day. Very good judge and a very learned judge. But that, I think, has been well settled now, that you can certainly submit the tender on the day of the trial. It's entertainment.
Good. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and thank you, counselors. I appreciate it.
Anybody in opposition? Hearing nothing? Hear from you.
Thank you, Counselor. I'd first like to introduce the people that I brought with me. My son Nicholas, to the left, my wife Patricia, my son Ryan. Thank you so much to Clerk Magistrate Vittorioso, Justice Lecanto, and Justice Sargent. I'd like to thank my host counselor from District 7, Attorney Paul DiPaolo, for his guidance and assistance and support, and to all the council members for taking the time to speak with me and evaluate my personal and professional experience, as well as my temperament and my overall worthiness to determine if my nomination should be confirmed. Your work is so important to the citizens of the Commonwealth. The daily decisions of a trial judge have a lasting impact on the lives of people. It is an honor to be considered for the position of Associate Justice of the District Court. Thank you to Valerie McCarthy for your assistance in the process. I'd like to thank Governor Baker and Lieutenant Governor Polito for this nomination. Should I be fortunate enough to be confirmed by the council, I can assure you that the faith and the trust that you've placed in me will be reflected on each time that I take the bench. Thank you to the members of the Judicial Nominating Commission, along with Chief Legal Counsel Robert Ross, Executive Director Lauren Green Petrino, for your patience, guidance, and counsel throughout the process. Thank you to Clerk Magistrate Carol Vittorioso, who hired me as one of her assistant clerk magistrates at the Fitchburg District Court. It has been a great experience and superior training ground working with you and the dedicated people of the clerk's office. To have a certain level of expertise in all the things that the clerk's office does on a daily basis to keep the court running efficiently is extremely beneficial and something I highly recommend for any person pursuing this career path. Magistrate Vittorioso told me before I started that she loves and appreciates her job, and I've witnessed that firsthand. She's an excellent lawyer and manager, and she treats the police, the public, and those accused of committing a crime with the exact same dignity and respect. Thank you to Judge Lecanto, a man I've tried cases with and against when he was an assistant DA, and who I've appeared before on numerous occasions since he was elevated to the bench. It has been a pleasure to assist you as a clerk and watch you efficiently, intelligently, and compassionately run your sessions. Your tireless effort with the participants of the drug court has been truly inspiring. Thank you to my mother on Cape Cod, who is watching today remotely. You raised me to be a respectful, empathetic, and caring human being. You always saw the potential in me and never gave up pushing me until I realized it in myself. To my brother, thank you for not only being a brother, but a loyal best friend who always supported and encouraged me. To my sons, Nicholas and Ryan, thank you for turning into the caring young men that I always knew you'd become, and for always putting your family first. I know that you will go on to do great things in whatever field of endeavor you choose. Who would have thought that one day we would all be filling out job applications at the same time? You never know what life brings. Thank you to my father and former law partner, Attorney Michael Ravelli, who passed away on July 20th, 2018, exactly 4 years to the day that I was nominated for this position. I'm certain that he somehow played a role in my nomination. When I was young, I always knew that I wanted to be a lawyer because I wanted to be like him. When people experienced the biggest problems in their lives, they came to him and he helped them. They always seemed proud that he was their lawyer and he was proud to be representing them. This would have been one of his proudest moments. But in my heart, I know he's present. My father would often come and sit in the back of the row and watch my trials when I was an assistant DA. And he always showed up to my cross-examinations and closing arguments in my more serious private cases. He loved being a lawyer and was proud of his chosen profession, and he instilled that same sense of pride in me. I am proud to have practiced law for 30 years representing the people of the Commonwealth, private individuals and families. I'm also proud of my most recent position as the first assistant clerk magistrate of the Fitchburg District Court. My professional journey has truly been an honor. Thank you to my wife, Patricia. Thank you for being my best friend, my biggest cheerleader, and my fiercest, most loyal defender. You never complained when I worked long hours, when my attention was elsewhere because I was thinking about a case, when I took calls in the middle of dinner, or even when I represented some very unpopular clients. You understood the oath I took and how serious I took my affirmation. Thank you for giving up a chance to relax after a long day to watch booking videos with me, so I could get an unbiased opinion before a jury trial. And later listening to my stories about how unanticipated things folded after a trial when a person's freedom was at stake. In short, thank you for being a true partner in our life's journey. Counselors, if you find me worthy of this position, I make a solemn oath to you to have empathy for all those who come before me, and to make thoughtful and fair decisions based on a full understanding of all the facts and the law relevant to the proceeding. I promise to treat each person who enters that courthouse with the dignity and respect they so truly deserve. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Councilor Devaney, time starts.
Sorry. How nice to see you again.
Nice to see you, Counselor.
That you appointed me. I can't believe it. But I have to, through the chair, ask the chair's permission because I have a little public statement that I want to say that it's involved with Councilor Ianella and Councilor Juvenville and myself. And I just wanted to tell you this. You applied for a clerk magistrate.
I did.
Now let me tell you, councilors have no idea who applies, who gets an interview, who's rejected, any of that. We're not told. We get one person that comes before us and we vote on that person. So in that case, what happened was you were rejected, Carmine Simonelli was rejected for that position, and they closed it. But then no public posting, and they appointed somebody. First to the Dudley Court, and that's what is JNC that we saw. But they switched it because they had one of our councilors, Jen Casey, for Dudley, so they put them to Westboro. But this is what I'm going to tell you. I found out, usually I don't find out who applied and who got rejected, but for you, I do. And what happened was, we had a police officer McCarthy, that was appointed for the position that you had applied for. And he had never been in the Westboro court in his life. And he had all he has done is been a police officer. He has never taken a course in court or law or anything. It was, and you know how he got it? You know what his qualifications were? He and Judge Power were co-coaches, and they had been friends for years in Shrewsbury since they were 6 years old. And they both were co-coaches for the lieutenant governor's son. They all went to school together. And what happened was they closed it, and Carmine Simonelli did 2 jobs for a while, and that's how it happened. But you were approved, and you were recommended to the governor, and it was the governor who rejected you for the police officer. So that's the end of the story, but I want the public to know what happens here. People think we have all this power, that we choose who's going to be a judge or a clerk magistrate or whatever. But when I think of someone, no relationship to the court or anything, that got the position, and you've had over 500 cases and over 200 trials, I mean, you can imagine how I feel in this. But I want to tell you, 3 of the councilors voted no against the police officer. And it was Councilor Juvenville, Councilor Ianella, and me. So I want you to take that home and always have that memory. But having said that, I'm so glad you're here. And, you know, you have wonderful witnesses that I was very pleased that I voted for. And I just want to tell you that your cases are unbelievable that you had. And the thing that I find very hard is I look at the JNC and I see all of the cases, but I don't know the rest of the story. I don't know, well, what happened? You know, what was the sentence? What was the punishment? Now tell me about those 3 18-year-old girls who came in and they had been molested when they were in elementary school. Tell us that story.
I represented 3 survivors of some sexual molestation at the hands of a teacher. It was a civil case that we brought in action against this particular school department for the hiring of the teacher and neglect and failing to supervise the teacher. The case itself was difficult because it involved tolling of the statute, it involved repressed memories, it involved a lack of witnesses because, yeah, as you can imagine, this happened when they were in, I think, fourth grade. So an enormous amount of time had passed on the case. And they were probably 8 years old at the time, so at least 10 years had passed. Those witnesses were gone. They didn't remember anything. So it was a difficult case. What I liked the most about the case is these young girls weren't looking for money. They were looking for some acknowledgement.
But they held that all those years.
All those years. And we were able to get them what we believe was a very fair settlement in the case and an acknowledgement of the inappropriate touchings by the teacher.
When you look at 30 years, is there one case that stands out that you'll always remember that it was the most rewarding?
I've had some very emotionally charged cases, and any trial lawyer will tell you, and the judges will tell you, is the only person more nervous when that jury walks back into the room to give a verdict is probably the lawyer themselves. You stand in the shoes of those defendants, and you suffer those emotions, the highs and the lows, and that 5 minutes that takes to go by before that verdict is reached is so some great angst and some anxiety. I've had some cases that included 25 to years life penalties. So and I've received some favorable verdicts, not guilty verdicts, on cases like those where I truly believe that my client wasn't at fault or wasn't guilty in those cases. So a case like that, and I have mentioned some of those cases in there, a case like that probably gives me the most satisfaction and relief.
I have a preference for people that come before me, private practice, because that tells me that, well, first of all, you choose your clients.
Sure.
I mean, it's nice to have experience in the Attorney General or District Attorney, but they're giving you the case, and you're halfway there when the police give them report and all of that. And that means a lot. And this is on my personal opinion. I just feel when you're in private practice, when the client is before you with the lawyer, you know that he's paying a lot to the lawyer. And I know everybody comes in at 9, but maybe you can accommodate and take that person first or whatever. And you have to be responsible for paying the rent and shoveling the snow. And I think that gives you a different feeling, coming into the court. What do you think?
I certainly understand the demands of private practice, having been in private practice for 26 years prior to going to the clerk's office. We paid the rent, we paid the staff, we understood sick days and personal days, and that we had to, as well as practicing law and the beauty of practicing law and the love of the issues and the theater that is the trial, it's a business and you have to run a business. And we understand that in order to make that money, most of that money is made when you're back at the office and not in the courtroom. So I understand the rigors of private practice and private practitioners, and I certainly would appreciate that from my view on the bench.
Person, I feel that way. But, when we met, I mean, your father was such an influence on you.
Yes.
And wonderful role model to tell you, to lead you in the right path and what to do if you're going to be a lawyer and how you treat people. And I love your program. I mean, you've helped people indigent, and that means a lot, because I won't vote for anyone if they don't have compassion. And when you get a 37-year-old, they don't have any pro bono. They don't have life experience to bring to the bench as you have, So I like the age, I like the life experience, the legal experience. And you must have gone through to well, maybe they changed, but it was the same Baker administration. When you went to the Judicial Nominating Commission, were the same people?
I think there was some turnover. My subcommittee certainly wasn't the same people.
Now, how many were there?
8 or 9 or 10.
Yeah, see, now, I say this all the time publicly, but it goes nowhere, because Dacier, since he's been the chair in the Baker administration, there are 21 lawyers who have the awesome responsibility to recommend to the governor who's going to be a judge. That's amazing. And yet, in this administration, there's never been 21 there. So they all vote for someone they haven't seen, they haven't heard, they haven't talked to for a lifetime, lifetime job. That bothers me, but it goes nowhere, doesn't change. You're going to keep Dacier, and that's what he's going to do. But anyway, having said that, it has nothing to do with you, but it's nice to vent. But, you know, when you think of the people that you have, you know, that you have represented, and you followed up on some of them in their lives, if they've been addicted or whatever, tell me about that. That has to be rewarding to know.
That's certainly rewarding. You know, I've also attended wakes and funerals too, so you understand addiction, you understand people that succumb to drug use disorders, and you really feel for those people, and you really try to empathize. Sure, but you also see the recoveries too, and that makes you feel good. And you know, when you go through this process and you get nominated, you receive a lot of text messages because it becomes public, and a lot of people say thank you. And I think every judge in Worcester County reached out to me, and that meant so much to me. But also clients that said, you helped me.
Well, that's why
and you earned it, and you deserve it.
That's what I love about you.
Kept in touch.
I know, because I'm full-time, so I go out to drug courts and you know, I just went out to prisons recently for the two men that had, you know, commutations. And I've been asking for years, commutation pardons, we don't get them. And that was such a travesty of justice. Don't you think do you think that there's racial disparity in the courts in Massachusetts?
Oh, I think so, and I think the courts acknowledge it as well. And I think there's, you know, there's some systemic racism that's there, that's acknowledged. There's a lot of unconscious bias that I think the courts have.
I met with these two men who happen to be black, life in prison without parole. Travesty of justice. 30 years ago, each of them at their trial, there was not one person of color on the jury. After I met them, I met 3.5 hours or more with each of them, got lost going to Norfolk and Bridgewater. But after I met with each of these men, I sat in the car and I cried. Such a travesty after 30 years. And I went to their lifer hearings, the Parole Board, and they're in touch with me. I'm going to be meeting with them. But I just think 30 years of their lives, you know, and how many others are there that shouldn't be, that are incarcerated. So, but the drug graduation is amazing. And these are the people who are addicted, and they get up here, and I'm sitting in the back, and tears come to your eyes because they talk about they were drug addicted, they were alcoholics or whatever, and they got through this program and it changed their lives. You know, I really wanted to see what the drug court was. I said, did you really need a drug court? They do.
We have one in Fitchburg, and Judge McConto has done a great job in Fitchburg, and we just had a ceremony and had 4 graduates in that program, and that's the difference. That prevents recidivism, that rehabilitates people, that gives them the tools that they need, that they're not back before us in front of the court system. We don't need the business. We don't want the business.
Yeah, but the only thing is, and I keep on saying it, we need more. We need more places for people to go that are drug addicted, not overnight or a weekend. I mean long-term.
Councilor Devaney.
And
thank you.
There's a new rule here.
Councilor Duff, you're up for questioning.
It's not to shut, it's to keep us on track, just like they do in the US Senate. It's not a new thing. Anyway, I enjoyed our several talks that we had, and thank you for your time. I'm not going to ask you questions today. I'm going to ask you one question because we covered everything. And thank you for listening to my you know, my projections and frankly my ideas. You know, the Zoom rooms and that whole thing. Fascinating, and you were helpful because you weren't giving me the answers I wanted, but you gave me the same answers I get from a lot of folks, which is really helpful to me because then it lets me know what track I'm on. So thanks for that. You know, one of the things I've talked about to people, you know what, you and I already know things, meaty issues that I care about, and I'm not going to bemoan that today. What I would like to say, though, is that if you do ascend to the bench, that, you know, I know your family will support you and your colleagues will support you. And since this is district court, people's court, you're gonna see the nitty gritty of, you know, the best of times, the worst of times, right? And, the worst day of someone's life. It's also the most important day of someone's life, no matter what the charge is. They want to be heard, they want to be seen, they want to win, but they want to be treated with respect nonetheless, and feel that they were validated at least. And I'm confident that you will do that. But what I really want to make sure is that if something goes awry at some point, because you're a young man in your career, you know, you make a decision that it doesn't come out how you thought it would, person goes off and commits a horrible crime, or you read the law one way and give a sentence that everyone's hair catches on fire because they don't understand why, and they disagree with you, and you're in the paper, and people are at your house protesting, and I mean, this is real, this happens. Make sure you have your system in place, your support system, and that you can take a break and you can step back and rely on your friends and colleagues and the chiefs, in the other judges, for that, what I always refer to as your spiritual support.
Sure.
This isn't religion, this is, you know, your spirit. Because I think it gets harder and harder, and it's very easy for all of us to, you know, rattle our sabers and, you know, the hell with them, what do they know? And we're seeing it in DC right now, right? And for me, I don't know if I talked to you about this, but for me, I've had to really do a lot of introspection about who am I and what do I really think? Because I don't really like some of the stuff coming out of that court. Yet I have a very strong feeling about protesting at people's homes and what that line is. And so
Sure.
I mean, governor's council, I mean, the person has to be real of who am I? And so for me, I'm just sharing this because it's my own work that I'm doing right now. And I just want you to be ready if it happens, and I hope it never does, and it may never. But I do think it's something that our judges, and frankly, a lot of folks who work in the courts today have to be prepared for. You know, it's not like the old days. You know, I live in Gloucester. Our courthouse is upstairs from our police station. It's like Mayberry RFD, you know. It's different. It's a real community court. And that mitigates a whole lot of things that can happen in the community just because of the physicality of the court. But all of them have that opportunity. So that's all. That's all I have to say. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think you're wonderfully qualified for the position. You have so much experience in the courtroom. You're sitting as a judge on a trial. Parties come in and want to play, they're going to be able to play in your court?
The easy answer and the short answer is yes. A trial is a fact-finding mission. And if you'd say to me that my client wants to adopt the facts contained in the police report, then I don't understand the purpose of the trial.
Judge Gilday called on your behalf, and Tony Salernos, I spoke to Sunday for quite a while, and Peter Ettenberg called about you too. So you get a lot of support from Worcester County. We'll be voting on you next week.
Thank you, Mr.